It's only one, yeah.
It's made
Rachel Chapter. Yeah, so he's always up. In 19 stuff there, there'll be a guy there to help you.
Yeah.
Right? Got radio.
Rachel.
Okay, you would take tapes as he's going to lead all the way down the lead to start off. Okay. Awesome. Hello.
Right, so radio. Action on. Right, keep the radio there. The radio there. You got one there to talk to our colleagues.
Yeah.
Okay.
said, you know, make sure you use the right wording for starting this as early, which we're giving you. Not that I think we'll really necessarily start. That's chocolate, not an ML. What would you like for your birthday? A new clipboard, because this one my felt was gone.
Yeah, that was last Christmas. I got crashed down here, and so it was no longer waterproof. This year is definitely going to be a new laptop. Something is broken inside it, that means when I put my hands on it to type, it thinks I just stole the speaker and pops it up, so I can only get like half a word out before it like pings up with endless pop-ups. Hey man,
Yeah,
think of that. You know Claire? Claire. You know Claire?
Yeah, we went to launch together yesterday.
Claire Harvey, it's different Claire Harvey, yes. You can tell. All female start teams.
So, what we've got here is this starter is in control of this bit of water, this start area of bit of water. So they can control the water coming on. Well, ultimately you're responsible for this. So if there's crews coming in and you can see they're crashing in front of each other while they're marshalling, here's the starter unit saying stop. So you've got microphone, we've got what they call traffic lights, which is got here. So these operate the
Lady
lights.
flag.
It's a lady flag.
Attention, red light instead of red flag.
Next thing go when you press the beep.
And then what they've got is a radio.
Never worry about it,
radio
until
light,
someone
and
said.
then they've got a radio.
So we've got Umpire Radio, we've got the State-Boat one, and we've got the Marshall's one.
So they can see.
And I'm assuming we'll get some paperwork or.
Yeah, I've asked. Oh, now, yeah. So just to let you know, the paperwork comes from here.
Yes.
So these guys will give you a bit of paper once they've confirmed.
Right, that's fine.
This is
At some point.
yeah. This is the start.
Well, there's a river, like behind the boathouse. The River Thames runs over behind there. So they do row the kids, like Ethan rowed the kids on the river sometimes. But it essentially filters through, and there are fish and things. You can read the fun signs about what kind of fish are in the lake. So they have around the edge. And at one stage apparently there were little like wiggly snake things that had kind of wiggled over the top from the river. So it comes from that, but I don't think the water turns over very quickly.
So this bit definitely is not tidal.
No, there's no stream or anything on it at all. The biggest issue we have is that it's quite exposed to the wind. So it's not like this is lovely. It's not unusual to have a crosswind, which depending on how strong it is and the quality of the crews can mean attaching however many lanes worth you've got stuck, an increasing challenge. So when it gets really bad, what you often see is extra umpires are sent down onto the pontoons to instruct the crews, because otherwise
full day's racing to come. The last race scheduled just after 7 this evening, so a good 12 hours of racing with one every 6 minutes. And the first race of the day is just getting ready on the stake boats. Race 1 is the first heat of 5. Rowing Club A, Lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club A, Lane 4, Vesta Boat Club, Lane 5, City of Cambridge Rowing Club. We should have had Broxbourne in Lane 6, but they've scratched. And we see the 5 crews for this race are on the stake boats, just getting ready. Weather conditions here this morning look very good for racing. As we look out the window here in the finished hour, we can see that the course is quite calm. There's very little wind here today. It's still quite chilly, only about 10 degrees when I was driving in this morning. The forecast is for it to rise to about 15 through the middle of the day. But let's hope the wind stays away and the course stays this calm. Crews are sat forward, ready. Looks. And we're away. So race 1 is underway. A reminder that this is the first heat of 5 in the Club Coxed List 4s, with Nottingham in lane 1, Derby in lane 2, Marlow in 3, Vesta in 4, and City of Cambridge in 5.
Well, now here we are at Wallingford Regatta, race 1. Club Coxed 4s has passed the 500 metre mark, coping with the conditions very well, which they should do because it's flat calm. Lovely morning here on the Eton Dorney course. from this position, as we speak, it looks as the Marlow crew in lane 3 have taken a lead of a length or more over the other crews. So at about 800 or 900 metres, the Marlow crew has a lead of a length and a half over the crew in lane 1, which is Nottingham. So race 1 has passed the 1,000 metre mark. Here, first race of the day for Wallingford Regatta. Race 1 is now rowing away from the 1,000 metre mark to towards the 1250 mark. And it's just been pointed out to me, I gave you some duff information a moment ago. It was the Derby crew in lane 2, Derby A, who are in fact in the lead. So apologies for that slight bloomer there. Early morning before I had my second cup of coffee, I'm afraid. And so for those of you who managed to get the matchsticks under the eyelids and turn on your IT system, you can So here at Wallingford Regatta, race 1, first one of the day, first race of the day, race 1, is approaching the finish line, just gone past 50 metres, and it is indeed the Derby crew in lane 2, not as I had previously indicated further down the course. Derby, who have a good lead, must be nearly a couple of lengths by the look of it, followed by Nottingham in lane 1. Right, I'm going to correct all that. I was, in fact, right first time earlier on in the race. It was Marlow who were in the lead. Marlow have just crossed the finish line first, followed by Derby A and then Westerrank. We don't yet have the provisional results for race 1. For those of you watching on YouTube, hopefully we'll have some provisional results displayed for you soon. Now, here at Wallingford Regatta, race 2 is underway, and in fact has passed the 500-metre mark. This is a heat of the Club Coxed 4, Heat B, and in lane 1 we have City of Oxford B, lane 2 Putney Town A, lane 3 Tyne Rowing Club, lane 4 Quintin Boat Club, lane 5 City of Bristol B Crew, and in lane 6 Derby Rowing Club B Crew. Now, I have a slight correction to the lane order. It's just been pointed out to me that we have Tyne Rowing Club in lane 2. Now, here at Wallingford Regatta, none of us has had our second cup of coffee yet. We're still trying to get the data right. I'm going to correct my correction. So in heat race 2, the heat B of the Club Coxed 4, lane 1 is City of Oxford Rowing Club B, lane 2 is Putney Rowing Club A Crew, Putney Town Rowing Club A Crew, lane 3 is Tyne Rowing Club, lane 4 Quintin Boat Club, lane 5 City of Bristol B Crew, and lane 6 Derby Rowing Club B Crew. Well, with about 200 metres to row in race 2, the Heat B of the Club Coxed 4s, it's Tyne Rowing Club with their characteristic white tops and black hoops, who got a substantial lead over Quintin Boat Club. Quintin Boat Club lane 4, and then Quintin have a substantial lead over the remaining crews in the race. So we've got City of Bristol, lane 5, approaching the finish line. And then behind them we've got Putney Town Rowing Club and on the far side, City of Oxford B Crew.
Race 3 is underway. This is the third heat of 5 in the Club Coxed fours. We have 5 crews who've started in lane 1, Norwich. In lane 2, Twickenham B. In lane 3 is Nottingham B. Lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School. And in lane 5, Star Club. Reading, who should have started in 6, have scratched. As they passed the 500-metre point, it was Nottingham with the early advantage over Hinksey Sculling School. And they'd maintain that as they pass 1,000 metres. So at halfway point, it's Nottingham leading Hinksey Sculling School, then Star Club, Norwich and Twickenham. First 2 crews have pulled quite some distance away from the other 3. Passing 1,500-metre point, it's still Nottingham in lane 3, with the advantage of a couple of lengths, maybe even 3 lengths, over Hinksey Sculling School from Oxford in lane 4. In this event with 5 heats, the first in each of the heats progresses to the final, and the next fastest 6 crews from these heats will go into a repechage later this morning. Nottingham at 35 as they come into the last few strokes. About 3 lengths up. Maybe it's even now 4 lengths up on Hinksey Sculling School.
So in race 3, the last crews to finish just across the line. So that's Star Boat Club, Twickenham, and here we have Nottingham B crossing the line. That's race 3, Club Coxed Ford.
one little note, Sam. You can actually pull the monitor, the two adjustments on the side. You can actually pull the monitor forward, and you can make it go a bit lower.
Well, now, here at Wallingford Regatta, the fourth race of the day, Club Cox's Fours Heat 4 of 5, is underway and is approaching the 1,000-metre position. And in this we have lane 1, Globe Rowing Club, lane 2, Nottingham County Rowing Association, lane 3, City of Oxford A Crew, lane 4, Nottingham Boat Club C Crew, and lane 5, Putney Town B Crew, and lane 6, UK Armed Forces have withdrawn. Okay, now in race 4, Club Cox's Fours Heat 4, at 500 metres, it was the Globe Rowing Club crew in lane 1 who were leading. A correction, at 500 metres, it was the crew in lane 4, Nottingham Boat Club C Crew, who were in the lead, followed by Notts County Rowing Association and then City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew. At 1,000 metres, the situation had changed, and it was Notts County Rowing Association in lane 2 who were leading at 1,000 metres, followed by Nottingham Boat Club C Crew in lane 4, then City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew in lane 3, then the Globe Boat Club crew in lane 1, and finally Putney Town Rowing Club B Crew. That order remained unchanged at 1,500 metres, so it was Notts County Rowing Association, followed by Nottingham Boat Club C Crew, followed by City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew, followed by Globe Rowing Club, and in 5th position, Putney Town Rowing Club B Crew. The race 4 is about to cross the finish line, but on your screens you can probably see the start of race 5. Now we're back to race 4, and Notts County Rowing Association approaching the finish line. They're followed by lane 4, Nottingham Boat Club C, and then lane 2, lane 3, City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew. Now a little bit of a gap. And okay, and the remaining crews are approaching the finish line. So in lane 1 we have Globe Rowing Club, and then the way behind them is Putney Town Rowing Club B Crew. So this is Putney Town Rowing Club B Crew crossing the finish line. Your screens on YouTube is now showing the start of race 5. Race 5 is the 5th and final heat of Club Cox's Fours. And we have City of Oxford C Crew in lane 1, Twickenham Rowing Club in A Crew in lane 2, then City of Bristol Rowing Club A Crew in lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club B Crew in lane 4, and lane 5, Hereford Rowing Club. At 500 metres, it's the City of Bristol B Crew who are in the lead, followed by Marlow Rowing Club B Crew, then Hereford Rowing Club, then it's Twickenham Rowing Club A Crew, this is at 500 metres, and then finally at that point, City of Oxford Rowing Club C Crew. So you're now seeing the cruise pictures from our camera at 1,000 meters. With its zoom lens, the crews are passing 750 meters, but the camera is picking them up as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. And it's still City of Bristol B crew in the lead in this fifth of 5 heats of Club Cox's fours. Here we are, just approaching the line now, 1,000 meters. City of Bristol B crew, and they're being pursued by the Marlow Rowing Club B crew lane 4. That's 1,000 meters gone in heat 5. No, corrections, that's Hereford Rowing Club who are chasing them. So Hereford Rowing Club at second place at the 1,000-meter mark.
Stay on it, Twickenham! What am I doing?
Now the crews in heat 5 of the Club Cox's Falls are approaching the 1,500-meter mark. And as soon as we get the lane order at that point, I'll pass it on. It doesn't look as if there's been any dramatic change in this race at that point. And now you can see shots from the drone hovering close to 1,500 meters. So it's lane, from here, looking at the drone pictures like you, it looks like it's City of Bristol Rowing Club A crew, who continue to lead at 1,500 meters, followed by Hereford Rowing Club in lane 5. Okay, so lane 5, beg pardon, race 5, heat 5 of the Club Cox's Falls is approaching the finish, about 200 meters to go. And it's the crew in lane 3, City of Bristol Rowing Club A crew, who continue to lead throughout this race. And they're being chased by the Hereford Rowing Club crew in lane 5. And at this position, the City of Bristol crew at striking about 36, Hereford about 40. Now the crews are very, very close to being level. It's very close in this heat 5 of the Club Cox's Falls. From the commentary position, it appeared as if City of Bristol Rowing Club A crew might have won that, but we have to wait for the umpires to confirm that. And now approaching the finish line, lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club B crew. followed by City of Oxford Sea Crew in lane 1. So it was Twickenham Rowing Club A Crew who crossed the line before City of Oxford Sea in lane 1. That was heat 5 of 5 of the Club Coxed Fours.
So, race 6 is underway, the first of the 8 races here today. This is the first of 4 heats in the Challenge 8s. In lane 2, Cantabrigian. In lane 3, Thames Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Shiplake College. And in lane 5, City of Cambridge. Early on in this race, Thames A and Shiplake have broken away from the other pair of crews, with Thames probably leading Shiplake by about half a length. Thames continue to push out, and at the 1,000-metre point they lead by just under a length from Shiplake. Those two crews have broken clear of the other two crews in this race, Cantabrigian and City of Cambridge. So in this event, the Challenge 8s, as I say, 4 heats to come. This is the first of them. The first in each of these heats goes to the final. As they pass the 1,000-metre mark, in third place it was City of Cambridge, and Cantabrigian were fourth. But Thames Rowing Club continue to lead Shiplake. Good race developing between these two crews. I think Shiplake, if anything, could perhaps have come back at Thames in the last 200 metres as they approach the 1,500-metre point. As I say, the winner of each of these heats progresses direct to the final, and the next fastest 6 crews from these heats will go into a repechage round later this morning.
In race 6, which is heat 1 of 4 heats of the Challenge 8s, at 1,500 metres, Thames Rowing Club A Crew is still in the lead. Thames striking 35, and they are leading Shiplake College striking 36. That's at the 1,500-metre mark. And then crews behind them, lane 5, City of Cambridge Rowing Club, and lane 2, Cantabrigian Rowing Club. Now, in race 6, heat 1 of the Challenge 8s, the Thames Rowing Club A Crew are approaching the finish line. You can see on our drone coverage here. And then followed by Shiplake College. And then following Shiplake College we have City of Cambridge Rowing Club. City of Cambridge crossing the line now, and a little way behind them is Canterbury Rowing Club in lane 2. So that was race 6, heat 1 of 4 in the Challenge 8s. And I can tell you now that race 7, the second heat, has started. We're waiting information about the progress of that race. So now you're looking at race 7, and we have the race 7, and in this race, heat 2 of the Challenge 8s, we have in lane 1 Henley Rowing Club is scratched, so there's no one in lane 1. Lane 2 Westminster School Boat Club, lane 3 Radley College A, lane 4 Leander Club A, and lane 5 Thames Rowing Club C. Okay, so race 7 has now passed the 500-metre mark, and at that point it was the Leander A crew in lane 4 who are leading over Radley College A crew in lane 3, followed by Thames Rowing Club C crew in lane 5, and Westminster School in lane 2. And here you can see the pictures from the camera at the 1,000-metre mark, which has got a jolly good zoom lens on it. So you can see Leander Club at 35 in the lead in heat 7 over Radley College in lane 3. Radley also at 35. And in lane 2 we have Westminster School Boat Club. So the crews in race 7 are now passing the 1,000-metre mark, and the order is unchanged. It's Leander A crew in lane 4, followed by Radley College, and then Westminster School in lane Thames Rowing Club C in lane 5, and then Westminster School in lane 2. So now you can see the crews rowing away from 1,000 metres, and the order remains unchanged. So the Leander crew in lane 4 are leading Radley College A crew in lane 3, who in turn are in front of Westminster School in lane 2. Well, now in race 7 at Wallingford Regatta, the second heat B, second of 4 heats of Challenge 8s, At the moment, you've got race 8. You've got a view of race 8 on the stake boats. I'm sorry about that. But in a minute, you'll be able to see race 7. Here we go from our drone, hovering just above here. A splendid view of race 7, which is Heat B of the Challenge 8s. And leading are the crew in lane 4, Leander Club, A crew. And at 1,500 meters, it was Radley College A crew in lane 3 who were second behind them. But I can see from the pictures here that the Thames Rhine Club C crew seem to have closed up quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see just what's happening. And looking out of the window, which is a good idea, here's the Leander crew, certainly in control in the lead there. And it is Radley College A crew in second place, but the Thames Rhine Club C crew have drawn closer to them. Westminster School and far side. I'm not sure, I can't call it between Thames Rowing Club and Westminster School for the third place. Leander crew crossing the line now, followed by Radley College. And it's a close one. We need the umpires to decide who was in third place in that race. That was race 7, Heat B of the Challenge 8s. Okay, so I can tell you now that race 8, which is the third heat of the Challenge 8s at Wallingford Regatta, is underway, and you can see the crews for the next race after that beginning to attach themselves to the stake boats. As soon as we have a shot of race 8, we'll talk you through the circumstances in the race. Race 8, lane 1, St Paul's School, lane 2, Leander Club B crew, lane 3, King's College School, lane 4, Eton College, lane 5, Thames Rowing Club D crew. And you can now see that that's the order for race 8. And we're just waiting for the first pictures of the race, which will be from our 1,000-meter camera. And here we are. So that's race 8 as viewed from 1,000 meters, passing the 750-meter mark thanks to a zoom lens. And it's the Leander crew in lane 2 who are leading in race 8 as the race approaches the 1,000-meter mark. And then somewhere behind them we have in St Paul's School, lane 1, and King's College School in lane 3. In lane 4, Eton College behind them. Well, now the positions at the 1,000 meters, just to confirm this, the leading crew was Leander Rowing Club B crew, followed by King's College School in lane 3, then Eton College in lane 4, and Thames Rowing Club in lane 5, and then St Paul's School in lane 1. And on your screens now, you can see race 8 moving away towards the 1500-meter position. This is heat 3 of the Challenge 8s, heat 3 of 4 of the Challenge 8s at Wallingford Regatta. Now, in race 8, the crews have passed the 1500-meter mark. There's no change in the order. There's the Leander Club B crew in lane 2, who are leading, followed by King's College School in lane 3, Eton College in lane 4, Thames Rowing Club D crew in lane 5, and St Paul's School in lane 1. Leander Club making their point. They're coming in at a rate of strike of 27, followed by King's College School in lane 3, who are at 35. And the last crews in lane 8 cross the line. In race 8, we're waiting for the confirmed results for that race, which we'll bring to you as soon as we can.
You could say that.
Right, well now here at Wallingford Regatta, race 9, you can see on your screens, is disappearing to the distance there from the stake boats. And the order in race 9, challenge at the last, fourth of 4 heats of Challenge 8, lane 1, Minerva Bath Rowing Club, lane 2, Tyne Rowing Club, lane 3, City of Bristol Rowing Club, lane 4, St Edward's School, and lane 5, Thames Rowing Club B crew. At 500 metres, it was the Thames Rowing Club B crew in lane 5, who were leading ahead of St Edward's School in lane 4, who in turn were ahead of City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 3, then Tyne Rowing Club lane 2, and then Minerva Bath Rowing Club in lane 1.
It's changing itself.
Well, now in race 9, here we have on your screens the view from our 1,000-meter camera, and it's still I think actually the order here has changed because we, at 1,000 metres, is Thames Rowing Club. No, Thames Rowing Club still leading St Edward's School. So at 1,000 metres in race 9, Thames Rowing Club B Crew rather less than a length in front of St Edward's School, and then behind them we have City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 3, then Tyne Rowing Club in lane 2, and Minerva Bath Rowing Club in lane 1. Again, that's race 9 as the crews move away from the 1,000 metre mark.
Hi, Louis. Problem I've noticed with my Focus here is the shutter speed. Is the shutter speed on auto? Yeah, we don't.
Well, now here we are in race 9 from our drone footage. Race 9 approaching the 1,500 metre mark, and it's still very close there between Sir Edward's School in lane 4 and Thames Rowing Club B Crew in lane 5. The picture doesn't quite show us lane 5 at the moment. There's a very close for the lead of race 9 between Thames Rowing Club in lane 5 and St Edward's School in lane 4. In fact, the report from the commentary position lane at 1,500 metres is that Thames Rowing Club B Crew is still just about leading, but St Edward's are clearly pressing them hard. And then in third place, it's City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 3, then Tyne Rowing Club in lane 2, and then Minerva Bath Rowing Club in lane 1. So on your screen now are the crews approaching the finish in Heat 9. It's pretty close, quite close between Thames Rowing Club in lane 5 and St Edward's School in lane 4. Very close race there. And they're followed by City of Bristol in lane 3. And they are in turn in front of the crews in lane 2, Tyne Rowing Club, and it's now the crew in lane 1, Minerva Bath Rowing Club, who have overtaken the City of Bristol for the 4th place.
Race 11, Women's Challenge Doubles Girls, Heat B, Osterbrooks, lane 2, Nottingham, lane 3, Canterbridgian, lane 4,
So, race 10 is underway. This is the first of two heats in the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. In lane 1, Henley Rowing Club. In lane 2, we should have had Newark, but they've scratched. So in lane 3, Leander. Lane 4, Marlow. Lane 5, Walbrook. Lane 6, Nottingham Rowing Club B. And the UK Armed Forces, who should have been in 7, have also scratched. So just 5 doubles in this first heat of 2 of the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. So approach the 1,000-metre mark. From our camera, it looks like it's Leander with the early lead in this race. And indeed, the report from the 500-metre timing hut is indeed it was Leander leading Henley, and then Walbrook, Nottingham B, and Marlow. Leander have opened up clear water by the time they pass 750 metres, and they lead by several lengths approaching the 1,000-metre point. So as they come to the 1,000-metre mark, it's Leander now with about 6 or 7 lengths advantage over the rest of the field in this first heat of 2 of the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. Very close for second, third, fourth and fifth place. There's only about a length between the other 4 crews in this first heat. Progression from this event is that the winner of each of these 2 heats will progress directly to the final, where they will be joined by the next fastest 4 crews from the heats. So the crews currently contesting second, third, fourth and fifth are all racing for time for a place in the final. Those times will be compared against the equivalent times in the next heat, which is just getting ready on the stake boats. As I say, Leander led by a comfortable margin by about 6 or 7 lengths at 1,000 metres. But the order behind them has switched around between 500 and 1,000. And in second place were Nottingham B, third were Marlow, fourth Walbrook, and in fifth place Henley. That was at the 1,000-metre point, where again there's less than a length between second, third, fourth. The crew in lane 1, Henley Rowing Club, appear to have been dropped in that second 500 metres. Leander continued to scull very comfortably, rating just 30 and sitting 5 or 6 lengths up on the rest of the field in this first heat of 2 in the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. As they pass the 1,500-metre mark, Leander continued to lead comfortably. Nottingham B consolidated themselves into second place. Marlow in third. Walbrook fourth, and Henley 5th. Inside the last 250 metres, this zone marked by the red boys, Leander continued to scull very comfortably at 30, now leading by, well, that could even be 6, 7, 8 lengths. But a really tight race for second, third and fourth place between the crews from Nottingham, Marlow and Walbrook, who are overlapping. There's less than a length for second, third and fourth places. Remember, they're racing for times to be one of the next fastest 4 crews to join what looks like Leander, who will very comfortably make their way through to the final later this morning as Leander come to the finish line. The race really is on for second, third and fourth, and those all-important times between Nottingham B in 6, Walbrook in 5 and Marlow in 4. Looks to me as if it might be Walbrook in 5 who've just got their bows in front in the last 2 or 3 strokes, but there's absolutely nothing really between them and Nottingham B in 6. Marlow were also very close in there in that. And Henley just coming to the finish line now. And race 11 is underway. Second of the heats in the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. In lane 1, Twickenham Rowing Club. Lane 2, Oxford Brookes University. Lane 3, Nottingham A. Lane 4, Canterbridgian. Lane 5, Globe. Lane 6, Maidstone Invicta. And Peterborough City, who should have started in 7, have scratched. At 500 metres, it was Oxford Brookes with the early advantage over Nottingham A, then Canterbridgian, Globe, Twickenham and Maidstone Invicta. Passing 750, it's still Brookes leading Nottingham, but not by an awful lot. Only looks like about a length or so. Oxford Brookes with the advantage over Nottingham. Those 2 crews look to me to be pushing away from the rest of the field in this second of 2 heats in the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. In fact, it looks like Nottingham A are pushing back on Brookes, and as they come to the 1,000 metre mark, they're pretty close to level. Those are warming down. But it's these 2/8, so they're just cooling down.
I'll keep drinking my coffee.
Yeah, Twickenham!
Any moment now.
So they come past the car park and come towards the enclosure. It looks like Nottingham A in lane 3, beginning to just ease away from Oxford Brookes in 2. Those two boats have substantial clear water over the rest of the field. Nottingham A sculling at 30, Oxford Brookes at 33. Nottingham A continue just to squeeze out away from Brookes, leading by perhaps half a length, maybe it's a little more than that, approaching a length maybe even, as they come into the last 250 metres of this race, the second of 2 heats in the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. Running order behind them in 3rd place are Canterbury-Bridgian, 4th Twickenham, 5th Globe and 6th Maidstone Invicta. But it's the double from Nottingham, their A double in this event, who continue just to squeeze away now, leading by a length inside the last couple of 100 metres of this race. Maybe just getting clear water over Oxford Brookes. Winner of this heat goes straight through to the final, where they're joined by the next 4 fastest crews. Oxford Brookes might well be one of those. But Nottingham now beginning just to squeeze out. Might even be length and a half, nudging 2 lengths as they come to the line. So in the second heat of the Women's Challenge Double Sculls, the crews in 4th, 5th and 6th just coming to the line, quite some little way down. And that covers Twickenham in lane 1, who'd finished. Globe, who were finished 5th. So Twickenham were 4th, Globe 5th, and we're still waiting for Maidstone Invicta, who I think have very slightly taken the long route. And they've used all of their lane and a bit of a neighbouring one. But they are, I think it's fair to say, outclassed in this event. So that was Maidstone Invicta just crossing the line to complete the second of 2 heats in the Women's Challenge Double Sculls. Yeah, race 12 is on the course, indeed has passed the halfway mark. First of 2 heats in the junior school Coxed 4s for the Lord Glynn Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Kingston Grammar School. In lane 2, King's College School have scratched. Lane 3, St Paul's School A. Lane 4, St George's College. And lane 5, Pangbourne College. Passing the 500 metre mark And indeed, the 1,000-metre mark, the lane order was the same, which was St Paul's leading over Pangbourne, then St George's, then Kingston Grammar School. This first heat of the junior school Coxed fours, 3 crews are out in front, with St Paul's School leading with Clearwater over St George's and Pangbourne, with Kingston Grammar School having been dropped by this field. St Paul's at 31, lead by perhaps a couple of lengths now over St George's and Pangbourne. St Paul's at about 31.5, leading by just about a length. St George's trying to push quite hard in lane 4, trying to close that gap, or if they can't fully close the gap, to set the best time they can, because the winner of this heat goes to the final, where they will be joined by the next fastest 4 crews from the heats. But as they come to the line, it's St Paul's, followed by St George's, just about a length down, and then a bit of Clearwater to Pangbourne in 3rd place. And then a gap of 6 or 7 lengths to Kingston Grammar School, who will finish 4th. Race 13 has just started, the second of 2 heats in the junior school Coxed fours. 4 boats in this race. In lane 2, Kew House School. Lane 3, St Paul's School B crew. Lane 4, Reading Bluecoat School. And in lane 5, the 1863 Club. So the second heat of the junior school Coxed fours, race 13, as they passed the 500-metre point, it was St Paul's School B with the lead over Reading Bluecoat, followed by the 1863 Club and then Kew House School. But there wasn't an awful lot between them at that point. Approaching 1,000-metre point, though, St Paul's School have opened up a lead, and Clearwater of a couple of lengths, maybe even a bit more than that, actually, about 3 lengths, with St Paul's just pushing their way off the front of this field, taking command in this race. Just as they're coming to the 1,000-metre point, St Paul's School have opened up an advantage of about 3 lengths in this second heat of 2 in the junior school Coxed fours for the Lord Glynn Challenge Cup. It looks to me as if the 1863 club have now just pulled through and overtaken Reading Bluecoat School by perhaps half a length, with Kew House School in lane 1 in 4th place. Apologies, they're in lane 2 in 4th place. As they pass the 1,000-metre point, St Paul's School B, rating 31, continue to lead comfortably from the 1863 club, then Reading Bluecoat School, and then Kew House School. Approaching the 1,500-metre mark, it looks like St Paul's have this race well in hand. Have reduced their rate of striking to 29 and continue to lead by several lengths from the 1863 club and then Reading Bluecoat School and then Kew House School. I think we have asked the question here about the 1863 club. My understanding is they're the alumni of Bristol University, which does beg the question how they have entered a junior school event, but there we are. Their entry was accepted and they're in. And doing quite well. Second place in this event, beginning to pull away from Reading Bluecoat School in 3rd place, advantage with a little bit of clear water. But it remains St Paul's School B crew with a very substantial advantage in this second of 2 heats in the junior school Coxed fours. Inside the last 250, St Paul's just have squeezed the rating up a little bit now at 32, just to finish in style, leading by, oh, I don't know, 5 or 6 lengths now over the 1863 club, who have about 2-length advantage over Reading Bluecoat School, who have about 3 lengths over Kew House School. 5 strokes to go for St Paul's as they come to the line. Winner of this event, this heat, progresses to the final, as do the next 4 fastest crews. So that's St Paul's safely home with about a 5-length advantage over the 1863 club, who have a couple of strokes to go to the line. They in turn have nearly 3 lengths over Reading Bluecoat School in 3rd. So that's Reading Bluecoat School safely home, to be followed in 4th place by Kew House School. So, race 14 has just started. This is the first of two heats in the Women's Club 8s for the Charter Challenge Bowl. In this race, in lane 1, Vesta, lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club B, lane 3, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, in lane 4, Cantabrigian, and in lane 5, Kingston Rowing Club. Reading, who should have been in 6, have scratched. Early on in this race, it looks like the crews in lanes 4, Cantabrigian, and 3, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, who've got their noses in front. They have just passed the 500-metre point, and we will get a formal report from them in a moment or two in this first heat of 2 in the Women's Club 8s. So approach the 1,000-metre mark, Cantabrigian at 35. Lead Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, who are at 36 and trying to push quite hard by about half a length. Something of that sort, maybe a smidge more, 3/4 of a length. So that's Cantabrigian leading Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Those two crews are now clear by a couple of lengths from the rest of the field. So at the 1,000-metre mark, Cantabrigian now lead with a couple of foot of clear water, so just a length over Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Looks like Vesta have moved up into 3rd place. Cantabrigian at 34.5. Looking quite relaxed, actually. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha at 36. Trying to chase them hard, but not really making an impression on that one-length lead that Cantabrigian have as they approach the 1,500-metre point. Cantabrigian in 4 reduced the rate of striking a little further, now at 34. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha continue at 36, trying to make an impression, but not doing so. So this is the first of 2 heats of the women's club 8s for the Charter Challenge Bowl. Inside the last 250 metres, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha continue to try and push, but it does look like Cantabrigian just holding on to about 2/3, 3/4 of a length advantage. Cantabrigian at 34, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha at 37, trying to sprint in and close that gap. It's about 3/4 of a length as they come to the line. Cantabrigian leading from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha in this first of 2 heats in the women's club 8s. Those 2 crews quite a long way clear of the remaining crews. Remember, the next fastest, the winners go through to the final along with the next 4 fastest crews. So time is in play here for these crews. Kingston Rowing Club in lane 5, trying to chase Vesta in 1. I think Vesta will have the 3rd place in this race, although not by much, about half a length Vesta over Kingston Rowing Club as they come to the line. Maybe that was just a canvas actually. With Marlow Rowing Club B in 5th place, just coming to the finish line now. Race 15 is now underway. This is the second of the 2 heats in the women's club 8s for the Charter Challenge Bowl. In lane 1, Norwich Rowing Club. Lane 2, City of Cambridge. Lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Thames Rowing Club. Lane 5, Twickenham Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Putney Town Rowing Club. As they pass the 500-metre mark, it was Marlow Rowing Club A leading from Thames Rowing Club in 2nd place, with City of Cambridge 3rd, Twickenham 4th, Putney Town 5th and Norwich 6th, although not a lot between the crews early on in this race. As it passed the 1,000-metre mark, looked to me like Marlow in 3, leading Thames in 4, but not by much in this second of 2 heats of the Women Club 8s. Looking from the finish tower back down the course, looks to me like Thames Rowing Club perhaps have just got their noses in front over Marlow. Thames at 31, Marlow at 33. And these are women's club 8s. Those two boats beginning to pull away from the other 4 in this heat. Still very little between Thames and Marlow in the middle of the course. Thames perhaps just with the advantage, but not by much. Both these crews very much in this race. Winner progresses to the final along with the next 4 fastest crews from the heat we saw a few minutes ago and this one. Quite a tight race here. If you remember the previous race, there was quite a big gap between the first 2 and the rest of the field, if I remember rightly. Here, perhaps chasing crews, particularly in crew in lane 2, City of Cambridge a little bit closer. But very, very little between Marlow in 3 and Thames Rowing Club in 4. Marlow now at 36, Thames at 32.5, and it does look to me like Marlow are the crew moving slightly quicker, coming up past Thames, or at least level with them, and I think probably to row through that higher rating, that little sprint in this final 200 metres, doing the trick for Marlow. Marlow in 3, now leading by about half a length over Thames Rowing Club in 4. Last 2 or 3 strokes as they come to the line. It does look like Marlow in 3 with about a third of a length in the end over Thames. There's then about another 1 length to City of Cambridge, being followed home by Norwich in lane 1. And then really tight between Twickenham and Putney Town for 5th and 6th. Putney Town just perhaps with the advantage as they cross the line. Is this L key not working? Race 16 is underway and indeed already halfway up the course. The first of 2 heats in the Women's Challenge Coxed 4s for the Launcher Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Nottingham. In lane 2, Lee Rowing Club. Lane 3, Thames Rowing Club C. Lane 4 is Leander. And lane 5, Vesta Rowing Club B. Again, the crews in the middle of the course are the ones with the early advantage here, with a good race developing between Thames Rowing Club and Leander. Thames in lane 3, Leander in lane 4. So Thames Rowing Club C crew just beginning to eke out an advantage. It's probably not more than a length at this point over Leander in 4. Those two crews pulling away now from Vesta B, who are in lane 5, who have a fairly clear advantage over Lee, who are running 4th, and Nottingham 5th in this first of 2 heats of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours. Thames C and Leander in the middle of the course having a real battle here as they approach the 1750 metre mark. Leander have raised their rate of striking to 36 as they begin the sprint into the finish line. Thames still at 34, and Leander seem to have come through Thames now, leading by a few feet. A really good race, this one. Thames having led most of the way. It does look to me like it's Leander beginning just to pull out to 1/3 of a length advantage with about 10 strokes to go to the line. Leander now maybe half a length over Thames Rowing Club in this first heat of 2 of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours. Winner to final, and the next 4 fastest crews to join them. I'm sure Thames look to be one of those. So Leander crossed the line about 3/4 of a length up on Thames. Those 2 crews 4 or 5 lengths clear of Vesta in lane 5, coming to the line now. That's Vesta's B crew in this event. And Vesta 6 or 7 lengths up on Lee, who are then being followed home by Nottingham. So it looks like Lee will finish 4th in this heat and Nottingham 5th. Race 17 is underway, the second of the 2 heats in the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours. In lane 2, Worcester Rowing Club. Lane 3, Thames Rowing Club's A crew. In lane 4, Vesta Rowing Club's A crew. And in lane 5, Thames Rowing Club B crew. As they pass the 1,000-metre point, it's Thames Rowing Club's B crew in lane 5 leading. They have led from the beginning. But at 1,000 metres, second place was with Thames Rowing Club A, third were Worcester, and in 4th place, Vesta. Looking down the course, these crews are beginning to spread out, and certainly Thames Rowing Club B probably with a lengths advantage over their club mates, Thames Rowing Club A. And those 2 Thames Rowing Club crews have opened up clear water on the other pair of crews in this field, Worcester and Vesta A. Thames A at 35 in lane 3, Thames B at 36 in lane 5. Those 2 crews having a really good battle in this second heat of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours. Thames Rowing Club A in lane 3, now beginning to pull away, I think, from their club mates, Thames Rowing Club's B crew in lane 5. Those two crews clear of the other pair with several lengths of clear water. Thames Rowing Club's A crew at 36, their B crew at 39, trying to sprint in, but I don't think they're making an impression on the A crew with about a length and a half advantage over their club mates in lane 5. So just coming to the line, Thames Rowing Club A by about a length, no, less than a length, 3/4 of a length from Thames Rowing Club B in this second heat of 2 in the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours. Coming in several lengths further back is Worcester, just crossing the finish line now. And then a further gap of several lengths to Vesta Rowing Club A, who have about 3 more strokes to the finish. Race 18 has just started, the first of 3 heats in the women's junior under 15/8s. This is the youngest age category we have here at the regatta this year. In lane 1, Bedford Girls' School. In lane 2, Putney High School A. In lane 3, Lady Eleanor Hollis School A. Lane 4 is Henley Rowing Club, and lane 5, Surbiton High School C. Surbiton High School had another entry in this event, in this heat D, but they've scratched. So 5 crews. And when I look down the course through my binoculars, I can only see 4 crews. Those of you watching on YouTube will probably be ahead of me on this. It does look like the crew in lane 1, Bedford's Girls' School, did not start. In fact, looking down the course, I can only see 4 crews, and it does look to me like both Surbiton High School crews have scratched. Approaching the 1,000-metre point, it does look to me like it's Lady Eleanor Hollis School's A crew with the early advantage over Henley. 2 very good women's junior programs at LEH and at Henley, of course, being very strong in junior women's events for quite some time. As they approach the 1,000-metre mark, there's almost nothing now between LEH A in lane 3 and Henley in 4. Indeed, might just be Henley with their bows in front as they come to the 1,000-metre mark. So those 2 crews, Henley and then LEH, with Clearwater, probably a length of Clearwater over Putney High School A, who are in lane 2, who again have a bit of Clearwater over... good question. Maybe it's Bedford Girls' School who scratched, and it's Surbiton who are. See, I'm not sure whether crews have started in their wrong lanes, but it does look like it's Bedford Girls' School who scratched, and therefore we have Putney High School, Lady Eleanor Hollis, Henley and Surbiton in this race. But it's definitely Henley and LEH who are the front runners, now by a couple of lengths of Clearwater. Just formal confirmation as they passed the 1,000-metre mark. It was Henley who had the advantage over LEH, followed by Putney High School and then Surbiton High School C. Henley at 36, LEH at just 33, and Henley with that higher rating just beginning to pull away with about a length's advantage now over LEH. This is the first of 3 heats in this women's junior under 15 eights for the Chris Bomford Challenge Cup. Winner of each of the 3 heats progresses directly to the final, where they will be joined by the next fastest 3 crews from the heats. Henley at 36, LEH at 35. Henley continue to have the advantage as they approach the 1750 metre mark. Inside the last 250 metres, Henley Rowing Club with just about a 1-length advantage over Lady Eleanor Holly's school.
Many thanks. Tower out.
So that first heat of 3 of the women's junior under 15 eights, finishing order was Henley, LEH, Putney High School A, Surbiton High School C.
The outcome is first to final and next fastest 3 from across the heats to the final. St Paul's, Sir William Perkins, Headington, Surbiton High, Latimer.
So
Attention.
race 19 just started. I was just about to say they're on the stake boats getting ready just as they took their first stroke. So this is race 19 just getting underway. The second of 3 heats of the women's junior under 15 eights for the Chris Bomford Challenge Cup. In lane 1, St Paul's Girls' School. In lane 2, Sir William Perkins School, B Crew. Lane 3, Headington School. Lane 4, Surbiton High School B, and in Lane 5, Latimer Upper School. So I think we can see on our coverage that the umpire has stopped the race. It must have been a false start, I'm assuming, until we hear anything different. And I think we can see crews backing down, heading back towards the stake boats. So as soon as we know whether we've had a false start and who's at fault, we'll let you know, assuming we get that information.
Headington School, false start, official warning, please acknowledge. Thank you.
So race 19's just back on the stake boats, just getting themselves straight and ready again. This is the second of 3 heats of the women's junior under 15 eights. In lane 1, and those of you watching on YouTube, lane 1 unfortunately is just out of the shot on the left. Lane 1, St Paul's Girls' School. Lane 2, Sir William Perkins School B. In lane 3, Headington School. Lane 4, Surbiton High School B. And lane 5, Latimer Upper School. It looks like they're back under starters' orders. Crews are forward, blade to square and in the water.
Attention.
Looks like Latimer Upper not quite ready. Oh, we do go. I thought Latimer Upper looked to me as if they were pointing slightly off the straight line down the middle of the course. So this is race 19 underway, the second of 3 heats, the women's junior under 15 eights. So a reminder, race 19 underway. Second of 3 heats in the women's junior under 15-8. St Paul's Girls' School in lane 1. Sir William Perkins School in B Crew in 2. Headington School in lane 3. Surbiton High School B Crew in 4. And Latimer Upper School in 5. Passing the 500-metre point in this second of 3 heats of the women's junior under 15-8s. It's Headington School in the centre of the course, leading from Latimer Upper School in lane 5, and then Surbiton High School B, and then St Paul's Girls' School, and finally Sir William Perkins School B. Passing 750 metres, Headington School in their familiar cornflower blue kit now lead by at least 2 lengths, maybe it's even nudging 3 lengths as they come towards the 1,000-metre point. So 1,000 metres, Headington School leading by at least 2 lengths over Latimer Upper School, who have about a canvas over Surbiton High School B in 3rd place. And just coming now to the 1,000-metre mark is St Paul's Girls' School in lane 1, who have about a length over Sir William Perkins School B in lane 2, but those 2 crews have been dropped by the leading 3, with Headington School in lane 3 comfortably out in front. Headington School's rowing very comfortably at 35. Surbiton High School and Latimer Upper both at 36, desperately trying to close the gap. But Headington School do appear to be pulling away. Headington School continue to reduce the rate of striking, now at 31 strokes per minute, and leading now, I would say, very comfortably as they come past the 1,500-metre point. Having mentioned both Henley and LEH in the previous race, I want to also point out Headington School very strong in women's junior rowing and have been for a good number of years now. So perhaps no surprise to see Headington School rowing very neatly, very well together, and leading this field by now probably 4 lengths. Coming past 1750, Headington School continue to lead by several lengths. Headington at 32. Seem to have got this in hand. They're looking very comfortable. A reminder that this is the youngest age group, under 15, taking part in the regatta this year. And will, of course, have only been in sculling boats until the start of this academic year in September. So sculling only at J14 level. So this is possibly their very first regatta in sweep door rowing. And Headington School coming to the line, several lengths clear of the rest of the field. Latimer Upper School with just under a length's advantage in second place over Surbiton High School B. Maybe Latimer Upper just holding a 1 length advantage as they cross the line. Yep, I would say that's 1 length from Surbiton High School B in third place. And there's then quite a big gap back to St Paul's Girls' School and Sir William Perkins School B. Those two crews with about 10 strokes to go to the finish line in this second of 3 heats of the Women's Junior Under 15/8s, a race that was delayed because of a false start. So that's St Paul's Girls' School home, followed in 5th place by Sir William Perkins. Race 20 is underway, the third of the 3 heats in the Women's Junior Under 15/8s for the Chris Bomford Challenge Cup. Kingston Grammar School should have been in lane 1, but they've scratched, so we only have 4 crews in this. Putney High School B in lane 2, Surbiton High School A in lane 3, Sir William Perkins School A in lane 4, and Lady Eleanor Hollis School's B crew in lane 5. Surbiton High School A in lane 3 took the early advantage at 500 metres, which they've maintained through to the 1,000 metre point. Surbiton High School A lead Sir William Perkins School A by about half a length as they pass the 1,000 metre point. Those two crews again have opened up a gap on the other pair in this race, Putney High School in lane 2 and LEH's B crew in 5. Surbiton High School A and Sir William Perkins School A both at 34. Surbiton High School just looked to me to have slightly neater blade work, just slightly better together, but there's very little difference in the boat speed between these two crews. Very tight race this for the place in the final of the women's junior under 15-8s. This is the third of 3 heats. Winner progresses to the final, where they will be joined by the next fastest 3 crews from these heats. Approaching the 1750 metre point in this race, Surbiton High School A and Sir William Perkins School A having a real ding-dong of a battle in the middle of the course, several lengths up on the other pair of crews in this race. Very, very little between them. At the 1500 metre mark, it was Surbiton High School who just had the advantage over Perkins, but I don't think there's very much between these two crews as they come into the last 15 strokes of this race. Both crews at 34, and I don't think there's more than a canvas between them. And I think Sir William Perkins A possibly have come up almost level with Surbiton, but Surbiton have just put in another little push and maybe opened up a canvas advantage. So Surbiton High School A over Sir William Perkins, but I don't think there's much in this. This will go to a photograph. Oh, what a finish there from Sir William Perkins School A crew. Those last 5 strokes probably made a bit of a difference there. That definitely will go to the photo finish. But those two crews, some 5 or 6 lengths clear of Putney High School B in lane 2. We have about a 1 length advantage in 3rd place over LEH's B crew, who are over in lane 5. White flag there from the race umpire, signalling he's happy with the conduct of the race, and to hand over control of the race to the judges, who I think need to look at the replay of the finish. So this is race 21 on the course now, the first of 2 heats in the women's junior under 18 single sculls. 5 scullers started this race. In lane 1, R. Cotton of Westminster School. In lane 2, M. Perry Smith of Putney High School. Lane 3, H. Rurchger of the South African Schools Rowing Union. In lane 4, A Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School. And in lane 5, D Pickover of Peterborough City. Quite a tight race in the lead up front in this event at 500 metres. It was Pickover of Peterborough leading from Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat, and then Rutger of the South African schools. But that order had switched around by the 1,000-metre point, where it was Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School that was leading from Rutger of South African schools and Pickover of Peterborough City. As I understand it, the South African Schools Rowing Union is a under-16 development squad. Individuals who've won their events at the South African Schools Championships and other individuals who've been invited based on ergometer scores. And this is a development squad aimed at the World Junior Championships in the next year or two, depending whether they get selected as under-17s or under-18s for that World Junior Under-18 event. So very good to see them. They've been here and supported Wallingford Regatta for a number of years now, 4 or 5 or 6 perhaps, that sort of number, and very pleased to see them here. And those of you at home in South Africa watching on YouTube, we're very pleased to have you with us as well. At 1,500 metres, Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School continues to lead from Rutger of the South African Schools Rowing Union, but not by an awful lot, with Pickover of Peterborough City in third. Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School with a bit of clear water over Rutger of the South African Schools. Carpenter just at 29 strokes per minute. We would expect obviously these singles to be lower rating than some of the other events we see. Sculling at 29 strokes per minute with maybe now a 2-length advantage over Rutger. No, my apologies, they've switched around. It's Rutger of South African Schools in lane 3 who's leading by 2 or 3 lengths. I think we may have got some misinformation from the 1,500 metre hut. With Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School in second place. But it's Rutger who's at 29 crossing the finish line now to qualify for the final later this morning. Followed home by Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School. Pickover of Peterborough City finishing third. A couple of lengths up on Cotton of Westminster School, with Perry Smith of Putney High School coming in 5th. So assuming the information we got from 1,500 metres was right, I have to credit Rutger of the South African Schools Rowing Union with a blistering final 500 metres to take that by a couple of lengths from the rest of the field. That was the first of 2 heats in the women's junior under-18 single sculls, and the second of those heats is well underway and approaching us rapidly. So this second heat of the women's junior under-18 single sculls, in lane 1, Z Fern of Reading Bluecoat School. In lane 2, H Creasy of Exeter Rowing Club. In lane 3, D Price Hughes of the South African Schools Rowing Union. In lane 4, E Seckinger of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Lane 5, E Darrington, Peterborough City. We were expecting our Wood of Kew House School in lane 6, but she's failed to turn up at the start. And so we have 5 scullers in this race. At the halfway point, it was Seckinger of Wycliffe with the lead over Darrington of Peterborough. And looking from the finish down the course, I think we can see that Seckinger of Wycliffe now has a very comfortable lead, several lengths over the rest of the field. Seckinger rating 30. Just doing what she needs to do to win this heat and to progress direct to the final, where she and the winner of the previous heat will be joined by the next 4 fastest crews. So these 2 scullers in 2nd and 3rd place, Darrington of Peterborough and Price Hughes of the South African Schools Rowing Union, very much still in contention here for a place in the final. They need to be pushing for the best times that they can achieve. It does look as if Seckinger of Wycliffe is comfortably going to take this with about 10 strokes to go. And I think it's Darrington of Peterborough with the advantage in 2nd place over Price Hughes of the South African Schools. But Seckinger just coming to the finish line, some 3 or 4 lengths, let's call it 4 lengths clear of Darrington of Peterborough. And just crossing the line now in 2nd place. And then Price Hughes from South Africa in 3rd. Creasy of Exeter and Fern of Reading Bluecoat School now approaching the finish line, but several lengths down on 3rd place, with Creasy of Exeter just crossing now, and following will be Fern of Reading Bluecoat School.
Start club, late to the start.
Races coming down the course thick and fast as we try and catch up a little bit of time caused by that false start 3 or 4 races ago, which has put us a few minutes behind. So we're now on to the Club Coxed Fours. This is the first of 3 heats for the Lamb Arcade Cup. This event kindly sponsored by TH Squared. 5 crews have started. Lane 1, Hampton School. Lane 2, City of Cambridge. Lane 3, Marlow. Lane 4, Shrewsbury School B. And in Lane 5, the UK Armed Forces. At 500 metres and at 1,000 metres, it was Marlow in Lane 3 leading from the UK Armed Forces, with Royal Shrewsbury School in 3rd place, Hampton in 4th, and City of Cambridge in 5th. Marlow at 31. UK Armed Forces at 34. It's Marlow inside the last 250 metres with, I think, now clear water over the Armed Forces crew in Lane 5. Marlow with, well, maybe a 2-length advantage coming to the line over the UK Armed Forces. Shrewsbury in 3rd place, and then the other 2 crews strung out behind. But Marlow come to the line 2 lengths up on the Armed Forces crew, followed home by Royal Shrewsbury School's B crew. This was race 23, the first of 3 heats in the Club Coxed Fours.
Right now, in race 24, which is the Heat B, the second heat of 3 heats in the Club Coxed Fours, and we join the race at 1,000 metres. The order, the lane order: lane 1, Star Boat Club; lane 2, Kingston Rowing Club; lane 3, Vesta Rowing Club A; lane 4, City of Oxford Rowing Club A; Putney Town; lane 5, Putney Town Rowing Club; and lane 6, City of Oxford have scratched. And passing 1,000 metres, it's now far side there. Looking at the picture here, is that lane 1? Are now in the lead. All right, no, see, right, okay. At 500 metres in this race, it was Vesta Rowing Club Acre in lane 3, followed by City of Oxford Rowing Club lane 4, and then Kingston Rowing Club lane 2, Putney Town Rowing Club lane 5, and Star Boat Club in lane 1. That was the position of 500 metres. And as you can see from our camera at the finish here, looking across the lake, in fact that order has not changed. So at 1,000 metres it was Vesta Rowing Club A Crew, then City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew, then Kingston Rowing Club lane 2, Putney Town Rowing Club lane 5, and Star Boat Club lane 1. And the Vesta Rowing Club crew in lane 3 appears to have a lead of, from this angle, it could be about a length, maybe a bit more than a length over lanes 4 and 2, City of Oxford Rowing Club A and Kingston Rowing Club. And that position is not much changed. They're passing 50 meters. And it continues to be Vesta Rowing Club in lane 3. And approaching the finish, it's Vesta Rowing Club in lane 3. And they're being pursued by City of Oxford in lane 4. So there is City of Oxford now overlapping Vesta Rowing Club. And behind City of Oxford, it's Kingston Rowing Club in lane 2. There's quite a good race here now between City of Oxford and Vesta Rowing Club. City of Oxford have gone through. So it looks as it, well, we'll see. At the moment, City of Oxford are in the lead, but it's very close. I wouldn't like to call this at the moment. Very close to each other. City of Oxford by a half a canvas or something as they approach the finish line. And it looks like City of Oxford are going to get this. Yep, followed by Vesta. It will be confirmed by the umpires. And then that's Kingston Rowing Club in lane 2. And now, approaching the line, we've got Putney Town Rowing Club lane 5 and Star Boat Club in lane 1. Right, now, after race 24, at the moment we can see that Marlow Rowing Club have qualified and progressing to the final, and we're still waiting for the rest of the results to become clarified, become clear. Meanwhile, race 25 is on the course. This is Heat C of 3 heats, the third of 3 heats for the Club Coxed Lamb Arcade Cup. And at 500 metres, sorry, in lane 1 we have Wallingford Rowing Club, in lane 2 Winchester College, lane 3 Shrewsbury School A Crew, in lane 4 Vesta Rowing Club B Crew, in lane 5 Bideford Amateur Rowing Club. And at 500 metres and at 1,000 metres, it was Shrewsbury School A Crew leading in lane 3, followed by Vesta Rowing Club B Crew in lane 4, and then Bideford Amateur Rowing Club lane 5, then Winchester College in lane 2, and Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 1. That was the position of both 500 and 1,000 metres in this race 25. Race 25 is approaching the finish line. This is Heat C, the third of 3 heats of Club Coxed Fours. And the leading crew is from Shrewsbury School, lane 3. And they're followed by, there's quite a close race for second place here between Vesta Rowing Club B Crew in lane 4 and Bideford Amateur Rowing Club in lane 5. It looks like Bideford are going to get it. Followed by Vesta Rowing Club B Crew in lane 4. Then we also have, a little way behind here, we have the Winchester College crew in lane 2. I'm bringing up the rear, a little way back, is Wallingford Rowing Club, the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club. And they've been slightly outclassed in this by the other crews. So Wallingford Rowing Club approaching the finish line now. Right, well, that was race 25. Well, now race 26 is on the course. This is the first of 2 heats of the quadruple sculls, the Wallingford Schools quadruple sculls event. In lane 1 we have Warrington Rowing Club, lane 2 Tideway Scullers School, lane 3 Lee Rowing Club, lane 4 Shrewsbury School, lane 5 Kingston Grammar School A Crew, and lane 6 Exeter Rowing Club. The crews have now passed in this race, have now passed the 500 metre post, and on your screens you can see the view as they approach the 1,000 metre position in race 26, with with Tideway Scullers in lane 2 in the lead. Couple of lengths, passing 1,000 metres, followed by Kingston Grammar School A Crew, lane 5. Awaiting confirmation of the other positions at 1,000 metres. There's a little bit of breeze now blowing up. There's still very good conditions, but it's probably going to make the times a bit faster now because it's cross-following. A little bit less wind resistance. And on your screens, you can see prominent on the view there is the Shrewsbury School crew, little way behind the other crews in this race 26. Race 26 moving away for 1,000 metres, and at 1,000 metres the order in the race was unchanged. It was still Tideway Scullers leading in lane 2, then Kingston Grammar School A in lane 5, Lee Rowing Club in lane 3, Shrewsbury School in lane 4, Warrington Rowing Club in lane 1, and Exeter Rowing Club in lane 6. Now, from this race, the winning crew will progress to the final, and then from the next fastest 4 from all the heats will also qualify for the final. But of course, we won't know that yet until all the heats are finished, including this one. So looking at your view of the crews, lane 5 are challenging lane 2. It's going to be quite a close race there, and also lane 3. So it's and at the 1500 metre position, it's still Tideway Scullers leading, followed closely by Lee Rowing Club, and then Kingston Grammar School A Crew in lane 5. So it's quite a close race for this qualifying position. So at the moment, it looks like it's Tideway Scullers who are going to get across the line first, followed by Lee Rowing Club, followed by Kingston Grammar School. Then Shrewsbury School in lane 3, 4. Warrington Rowing Club in lane 1. And that was at race 26. Bringing up the rear is an Exeter Rowing Club crew. That's not quite in your picture yet. Here they are. You see them on the drone footage there. Waiting for them to appear on the tower camera. Here they are, Exeter Rowing Club. Right, it's Exeter Rowing Club. That completes the all the competitors in race 26. Right, now race 27 is underway. It's around about just gone past the 500-metre mark. And in this race, lane 1 is Clare's Court School, lane 2 Wycliffe Sculling Centre, lane 3 Godolphin Latimer School, lane 4 Kingston Grammar School B Crew, lane 5 South African Schools Rowing Union, lane 6 Kingston Rowing Club.
Here we go, Glasgow!
The crew, the race 27 is just past the 1,000-metre mark. In race 27 at 500 metres, it was the Wycliffe Sculling Centre crew in lane 2 who were leading, followed by Clare's Court School in lane 1, and then Kingston Rowing Club lane 6, Kingston Grammar School B crew in lane 4, South African Schools Rowing Union lane 5, and in 5th place we've got Yes, right. So an update now from 1,000 metres. Had a slightly erroneous bit of data there. At 1,000 metres, it was Wycliffe Sculling Centre in the lead, followed by Clare's Court School in lane 1, then Kingston Rowing Club lane 6, Kingston Grammar School B in lane 4, South African Schools Rowing Union lane 5, and Godolphin Latimer School in lane 3. The winning crew will progress to the final, and then when all the results are compiled, the fastest 4 will also progress to the final. A little bit of following breeze, which will speed up the cruise. Here we have a closer view of the crew in lane 2, Wycliffe Sculling Centre. Wycliffe Sculling Centre there in the middle of your picture, striking 35 at the moment, past the 1750-metre mark. Wycliffe look to be fairly comfortable in their lead here, a couple of lengths. Clare's Court behind them there in the picture, also at a frequency of 35. And those two crews are ahead of the rest of the field. Right, so it's Wycliffe Sculling Centre and Clare's Court School. Approaching the finish now. Right, that's Wycliffe Sculling Centre, Clare's Court School. Now approaching is Kingston Grammar School in lane, no, correction, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 6. And behind them are Kingston Grammar School B crew in lane 4.
Thank you, 1500, that's good.
And they are in turn followed by the crew in lane 5, South African Schools Rowing Union, and bringing up the rear some way behind lane 5 is the crew in lane 3, which is Godolphin and Latimer School. There's Godolphin and Latimer in lane 3, completing the field in race 27. Now we move to race 28. Now, in race 28, first of two heats for the Women's Junior School 8s. In other words, the Women's School 8s for the John Wilder Challenge Cup. The first crew across the line will progress to the final, and then from the other results, the fastest four crews also will progress to the final. At 500 metres in race 28, it was Hingsey Sculling School first of all. Then behind them, the Henley Rowing Club A crew, St Edward's School in lane 4, Lady Eleanor Hollis School lane 5, and Headington School B crew in lane 6. So the crews in race 28 just passing the 1,000-metre mark. And from our commentary position here in the tower, it looks as if the crew in lane 1, Hingsey Sculling School, maintain their lead. But we wait further information from the 1,000-metre position. Right, now in race 28, which is the first heat of the Women's Junior School 8s, at 1,000 metres, it was the Hingsey Sculling School crew in lane 1 who were in the lead, but I have to say, from our commentary position, they look to me as if they're being challenged by Henley Rowing Club in lane 3. And then after that, third place, it was lane 4, St Edward's School, lane 5, Lady Eleanor Hollis School, and then finally heading to the School Rowing Club B crew. So race 28 is approaching the line, and it does indeed now appear that the crew in lane 3, Henley Rowing Club A crew, have taken the lead over Hingsey Sculling School. No, don't worry. And behind them is Headington School B crew in lane 4. And some way behind them are Lady Eleanor Hollis School in lane 5 and Headington School B crew in lane 6. Right, so race 29, which is the second heat of the Women's Junior School 8s for the John Wilder Challenge Cup, is now in progress. And at the 500 metres, it was the Headington School A crew in lane 3 who are in the lead, followed by Surbiton High School in lane 4, Henley Rowing Club B crew in lane 2, St Paul's Girls' School in lane 5, St George's College in lane 6, and then Bedford Girls' School in lane 1. That was the situation at 500 metres. The race is now past the 1,000-metre mark, and it looks here as if Headington are maintaining their lead. Again, it's race 29. Headington is maintaining their lead, but the crew in lane 4, which is Surbiton High School, are pressing them, and also the crew in lane 2, which is Henley Rowing Club B crew. So good race in progress here. Passing the 1,000 metres, it's Headington School B crew in the lead.
Go on, Georges!
Correction, I should have said Headington School A crew were in the lead at 1,000 metres, followed by Surbiton High School, and then Henley Rowing Club B crew, then St Paul's Girls' School lane 5, St George's College in lane 6, and Bedford Girls' School lane 1. In race 29, the position at 1,000 metres was that the Headington School A crew in lane 3 maintained their lead over Surbiton High School in lane 4, then Henley Rowing Club B crew in lane 2. Now, St George's College have moved up into 4th place in lane 6, now followed by St Paul's Girls' School in lane 5 and Bedford Girls' School in lane 1. Headington striking 31. But it's quite a good race between Headington in lane 3 and Surbiton High School in lane 4. And not far behind are the crew in lane 2, Henley Rowing Club B crew. So it's a good race developing here in progress. Passing 1,750 metres, Headington School are maintaining a lead of about 3/4 of length over Surbiton, who are at 34. Now, Headington now applying the pressure, keeping themselves ahead of Headington at 32. Headington and Surbiton having a good duel here for that crucial qualifying position. Now crossing the line is St Paul's, Henley Rowing Club B crew in lane 2. Then it's St Paul's Girls' School in lane 5. and St George's College in lane 6. And bring up the rear in lane 1, Bedford Girls' School. We're crossing the line now. Yeah. Complete race 29. And we move now to race 30, which is the first heat of 2 in the Junior Schools Double Sculls event for the Gov Curtis Cup. And you can see the crews, the lane order on your screen. And at 500 metres, it was the crew in lane 2, the King's School Ely, who are in the lead, followed by the Newark Rowing Club B crew, then King's School Ely, then Hereford Cathedral School A crew, King's School Chester A crew in lane 4, Hingsey Sculling School B in lane 1, and South African Schools Rowing Union in lane 6. And if you are looking at your programs, the original entry in lane 7, Hingsey Sculling School B crew, have withdrawn. Right, so passing 1,000 metres. The race is now passing 1,000 metres, and it looks as if the order is unchanged. It looks as if lane 2, King's School E are maintaining their lead. We're just waiting for confirmation of that from 1,000 metres. And in race 30 at 1,000 metres, in fact, King's School Ely in lane 2 continue to maintain their lead. But now behind them, it was Hereford Cathedral School, who A crew, who have moved into second place, followed by Newark Rowing Club B in lane 5 in third place, then Globe Rowing Club in lane 1, King's School Chester A crew in lane 4, and South African Schools Rowing Union in lane 6. The first crew will progress directly to the final, and then again, from all results of the heats, the fastest 4 qualifiers will join the winning crew in the final, and also, of course, the winning crew from the other heat. So in race 30, which is just past the 1,500 metre mark, the King's School Ely crew are striking 32.
And the other crew's 33, and they've taken over, so 3 down here.
And in race 30, lane 3, that is Hereford Cathedral School A crew, at a rate of striking 31, have now taken the lead. So it looks as if, at the moment, Hereford Cathedral School A crew are going to progress to the final. And behind them, it's now It's King's School Ely. Yes, so it's Hereford Cathedral School A crew in leading position in race 30, followed by King's School Ely. So that's Hereford Cathedral School. And now we have King's School Ely, lane 2. And now in lane 5, South African School, New Rain Club B crew, lane 5. And then that was Globe Rowing Club and King's Colchester A crew. Bring up the rear, we have lane 6, the South African Schools Rowing Unions. That completes race 30. Race 31 is now in progress. This is heat 2 of the junior school double sculls, the school's double sculls event for the Gov Curtis Cup. And you have the crews in front of you on the screen. And passing 500 meters. We're awaiting the first report from our colleagues at 500 meters. At the moment, it looks here in this view, which is from a 1,000-meter position with a zoom lens, certainly of those 3 crews, it looks as if lane 3, Molesey Boat Club are ahead, but we're waiting to know about lanes 4, 5. The camera doesn't quite include that at the moment. So now at 500 meters, it was lane 3, Molesey Boat Club, in front of Hingsey, I beg your pardon, Warrington Rowing Club in lane 5, then Newark Rowing Club A crew in lane 4, Hingsey Sculling School A crew in lane 2, and the King's School Chester B crew in lane 1. Number 6, the Hingsey, other Hingsey Sculling School crew is not present. They were not at the start. The conditions remain pretty favourable here. It's overcast, the gentle cross-following breeze. And it's cool. But it's quite good conditions for rowing or sculling. And it's wonderful of these athletes to be able to compete on this excellent facility here on the Dorney Lake. So race 31 has now passed 1,000 meters. And at that position, it was Molesey Boat Club, lane 3, who maintained their lead over Warrington Rowing Club in lane 5. And then Newark Rowing Club, A crew, lane 4. Hingsey Sculling School, A crew, lane 2. And the King's Colchester B crew in lane 1. So this is the crucial third 500 in the race. And in this race, in race 31, lane 3 is at 31. Passing the 1500 metre mark, from our commentary position, there doesn't appear to have been any particular change. The Moseley crew now at rate of striking 34. And they look to be maintaining their lead of the other crews in race 31. In fact, I would say, if anything, the Moseley crew are extending their lead over the other crews. So at 1500 metres, the confirmed order was Moseley Boat Club lane 3, Warrington Rowing Club lane 5, Newark Rowing Club A crew lane 4, Kingsley Sculling School A crew in lane 2, and King's School Chester B crew in lane 1. Moseley now at 35, but I see that the crew in the next lane to them, Hinksey Sculling School A crew, are beginning to corrections, lane 6, yes, Hinksey Sculling. Lane 5, Warrington Rowing Club are trying to challenge Moseley, but Moseley maintain that couple of lengths lead there. And that was Newark Rowing Club A crew in lane 4. And here we have lane 1, King's School Chester Rowing Club B crew completing the field for race 31. Now race 32 is in progress. This is the first heat of 2 for the Junior Schools Cox's Fours Cup for the Portcullis Cup. And at 500 metres, it was the crew in lane 5, King's School Chester, who were in the lead, followed by King's College School in lane 3, and then Emmanuel School in lane 2, St Paul's School Rowing Club, St Paul's School Boat Club B crew in lane 4, and then 1863 Club in lane 1. Well, race 32 is now approaching 1,000 metres. And from our position, there seems to be little change, but we're waiting for the report from the 1,000-metre point. And you're looking at the cameras, the pictures from the camera on the 1,000-metre timing hut. And yes, at 1,000 metres, the King's School Chester crew in lane 5 was still leading. And then it was King's College School in lane 3, Emmanuel School lane 2, St Paul's School Boat Club B crew in lane 4, the Tideway Scullers School in lane 6, and then 1863 Club in lane 1. Now, in race 32, the umpire is warning lane 4, St Paul's School Boat Club B Crew for their steering. They come over a little bit towards lane 5, and that St Paul's School Crew are wheeling a little bit in their lane, but yeah, the umpire's guiding them again. Yeah, the difficulty of steering these Cox's boats, illustrated by this situation. And with the best will in the world, it does take some practice to be able to control the direction of the boat, keeping it in the middle of the lane. Anyway, it's in this race, it's lane 5 still leading.
37.
At 37, that's King's School Chester, followed by King's College School B Crew, lane 3. Then Emmanuel School, lane 2, St Paul's School B Crew in lane 4. But now the crew in lane 3, that's King's College School, are beginning to challenge the King's School Chester crew. So getting quite close to the final stage of this race. But in fact, that is King's School Chester crossing the line first, followed by King's College School in lane 3. Then lane 2, Emmanuel School, lane 1, 1863 Club. Well, now we move on to race 33, junior schools, school junior Cox's fours. This is the Heat B, Heat 2 of 2 for the Fort Colours Cup. And in this race, 33, at 500 metres, St Paul's School A Crew in lane 3 were in the lead. Then it was Pangbourne College in lane 2, Westminster School in lane 4, Molesey Boat Club in lane 6, Kew House School in lane 1, and St George's College in lane 5. That was the order at 500 metres. Race is now passing 1,000 metres. And it looks still as if it's St Paul's School who in the lead, lane 3, some way ahead there. The right of your picture now, as you're looking. Umpire is directing the steering of A Crew. I think it's lane 2, is it? Ah, yes, there's some creative steering going on here in various moments of the race. And at 1,000 metres, it was still St Paul's School A Crew in the lead. Followed now, the order behind them has changed, so now Westminster School have taken up the second position in the order, followed by Pangbourne College lane 2, St George's College in lane 5, Molesey Boat Club in lane 6, and Kew House School in lane 1. The St Paul's School seem to have a reasonably commanding lead here in race 33. Junior School Cox's 4, Heat B. They look very solid. Need to be confidently pushing along there. Behind them, there's a bit of a close race developing, I think, for second and third place. And at 1,000 metres, St Paul's School A crew, who are now at 25, by the way, strokes per minute, they're followed by Westminster School, lane 4, Pangbourne College, lane 2, St George's College, lane 5, and St Molesey Boat Club, lane 6, and then finally Kew House School in lane 1. St Paul's School appear to be drawing steadily ahead here to very controlled pace. And you run on the boat there. And at 1,500 metres, it's still St Paul's School in lane 3, then Westminster School in lane 4, Pangbourne College in lane 2, St George's College in lane 5, Molesey Boat Club lane 6, and Kew House School. And race 33 is approaching the finish line, about 100 metres to go, perhaps less. St Paul's are striking 28, maintain a steady lead in front of the rest of the field. Very solid rowing, followed by Westminster School and then St George's College. On the far side, it's lane 2, Pangbourne College. And then lane 6, Molesey Boat Club, and lane 1, Kew House School. That completes race 33. Race 34, which is the second heat of the junior under, well, I beg your pardon, the first heat of junior under 16 eights for the Sir Max Malaban Challenge Cup. And the crews now on your screen, or they were, and at the race is approaching 500 metres. There's still not much to choose between, and of course we can't really tell from this angle. This camera is at the 1,000-metre mark, so they can't distinguish between the positions of the crews very easily. It looks as if the crews in lanes 1 and 2. No, it's crew in lane 3. Right, so at 500 metres.
Thank you, 500. Over.
Right, so in race 34, at 500 metres, it was Westminster School in lane 3 who were in the lead, followed by the South African Schools Rowing Union in lane 2, Latter Upper School in lane 4, King's College School A crew in lane 5, Shrewsbury School in lane 6, and King's College B crew in lane 1. There's not much to choose between these crews, a little bit, but it's really quite close. The race is now approaching 1,000 metres. And from looking at the screen here, it definitely looks as if it's Latimer now in lane 3, correction, lane 4, who've taken the lead. Waiting that to be confirmed by our colleagues at 1,000 metres. It's a pretty close race. The J16 is always very keenly contested, enthusiastic young chaps. Right, so now we're waiting for the confirmed order of 1,000 metres, but it definitely looks as if Latimer have moved into the lead. And that's now confirmed. So at 1,000 metres, Latimer Upper School, followed by Westminster School, then South African Schools Rowing Union, then King's College School A Crew, Shrewsbury School in lane 6, and then King's College B Crew in lane 1. But the crews are still not widely separated. They're still largely overlapping one another. Having said that, there is crew in lane 1, King's College B Crew, does seem to have been left behind a little bit, but the other ones are still quite close. So crew's now just gone past 1,500 metres, and it looks from our position here as if Latimer are maintaining their lead. So approaching the 1,750 metre mark, but in fact at 1,500 metres it was Latimer Upper School followed by Westminster School, then Southampton Schools Rowing Union, but then the crew in lane 6, that's Shrewsbury School, who moved up into 4th place, overtaking King's College A Crew in lane 5, and then King's College School B Crew bringing up the rear in lane 1. Well, now the race is approaching the finish line, about 100 metres to go. Latimer School definitely rating at 33, definitely in the lead. And with Westminster School. And now close behind that for 3rd place. And in fact, it looks as if the South African Schools Rowing Union were 3rd, followed by King's College School A Crew and Shrewsbury School. And bringing up the rear on the far side is King's College School B Crew. And that completes race 34. Now the second heat of Junior Under 16 eights is underway in race 35, and 6 crews, and at this stage, the early stage of the race, we can't give you any progress reports. In race 35, the second heat of junior under 16 eights, at 500 metres, it was Radley College in lane 4 who were in the lead, followed by St Paul's School in lane 3, Abingdon School in lane 2, Reading Bluecoat School in lane 5, Dulwich College in lane 1, and Pangbourne College in lane 6. And on the screen now you can see the view from the 1,000-metre position. And it definitely looks as if Radley are in the lead. In fact, quite a good lead, quite a substantial lead, I'd have thought. The early part of the race to be that far up was quite significant. Radley at 32. They almost just about got clear water over what looks to be St Paul's School, or Abingdon School, but St Paul's School. Moving away from 1,000 metres. I think Radley maintain a strong lead in the race 35. And we now know that it was Radley still in the lead at 1,000 metres, followed by St Paul's School in lane 3, and then the Reading Bluecoat School in lane 5 have overtaken Abingdon School to take 4th position at 1,000 metres, followed by Dulwich College in lane 1 and Pangbourne College in lane 6. As you can see from the original screen, the crew is moving away from 1,000 metres. We're waiting now for some information update from our colleagues at 1,500 metres. And in race 35, Radley College are striking 33. Yeah, and you can see there's a good view there from our rooftop camera here at the finish of race 35. Radley College is still at 35. Maintaining a good lead over St Paul's School in lane 3.
35.
And over Reading Bluecoat School in lane 5. Radley still at 35. There you can see from the drone view, Radley got a good lead. Best part of 2 lengths. But perhaps it's a length and a half over St Paul's, who are themselves at least a couple of lengths ahead of the rest of the field. So Radley going to get the qualifying position here. And then it's Radley. Who's that? One. Dulwich College in lane 1. Reading Bluecoat School lane 5. And bringing up the rear, Dulwich College in lane 1. And followed by Pangbourne Cottage lane 6.
We now have race number 36 on the course. Heat A of 3 heats in the Challenge Single Sculls Trophy Ushers Challenge Cup, sponsored by the Willink School. And at the 500-metre mark, the crew order was the Windsor Boys School in lane 3, followed by, in second place, Greenbank Falmouth, third place, London, in sixth, Wallingford, in seventh, in fifth place, Gloucester, and in sixth place, Kingston. This is the first of 3 heats in which the winner of all the heats goes through to the final, and the next fastest 3 from all the heats join the 3 winners in the final. And the order at the 1,000-metre mark was much the same as the 500. Windsor Boys ahead in the first position. In lane 2, Greenbank Falmouth. Then in lane 5, London Rowing Club, and then followed by Gloucester, Wallingford, and Kingston. It seems that the sculler in lane 2 from Tyne did not start. Shoot from the Windsor Boys School in lane 3, sculling strongly at about 31 in very nice, gentle following wind conditions, with a pretty commanding lead in this race of, I would imagine, 2 or 3 lengths as they come up towards the 1750 mark. And confirmed at 1500, Shoot from Windsor Boys School was in the lead, sculling then at about sort of 29, followed by Wilkinson of Greenbank Falmouth, then Saunders of London, then King of Gloucester, Chard of Wallingford, and Boyer of Kingston, as Shoot of Windsor Boys is coming into the last 10 or 11 strokes very smoothly with a convincing lead of 4 lengths over Wilkinson of Greenbank Falmouth. And then about 6 lengths behind them, quite a close race between Saunders of London and King of Gloucester. And then 2 lengths behind them is Chard of Wallingford, just finishing, and then over in lane 1, Boyer of Kingston, some 4 lengths behind him. We now have race 37 on the track, Heat B of 3 heats of the Challenge Single Sculls. And they have just passed the 500-meter mark, but we wait for the observed order from the 500-meter hut. That's just come in. In the lead at 500 meters was Orisa from Marlow, followed by Copus from Oxford Brookes University, and then Young from Cambridge 99, followed by Magnuson from Staines, then Hoodless from Upper Thames, then Clark from Kingston, and finally Little from Nottingham in lane 2. The crews have just passed the 1,000-meter mark halfway, and the order has changed. Copus from Oxford Brookes University is now in the lead, followed by Reiser of Marlow, then Young from Cambridge 99, followed by Magnuson from Staines, then Hoodless from Upper Thames has moved up, followed by Little of Nottingham, and then finally Clark from Kingston. Copus from Oxford Brookes in lane 3, sculling strongly at about 32 strokes per minute. Appears to have a comfortable lead over Ricer from Marlow and Young from Cambridge 99. Copus from Brookes is now in the last 250 metres, sculling strongly and smoothly with about a 2-length lead over Young of Cambridge 99, who is about a couple of lengths ahead of Ricer from Marlow. So these positions remain unchanged as Copus from Oxford Brookes comes into his last 4 or 5 strokes with a clear 2.5 lengths lead. Over Young from Cambridge 99, and then Ricer from Marlow, followed by Magnuson from Staines, and then many lengths behind those are Hoodless from Upper Thames, having a good old battle with Little from Nottingham, and over on this side in lane 6, D. Clark from Kingston in the last 10 strokes before he finishes the race.
So race 38 is underway. This is the third of the 3 heats in the Challenge Single Sculls for the Ushers Challenge Cup, and the sponsor is Willink School. Manning of Kingston should have been in lane 1 but has scratched, so we have 6 competitors in single sculls events. We programme with up to 7 scullers. So in lane 2, R. Leonard of London Rowing Club. In lane 3, C. Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club. In lane 4, S. Byford of Birmingham Rowing Club. Lane 5 is J. Scott of the City of Oxford Rowing Club. Lane 6, N. Julbinskis of Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. And in lane 7, P. Sturley of BTC Southampton. At the 500 metre point, it was Dixon of Twickenham leading from Byford of Birmingham. And as they passed 1,000 metres, it's still that way round. Dixon of Twickenham leading Byford of Birmingham. Pack behind them has shuffled a little bit between 500 and 1,000 as the scullers start to spread out in order. So one of two of you might have noticed that we're reasonably consistently seeing the crews in lanes 3 and 4 leading in these heats. That doesn't really come as a surprise because the heats and the lane draw for the heats is seeded based on rowing index, if we're talking about these single scullers, and crew rowing index with any of the crew boats. And therefore we would expect, based on their rowing index, the scullers in lanes 3 and 4 to perhaps be the better scullers, if you believe your rowing index is a measure of that. And indeed, in this third heat of 3 in the challenge single sculls, we're seeing Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club in lane 3 with a comfortable lead of several lengths, about 3 lengths. Byford of Birmingham appears to have dropped back in lane 4, and it looks to me like it's Leonard of London in lane 2 as they pass the 1750 metre mark, who's challenging Sturley of BTC Southampton, no, excuse me, Dulbinskis of Dart Totnes in 6. So just to refresh that, Dixon of Twickenham leading, and then a good battle between Leonard of London and Dulbinskis of Dart Totnes for second place. Dixon with about 2 length advantage as he comes to the finish line. And then a very tight race indeed for second place between the scullers in lanes 3 and 6. So that would have been, Leonard of London in 2 and Dulbinskis of Dart Totnes in 6. Following them home in 4th place, Scott of City of Oxford, and then Byford of Birmingham. And then finally coming towards the line with a few strokes to go, Sturley of BTC Southampton in 6th place. So that race 38 concludes all of the preliminary heats for this morning's half of the regatta, and the next 2 races are the 2 repechage rounds from the events that took place starting at 7:30 this morning. For those of you who were with us then, those of you who weren't, welcome. I'm glad that you've joined us now today, both here in person on the side of the course and those of you watching our online coverage. So the first repechage is race 39. This is the rep for the Club Coxed Fours for the Holloway Cup. And the 6 crews contesting this, the winners of the heats are all through to the final, and the winner of this repechage will join them in the final. So in lane 1, Nottingham Rowing Club C Crew. In lane 2, Hereford Rowing Club. Lane 3, Hinksey Sculling School. Lane 4, Derby Rowing Club A. Lane 5, Vesta Rowing Club, and in lane 6, City of Oxford Rowing Club A. As they pass the 500 metre point, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3 had the advantage over Derby Rowing Club A in lane 4. Hinksey Sculling School, which is in Oxford, at 36, having to work very hard to hold off Derby Rowing Club A in lane 4, who are at 35. In this repechage, its winner takes all. Just the winning crew will go through to the final, and the other crews will be eliminated. And at the moment, it's Hinksey Sculling School, who perhaps are just edging out to a 1-length lead as they come into the final 250 metres. Hinksey have had to raise their rate of striking to 38 in order to hold off the challenge from Derby. Both crews winding up for the finish with about 20 strokes to go, perhaps a little less than that, 15. Hinksey just seemed to me to be holding off Derby to about a 1-length lead. Reasonably tight for the 4 crews behind them. Just racing for other places. But with 5 strokes to go, Hinksey Schools leading by 1 length over Derby Rowing Club A. Derby still pushing, closing. It's less than a length as they come to the line. Good finish from Derby there, but closed it to about half a length. And then just for the record, it looked to me, obviously wait for the official result to be declared by the judges, that Nottingham were 3rd. Best of 4th. City of Oxford 5th, Hereford 6th, but that's subject to confirmation from the judges on the finish line. Good race, that one, as we would expect for Club Coxed Falls. These were crews that had come through from the heats earlier this morning, so the better part of the field, perhaps. Race 40 is underway. This is the repechage in the Challenge 8. Very many ways our blue ribboned event. In lane 1, Shiplake College. Lane 2, Thames Rowing Club C. In lane 3, St Edward's School. Lane 4 is Radley College A Crew. Lane 5, King's College School. And in lane 6, Eton College. Challenge 8 are for the Theodosius Challenge Cup. And the event very kindly sponsored for us by Crew Room today. As they pass the 500-metre point in this repechage of Challenge 8s, it was Shiplake in lane 1 with the advantage over Eton in 6. 3rd were St Edward's, 4th Radley, 5th King's College School, and in 6th place Thames Rowing Club C. We're of course very early in the season, so there's no real sort of established form amongst any of these crews, most of whom are schools crews, but it is noticeable. Shiplake College won the school's head 6 weeks ago over the classic championship course in the middle of London on the Tideway. Shiplake retaining their title that they won last year. It'd be interesting to see whether they're the form crew in this event. We pick them up just coming to the 1,000-metre point now, and there's very little to choose between St Edward's now in lane 3 and Shiplake in lane 1, and it may actually be St Edward's just with their noses in front as they cross the 1,000-metre halfway point. All 6 crews sort of blanket across the course. There's only about 1 length covering all 6 crews as they pass the 1,000-metre point. And to confirm, at the 1,000 metres, St Edward's rating 36 were leading by a few feet from Eton College now in lane 6 in 2nd place. And 3rd were Shiplake, who've dropped back from a really blistering first 500 to be running in third place. St Edward's still at 37. Eton are only at 35, slightly underrating them. And it's these two crews, maybe still just with the advantage. But I have to say King's College School in lane 5 seem to be up with them. Those three crews may be just edging away by not more than a length or so from Radley, Shiplake and Thames. And in the tower, and those of you watching at home, occasionally are picking up the drone footage. We have it continuously here in the tower, and our drone is currently showing us a very, very close race. St Edward's School still just leading. I think we can safely say King's College School have now come through Eton into second place, and King's are beginning to come up on St Edward's and challenge for the win. Only the first two in this race will progress to the final. We had 4 heats earlier. The 4 heat winners are in the final, and it will be the first 2 in this event to go through with them, to join them. But it's St Edward's and King's College School challenging for the first of the 2 spots, and very, very little. Shiplake seem to be finishing quite quickly and moving up. Eton appear to be dropping back a little. They were at one point in second place. Very little between these crews coming to the line. St Edward's School by not more than half a length from King's College School, and then a blanket. The 3 crews, Shiplake, Thames and Radley, I think may go to a photo for the minor placings. But it looks like St Edward's School and King's College School will take those 2 places in the final. Race 41 is the first final of the day, and it's underway. This is the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours for the 8th Centenary Challenge Cup. In lane 2, Lee Rowing Club have scratched, so we have a 3-boat final, with in lane 3 Vesta Rowing Club A, in lane 4 Vesta Rowing Club B, and in lane 5 Thames Rowing Club. The trophy for this event, the 8th Centenary Challenge Cup. The town of Wallingford was granted its royal charter in 1155, and therefore 1955 was the 800th anniversary of that. There were big celebrations in the town of Wallingford, and this trophy commemorates that 8th centenary of the granting of a royal charter to the historic town of Wallingford. I remember rightly, 1955 was probably about our 3rd regatta. Pretty sure 1953 was the first one. So as these 3 crews, in this final of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours come to the 1,000-metre point, it's the Vesta A crew with an appreciable lead, about 3 lengths lead over Thames and Vesta B, who are having a bit of a ding-dong race of their own for 2nd and 3rd place. Vesta A at 34. It's pretty healthy for women's Coxed fours. Maybe just a little bit of a tailwind helping to blow them along. But it's Vesta A in lane 3 with the advantage of about 3 lengths over Thames Rowing Club in 5 and then Vesta B in 4. Vesta A continue to push along at 34 strokes a minute. Thames and Vesta B are both at 31 and really making no impression in the lead that Vesta A have in this final of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours. Approaching 1750 and the last stages of this race, we can see Vesta A comfortably leading now by 4 or 5 lengths from Thames Rowing Club, who have, I think, just now a little bit of clear water over Vesta B in 3rd place. Vesta A continue at 35 into the last 100 metres or so of the race, continuing to pull away from Thames Rowing Club and Vesta B. A reminder, this is the final of the Women's Challenge Coxed Fours, our first final of the day for the 8th Centenary Challenge Cup. And Vesta A coming to the line a long way clear from Thames in 2nd place, assuming that they finish, who are about 2 lengths up on Vesta B. So, just to confirm the result of race 40, which was the repechage for the Challenge 8s, we have the official result now to hand. St Edward's School were the winners in 5 minutes 51.13, with King's College School second in 5 minutes 52.15, and both those crews go through to the final. And 3rd were Shiplake, 4th were Thames Rowing Club C, 5th were Radley College A, and in 6th place Eton College. And those 4 crews, Shiplake, Thames, Radley and Eton, eliminated from the event, sadly. Race 42 has started, the final, I think, yes it is, of the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls. 3 crews in this. In lane 2, Hinksey Sculling School. In lane 3, the Windsor Boys School. And in lane 4, Hereford Cathedral School. Westminster, who should have been in lane 5, have scratched. Passing both the 500 metre point and the 1,000 metre point, it was the Windsor Boys School who lead from Hinksey Sculling School, with Hereford Cathedral School running in 3rd place. Windsor boys sculling very competently at 32.5 strokes per minute. Windsor, of course, have form in junior sculling events. Probably one of the strongest of the schools and clubs in sculling for a good number of years now. And they are perhaps a couple of lengths up on Hinksey Sculling School, who are from Oxford, and Hereford Cathedral School. Windsor boys continue at 32.5. Hinksey Sculling School have put the rate up and are now at 36.5, trying to close, and about a length and a half down on the Windsor Boys School, who have about 100 metres to go to the finish line. Windsor boys just continue to control this final of the junior under-16 quadruple sculls. Not quite 2 lengths up on Hinksey Sculling School. Hinksey still trying to push and push and push to close. Very clear sprint there from Hinksey as they try to close up on the line, but it is the Windsor Boys School 2 lengths up on Hinksey Sculling School as they cross the finish line, and then a gap of about 4 lengths to Hereford Cathedral School. And now race 43 is underway, the final of the Women's Challenge Coxless Pairs. The events we're watching at the moment are all straight finals. These didn't have heats earlier in the day. Those will come a little bit later this morning. So Women's Challenge Coxless Pairs for the Wright Challenge Cup. 7 crews in this event. In lane 1, Molesey. Lane 2, Godolphin and Latimer School. Lane 3, Vesta. Lane 4, City of Bristol. Lane 5, St Paul's Girls' School. Lane 6, Derby, and Lane 7, the King's School, Ely. Past the 500-metre point in this final of the Women's Challenge Coxless Pairs. It was Vesta Rowing Club in lane 3 who led from St Paul's Girls' School, followed in 3rd place by Godolphin and Latimer. Watching from our camera at the 1,000-metre point, it does appear to me that Vesta have opened up a significant lead. Yeah. Now leading by several lengths as they approach the halfway point in this race. So Vesta clearly leading at 1,000 metres, followed across the line by St Paul's Girls' School in lane 5. But I have to say this looks like Vesta's to lose given the lead they have at the halfway point. Vesta at 33, St Paul's at 31. Vesta continue to lead comfortably into this third 500 metres on the course. So Vesta continue to push along, having passed the 1,500 metre point. Rating 33. I think all 7 of these Coxed pairs have steered the first half, 2/3 of the course very well. I see the umpire moving across towards the crew in lane 1, Molsey, who might just be straying out of their lane. But that's not troubling Vesta, who now lead by 6 or 7 lengths in this final of the Women's Challenge Coxed pairs. City of Bristol in lane 4, I think, are beginning to come up and challenge St Paul's Girls' School, who are in 5 for second place. City of Bristol in lane 4 finishing at 35. St Paul's Girls' School still at 32. But with about 10 strokes to go, it's the crew in lane 3, Vesta Rowing Club, who led all the way comfortably to take this win. And this is our second final of the day. And Vesta still at 34 as they come to the line. Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm going to call that 10 lengths, perhaps even, certainly 8 lengths ahead of St Paul's Girls' School, who seem to have just put in a little bit of a spurt in this last 250, as you would expect all crews to do, and to move away again from City of Bristol, who I think tried to come up from about the 1,500 metre mark to 1,750. So St Paul's Girls finish second with a little bit of clear water over City of Bristol, who crossed the line third. And then we have Molsey, followed home by Godolphin and Latimer School. And then this is Derby just coming to the finish line in 6th place. And the King's School Ely with about another 5 strokes to go. Just coming on screen on our YouTube coverage for the benefit of those at home, and we're very pleased to have you with us. So that was King's School Ely completing the final of the Women's Challenge Coxed pairs. So we'll just go back a race and confirm the result of race 42, the final of the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls for the Markwell Memorial Trophy, named after Rodney Markwell, a rather successful member of Wallingford Rowing Club in the late 60s, early 70s, if I remember rightly. So this event, the final of the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls, a win for the Windsor Boys School in time 6 minutes 26.39 seconds. Second were Hinksey Sculling School 6:31.19, and in third place Hereford Cathedral School 6:40.97. The next race on the course, race 44, the final of the Women's Junior Under-16 Coxed Fours for the Regatta Committee Cup. In lane 1, Pangbourne College, lane 2, Wallingford, lane 3, Emmanuel School, lane 4, the South African Schools Rowing Union, lane 5, Godolphin and Latimer School, and in lane 6, Sir William Perkins School. Looks to me, looking down the course from the finish tower, that Pangbourne College in lane 1 have been left behind, but there's very little, I think, to choose between the remaining crews. And at the 500-metre mark, it was Wallingford who led from the South African Schools Rowing Union. Third at that point were Emmanuel, fourth Sir William Perkins, and fifth Godolphin Latimer. So we pick up our camera coverage from 1,000 metres, and there's almost nothing between the crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4. But it is Wallingford who lead by about half a canvas from Emmanuel, who have about a 3-foot advantage over the South African Schools Rowing Union. So these three crews, I'm going to call them as near as makes no difference, level and out in front in this final of the Women's Junior Under-16 Coxed Fours at the halfway point. Passing the 1,000-metre mark, it's still Wallingford, as I said, with a small advantage over Emmanuel School and then the South African Schools Rowing Union. And just to confirm, Sir William Perkins School were 4th at that point, Godolphin and Latimer School were 5th, and Pangbourne College 6th. So this final of the Women's Junior Under-16 Coxed Fours continues to be a very tight race between the crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4, Wallingford Emmanuel School and the South African Schools Rowing Union. Wallingford at 35, Emmanuel at 33, and the South African Schools Rowing Union at 32. And again, as we come into the final 250 metres of this race, not quite at 1750 yet, but there's almost nothing between these three crews. I think possibly Wallingford have just slipped back a little bit. And at 1500, it was Emmanuel who led from the South African Schools Rowing Union and Wallingford, but there was only about a length at most between the three crews. Coming into the final 250 metres, this zone marked by red buoys show up on the coverage. And picking up from the drone, I think we've got less than half a length between the three crews. Emmanuel in 3 with their bows in front. South African Schools and Wallingford more or less level in second place. Wallingford putting in a push now, trying to close on the lead that Emmanuel has. And I think the South Africans are also coming back at them. I think we're down to about a canvas between these three crews. Almost nothing between them at all. It's a question of who can maintain their form and their technique as they sprint in towards the finish line. I think this one might go to a photograph. It looks to me like it might be Wallingford now, just with their bows back in front from Emmanuel and the South African Schools. Wallingford are coming to the line by about a canvas, and then almost nothing between Emmanuel and the South African Schools. That I'm sure will go to a photograph. But that looked to me like Wallingford might just have got that with a really super final 250 metres. They were definitely down at 1750 by about a canvas. But it looks to me like they might have won it by a canvas. Finishing now, Sir William Perkins School. We've just crossed the line in 4th place. 5th place coming towards the line, Godolphin and Latimer School. And in 6th place, Pangbourne College with about 3 strokes to go. So we'll go back one race just while we're waiting for confirmation and the times for that one we've just seen. Go back one race, race 43, to confirm the result of the Women's Challenge Coxed Pairs final. A win for Vesta Rowing Club in time of 7 minutes 44.17 seconds. Second was St Paul's Girls' School, 8:04.37. Third, City of Bristol. Fourth, Malty. Fifth, Godolphin and Latimer. Sixth were Derby. And in 7th place, the King's School Ely. And a 20-second advantage for Vesta at the finish to take home the pot. We now have race 45 underway, the Challenge Quadruple Sculls for the Vanderpump and Well-Beloved Challenge Cup. And this event supported, and we are very pleased to have their support here today, from Advent Systems. There's 3 crews have started in this. In lane 3, Molesey. In lane 4, Leander. And in lane 5, the Windsor Boys' School. At 500 metres, it's Leander in lane 4 who've just squeezed out to a small lead over Molesey and then Windsor Boys' School. So approach the 1,000 metre points. Leander rating 34, who now have a bit of clear water over Molesey, and indeed Leander might have a 2-length lead as they come to the 1,000 metre mark. So as they pass through the 1,000 metres, it's Leander with about a 2.5-length lead over Molesey, with who in turn have about a 2-length lead over the Windsor Boys' School.
Right.
Hello.
I'm Sam.
Hi there.
Nice to meet you.
You're the professional.
Well, you take the audio out completely.
He said
So Leander continued to push along at 35 strokes per minute in this final of the challenge quadruple sculls, leading by about 3 lengths from Molesey, with the Windsor Boys School in 3rd place. Leander maintained 35 as they come into the final 250 metres of this race, some 4 lengths or so up, sculling very smoothly, very well together in what are quite nice conditions. Very slight tailwind to push the crews along. Reasonably calm water though. Leander showing others how it's done perhaps, sculling really beautifully. All 4 of them moving together absolutely in sync and continuing to pull away as they come to the line from Molesey and the Windsor Boys School. So Leander come to the line in this final of the challenge quadruple sculls. Molesey just coming to the line with about another stroke to go, crossing the line in 2nd place, second through to finish. I shouldn't prejudge what the judges are going to tell me, with the Windsor Boys School in 3rd. So there's no protest there from any of the crews. Wouldn't expect one, so we got a white flag from the umpire to indicate he's happy with the conduct of the race and to hand over control to the judge who sat just beside us in the finish tower. We'll go back one race and confirm the result of race 44, the final of the women's junior under-16 Coxed fours for the Regatta Committee Cup. And I am delighted to say, for the first time in several years, a win for Wallingford Rowing Club. Time of 7 minutes, 51.59. And then, following the examination of the photo finish, second were the South African Schools Rowing Union, 7:52.51, who just pipped in 3rd place Emmanuel School, 7:52.68. So 0.17 of a second separating 2nd from 3rd. 4th was Sir William Perkins, 5th Godolphin and Latimer, and 6th Pangbourne. So congratulations to Wallingford.
Yeah. We've got no mics down here now, which is good. Oh, no,
Race 46 is underway, the final of the Women's Challenge Double Sculls for the Wallingford Skiff Regatta Cup. In lane 1, Nottingham Rowing Club B. In lane 2, Walbrook. Lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club's A Crew. Lane 4 is Leander. Lane 5, Oxford Brookes University. And lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club. Passing 500 metres, it was Leander in lane 4 who led by more than a length, nearly 2 lengths I think, from Oxford Brookes, who were 2nd, with Nottingham A 3rd. 4th Walbrook, 5th Nottingham B, 6th Marlow.
come through. Chase them up. Slow zoom. Bring them back in.
At the 1,000-metre point in this final of the Women's Challenge Double Sculls, Leander Rowing Club continue to lead and indeed extend their lead over Oxford Brookes. So these doubles continue to come into the final quarter of the race, past the 1500 metre point. Leander continue to lead from Oxford Brooks in lane 5. These two doubles, a little bit of clear water then over the rest of the field, but Leander leading by about 3 lengths. Leander at 33, Brooks at 36. Brooks not really making any impression on the lead that Leander has, despite overrating them. So with about 100 meters or so to go, looks like Leander will take this win and take home the Wallingford Skiff Regatta Cup in this Women's Challenge Double Sculls final. Brooks in second place, it's Nottingham in third. Then a good race for fourth and fifth between Walbrook and Nottingham B, with Marlow bringing up the rear. But Leander crossed the line 2.5 lengths up on Oxford Brooks, who were also about 2.5 lengths up on Nottingham Rowing Club's A crew. So that's Marlow just coming to the finish line to complete the field in this Women's Challenge Double Sculls final. Race 47 is underway, the final of the Junior School Coxed Fours for the Lord Glynn Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Kingston Grammar School, lane 2, Pangbourne College, lane 3, St Paul's Schools A crew, lane 4, St Paul's Schools B crew, lane 5, St George's College, and lane 6, the 1863 Club. I believe the 1863 Club is the racing name of the London Oratory School. Not sure why they would have re-registered themselves with a different club name, why they're not just the London Oratory School, but that's in lane 6. Having come through from the heats, these crews are seeded in the lane draw. Well, the fastest crew from the heats has lane 3, second fastest has lane 4, etc. 500 metres, it was St Paul's School A crew in lane 3, who led from Pangbourne in lane 2. Passing 1,000 metre point, St Paul's School A consolidated their lead over Pangbourne, with St George's College in third place. St Paul's School B are fourth, the 1863 Club are fifth, and Kingston Grammar School sixth. St Paul's School A in lane 3 continue to lead from Pangbourne College in lane 2, and I think those two crews pulled away a little bit. St George's in 5 are still not out of this for second place, perhaps. Bit of work to do if they were to overtake St Paul's School A, who are out leading. St Paul's at 32, with Clearwater over Pangbourne, who are in lane 2, and St George's in lane 5. St Paul's A crew at 32. If St George's, who look to me to be in second place, are to challenge this, now's when they need to put the power on as they come into the final 250 metres, this last sprint up to the finish line. But I think they've got too much to do. St Paul's School A maintain a bit of clear water over both Pangbourne and St George's College in second and third. It looks to me like it's St George's who are running second and Pangbourne third, but not by much. With 3 or 4 strokes to go, St Paul's School A come to the line first in the final of the Junior School Coxed Fours for the Lord Glynn Challenge Cup. Really good strong finish there from St George's to close it to about 3/4 of a length on the line and to give themselves a little bit of clear water over Pangbourne, who finished third. St Paul's School B coming in 4th. And then not a lot to choose between the 1863 club in lane 6 and Kingston Grammar School in lane 1. But I think the 1863 club probably just by 1/3 of a length, taking 5th place ahead of Kingston Grammar School in 6th. So let's go back and confirm the result of race 45, the final of the Challenge Quadruple Sculls for the Vanderpump and well-beloved Challenge Cup, a win for Leander in a time of 5 minutes 53.73. Second were Molesey 6:06.50, and in third the Windsor Boys School 6:13.49. So we have race 48, just gone off the stake boats. This is the final of the Women's Club 8s for the Charter Challenge Bowl. In lane 1, City of Cambridge. Lane 2, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Lane 3, Canterbridgian. Lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club's A Crew. Lane 5, Thames Rowing Club. And lane 6, Norwich. And to confirm the result of race 46, the final of the Women's Challenge Double Sculls for the Wallingford Skiff Regatta Club, another win for Leander, time of 7 minutes 25.10 seconds. Second were Oxford Brookes University, third Nottingham Rowing Club A, fourth were Walbrook, fifth were Nottingham B Crew, and in 6th place Marlow. Race 48 is underway, the final of the Women's Club 8s. City of Cambridge, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, Canterbridgian, Marlow Rowing Club A, Thames and Norwich. As they pass the 500-metre point, Canterbridgian in lane 3 had an early lead over Mortlake Anglian Alpha, followed by Marlow A. In fourth were Thames, fifth were City of Cambridge, and sixth were Norwich, and that was at the 500-metre mark. As they approach the 1,000-metre point, Cantabrigian, rating 36, have now opened up just a little bit of clear water, lead by about a length and a quarter from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Third now, I believe, will tax the judges on the line. That was very close between third, fourth and fifth places. I think I can say safely Norwich are in sixth, but there was almost nothing between those three crews in third, fourth and fifth as they crossed the line. So just to confirm what we've heard from the 1,000-metre hut, indeed Cantabrigian leading from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, and then third at that point were Thames, fourth were Marlow A, and fifth was City of Cambridge, and indeed Norwich were sixth. Cantabrigian continue to push along at 35 with a little bit of clear water over the rest of the field. This is the final of the Women's Club 8s for the Charter Challenge Bowl. And they pass the 1,500-metre point, Cantabrigian with a lead of about a length and a half. The 1,500-metre point, Cantabrigian were indeed leading, but let's just confirm what the running order behind them was. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha in second place, Thames Rowing Club in third place, Marlow A in fourth, City of Cambridge in fifth, and Norwich in sixth. Cantabrigian now at 37. Having to work, I think, to hold off Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, or at least to just cover the risk. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, that doesn't look like a length disadvantage to me. They did have clear water. I think Mortlake have come back at them a bit. Cantabrigian having to work very hard to hold on to this. Have Mortlake left it a little bit too late? Possibly. But it's definitely under a length as they come towards the line with 5 or 6 strokes to go in this final of the Women's Club 8s. It's Cantabrigian just holding off Mortlake Anglian and Alpha's final push. Come to the line, just about 1 length in it between Cantabrigian, followed by Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. And then really close for minor placings. Looks like Marlow A from Thames, from City of Cambridge. Fairly close between those three for third, fourth and fifth. And it's Norwich just coming in the next few strokes to the finish line to complete the final of the Women's Challenge, Women's Club 8s. Go back one race and confirm the result of race 47, the final of the Junior School Coxed 4s for the Lord Glynn Challenge Cup. A win for St Paul's School A crew, time of 6 minutes 36.39 seconds. Second was St George's College. Third were Pangbourne. Fourth, St Paul's School's B crew. Fifth, the 1863 Club. And sixth, Kingston Grammar School. Race 49 is underway, the final of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours for the Launcher Challenge Cup. Lane 1, excuse me. Lane 1, Worcester. Lane 2, Thames Rowing Club C. Lane 3, Thames Rowing Club A. Lane 4 is Leander. Lane 5, Thames Rowing Club B. And Lane 6 is Vesta. At the 500 metre point, very little between the crews, but it was Thames Rowing Club's B crew with the early advantage over Thames Rowing Club A, and Leander in third place. At the 1,000 metre point, Thames Rowing Club A had about a half-length advantage over Leander. Oh, my apologies, it was Thames B. Yeah, no, it's Thames A who were leading. Thames A have come through to take the lead at the 1,000 metre point from Thames B and then Leander. Approaching, or just passing actually, the 1,500 metre point, it's the two Thames Rowing Club crews in the lanes 3 and 5. They're A and B crews who are contesting this. Leander in lane 4, not out of it either at the moment, but I think it's Thames A in lane 3 with the advantage. So inside the last 250 metres, Thames Rowing Club's A crew in lane 3, rating 35, continue to lead. Leander certainly challenging for second place now, up alongside Thames Rowing Club B, and indeed Thames Rowing Club C. A crew with about 10 strokes to go to the finish line, with about a 2-length advantage, and then very little to choose between second, third and fourth place. So again, we'll go to the camera system on the replay. Looks to me like Thames Rowing Club's B crew in lane 5 are just putting in that little bit of extra sprint and being effective to take second place from Leander third, Thames Rowing Club C fourth, but Thames Rowing Club's A crew in lane 3, first across the line in this final of the Women's Challenge Coxless Fours for the Launcher Challenge Cup.
Right, now here is the result of race 48, the women's Club 8's final. The winning crew was Canterbridgian, time of 6:53.98. Second, Mortlake Anglian Alpha, 6:57.83. Third, Bollerone Club A Crew, 7:01.33. Then fourth place, Thames Rowing Club, 7:02.24. Fifth, City of Cambridge, 7:03.19. And in sixth place, Norwich Rowing Club, 7:17.19.
Retrieved 3.
Race 50, which is the final of the women's J15-8s, is in progress and is at around about the 500-metre mark. At 500 metres, the leading crew is Surbiton High School A crew in lane 2, followed by Headington School in lane 3, then Sir William Perkins School A crew in lane 4, Henley Rowing Club lane 5, and finally at Latimer Upper School in lane 6. The race is now past the 1,000-metre mark. They're still benefiting from this brisk following breeze, but it's also raining a bit, which is a bit boring. At 1,000 metres, the first two crews remained unchanged, so Surbiton High School A crew was still in the lead, followed by Headington School in lane 3. And then in third place now we have Henley Rowing Club in front of Lady Eleanor Hollis School in fourth place, and fifth place in lane 6, Latimer Upper School. And race 50 is now past the 1,000-metre mark, approaching the 1,500-metre mark. The rain is making life a little bit less pleasant for everybody. And on your screens you can see a view of the race disappearing towards the 1,500-metre mark, and in fact now you can see from the camera on the roof of the finish tower the race number 50 as it approaches the 1,500-metre mark. I still got to say from here, but it was the crew in lane 2 who were leading all the way to 1,000 metres. That's to say, Surbiton High School A crew. But I'm not sure that the crew in lane 3, which is Headington, haven't overtaken them. It's difficult to tell, but it looks to me as if Headington have gone through. We just wait for the angle to straighten out a bit. And in fact, it's now confirmed that at 1,500 metres, it was Headington School in lane 3 who were in the lead, over Surbiton High School in lane 2, followed by Henley Rowing Club in lane 5, Lady Anna Hollis School A crew in lane 1, and finally Latimer Upper School in lane 6. Headington have gone through Surbiton High School. The picture doesn't quite show us the crew in lane 5, which would be fairly important. But Headington maintaining lead in the Club 8's final. So it's Headington School who have won the women's J15-8s, followed by Surbiton High School, and then Henley Rowing Club. So that was race 50, which was the final of the 8s. I have to say that the umpire has raised his red flag for race 50, so that result is not confirmed at all yet. We have to wait for the umpires to consult and decide what the situation is. So that's race 50, no confirmed result as yet.
Come, Danny! Come, Hannah! Go, Hannah!
We await the decision of the umpires with respect to race 50. In the meantime, race 51 is on the course, which is the final of the women's junior 18 single sculls. The crews, the scullers, the list is in front of you. And at 500 metres, the Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club E entry, Seconder, was leading over Peterborough City Darrington, lane 5, who in turn was in front of Peterborough City Pickup in lane 6. And then was South African Schools Rowing Union Price Hughes in lane 2, and then South African Schools Rowing Union Rutger in lane 4. Right now, in race 51, the crews, the scullers, have passed 1,000 metres, approaching 1,500. From our commentary position, it looks as if the sculler in lane 3, which is Seconder from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, is maintaining his lead. We're waiting for the angle to straighten out, but we think it's still the sculler in lane 3 is in the lead. So in race 51, at 1,500 metres, women's junior 18 single sculls, the sculler in lane 3, Seconder from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, is in front of lane 5, Darrington from Peterborough City Rowing Club, who in turn is in front of Price Hughes from the South African Schools Rowing Union. And next was Pickover, also of Peterborough City, and then Carpenter at Reading Bluecoat School, and finally Rutger of the South African Schools Rowing Union. So now in the women's junior 18 single sculls, race 51, final. The race is now approaching the finish, and it is indeed the sculler in lane 3 who has maintained the commanding lead in this race. This is Seconder Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Now there's quite a close race for second place between lane 4, lane 5, Darrington of Peterborough City, and lane 1 of 2, Price Hughes of South African School Rowing Union. And it's the sculler in lane 5, Darrington, Peterborough City, who gets the second place. And now there's quite a close race here for third place, fourth place. And now we await the umpire to see if he's going to hold up his white flag. Race 52 is on the course, which is the final of the Club Coxed Fours. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Shrewsbury School A in lane 5, who were in front of Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3, followed by UK Armed Forces in lane 2, then Marlow Rowing Club, then Shrewsbury School B in lane 6, and Vesta Rowing Club A crew in lane 1. And that all...
Race 50.
Returning to race 52, the order has remained unchanged from 1,000 metres. We now have Marlow Rowing Club in the lead and Shrewsbury School A crew in second place. Lane 5, lane 2 then UK Armed Forces third place. Fourth place City of Oxford Rowing Club in lane 4. Fifth place Shrewsbury School Rowing Club, Shrewsbury School Boat Club B crew in lane 6, and finally Vesta Rowing Club A crew in lane 1. So now it looks very much as if it's going to be Marlow who take this event. That's the Club Coxed Falls final. Marlow Rowing Club approaching the line. Followed by Shrewsbury School A crew in lane 5. And that was race 52. We now rate the confirmation results from the umpire. We now have the result of race 49, Women's Challenge Cox's Falls final. And this is won by Thames Rowing Club in a time of 6:51.22, followed by Thames Rowing Club A crew, followed by Thames Rowing Club B crew in 6:54.53. Then came Leander Club, 6:55.85. Fourth for Thames Rowing Club C crew, 6:56.92. Fifth, Worcester Rowing Club, 7:04.79. And sixth, Vesta Rowing Club B crew is 7:14.26. Now, it's quite an achievement for Thames Rowing Club to get 3 crews in the final, first, second and fourth. Race 53 is now in progress. This is the final of the Women's Junior School Quadruple Sculls event for the Bob Elliott Challenge Cup. And at 500 metres, it was Wycliffe Sculling Centre in lane 3 who were in the lead. Followed by Tivia Scudder School in lane 4, the Clarecourt School in lane 5, Lee Rowing Club lane 2, Kingston Grammar School A in lane 1, and Shrewsbury School in lane 6. Right, in race 53 at 1,000 metres, Wycliffe Sculling Centre maintained their lead, but the second crew, Clare's Court School, had now overtaken Type Scudder School to hold that second place. Type Scudder School third place at 1,000 metres. Then Lee Rowing Club Lane 2. Then Kingston Grammar School A Crew Lane 1. And finally Shrewsbury School Lane 6. Well, now, race 53 has moved away from the 1,000-metre mark, making their way towards the 1,500-metre point. Lane 3, which is Wycliffe Sculling Centre, still appears to be maintaining their lead. Although, from our commentary position here, it looks as if Lane 5 are beginning to challenge. That's Clare's Court School, but we have to wait for a better shot from the camera to decide that. And at 1,500 metres in race 53, Wycliffe Sculling Centre maintain their lead, followed by Clare's Court School Lane 5, Tyburn Scudder School Lane 4, Lee Rowing Club Lane 2, Kingston Grammar School Lane 1, and finally Shrewsbury School Lane 6. So race 53 is now with about 150 metres to the finish line. The leading crew, which is the Wycliffe Sculling Centre crew, are currently at 36. And there is pretty close actually between lanes 3 and lanes 5. That's Clare's Wycliffe and Clare's Court. Clare's Court at 34. Wycliffe Sculling Centre appear to be maintaining their lead. It does look as if Wycliffe Sculling Centre have got that now over Clare's Court, followed by Tideway Scullers, followed by Lee Rowing Club, Kingston Grammar School A Crew, and Shrewsbury School. We have the result for race 50, which is the women's junior under 15 eights final. Provisional results, yet to be confirmed finally. The winning crew was Headington School, 7 minutes 10.32, followed by Surbiton High School A crew, 7 minutes 12.78. Then Henley Rowing Club, 7:16.04. Lady Eleanor's High School A Crew 7:16.04, Latimer Upper School 7:19.95, and finally Sir William Perkins' School A Crew in 7:33.49. That was race 50. Right, the next race is race 54. To the final of the Women's Junior School 8s for the John Wilder Challenge Cup. In race 54 at 500 metres, it was Henley Rowing Club A Crew who were in the lead in lane 3, followed by Hingsey Sculling School in lane 5, then St Edward's School in lane 6. Fourth place were Headington School A Crew in lane 4, and then Surbiton High School in lane 2, and finally Henley Rowing Club B Crew in lane 1. And at 1,000 metres in race 54, Henley Rowing Club A crew maintain their lead over Hinckley's Cunning School. And then in third place, we now had Headington School A crew who overtaken St Edward's School. So fourth place is now St Edward's School, fifth at 1,000 metres, fifth were Surbiton High School, and then finally Henley Rowing Club B crew. And there you have a view of the crews moving away from the 1,000 metre mark towards the 1,500 metre mark. And here we can see the race from the roof of the tower. We can now see all 6 crews in the final of race 54, the final of women's junior school 8s. And it looks as if Henley Rowing Club in lane 3 are maintaining their lead over Hinckley's Cunning School in lane 5. And then in third place is Headington School A crew. At 1,500 metres, first 3 crews remain unchanged. So leading at 1,500 metres was Henley Rowing Club A crew, then Hinckley's Cunning School, and then third place at that point, Headington School A crew. Now, Surbiton High School overtaken St Edward's School and are lying 4th. So St Edward's School now lying 5th, and Henley Rowing Club B crew in 6th place at 1,500 metres. So race 54 is approaching the finish line, and it is Henley Rowing Club A crew in lane 3 who maintain their lead over the rest of the field. And in fact, Hinckley's Cunning School maintain their 2nd position. That's St Edward's School in race 54, and finally on the far side of the course was Henley Rowing Club B crew. Here are the results for race 51, which are provisional results for the women's junior 18 single sculls final. So the event was provisional results, but provisionally won by Carpenter Reading Bluecoat School in... Oh no, hold on, we've now got an updated... Right, correction there. We've now got the confirmed results for race 51, and the winner from Wycliffe Rowing Club was Seckinger in 8:13.94. Second from Peterborough City was Darrington in 8:20.30. Third was Price Hughes from the South African School Rowing Union, 8:23.93. Fourth, Carpenter from Reading Bluecoat School, 8:32.27. Fifth, Rutger from South African School Rowing Union, 8:33.03. Sixth, Picava from Peterborough City, 8:36.02. Race 55 is now on the course and at around about 500 metres, 750 metres. And this is the final of the junior school double sculls for the Gov Curtis Cup. And at 500 metres, the leading crew was the scullers from King's School Ely, followed by Molesey Boat Club in lane 3, then Hereford Cathedral School A crew in lane 4. Fourth place at that point, the Newark Rowing Club A crew. Fifth, Wallingford Rowing Club. And finally, at that point, Hinksey Sculling School A crew. And there you can see them just approaching and passing the 1,000-metre mark in race 55. The final of the junior school double sculls, race 55. In race 55 at 1,000 metres, the lead has now changed, and the Molesey crew in lane 3 have overtaken the Hereford Cathedral School A crew in lane 4. And the crew from King's School Ely have also been overtaken. They are now in third place. At that point, 1,000 metres, with lane 6, Newark Rowing Club A crew, then Warrington Rowing Club, and finally at that point, Hinksey Sculling School A crew. So this is race 55. Well, now in race 55, the crews are just passing the 1,500 metre mark, just about to pass the 1,500 metre mark. And it does look as if the crew in lane 3, Molesey Boat Club, are still leading. Now, the crew in lane 4 in race 55, Hereford Cathedral School A crew, appear to have closed up on lane 3, Molesey Boat Club. At this angle, we can't say how close it is, but it looks as if lane 4 are definitely challenging lane 3. But lane 3, Molesey, and at 1,500 metres, confirmed positions are lane 3, Molesey Boat Club, and then lane 4, Hereford Cathedral School A crew. And then Newark Rowing Club A crew in lane 6, King's School Ely lane 1, Warrington Rowing Club lane 5, and finally at that point, Hinksey Sculling School A crew. But from our position here in the tower, it now looks as if lane 4, Hereford Cathedral School A crew, have overtaken lane 3. It's very close. And I think lane 4 nudged ahead here of lane 3, so lane 4, Hereford Cathedral School A crew, are now in front of Molesey Boat Club in the final of the junior school double sculls. And there's then some gap between them and the next crew, which is Molesey Boat Club in lane 3. Sorry, the correction. lane 1, King's School Ely. So we're waiting confirmation of that, but we think the Hereford Rowing Club, Hereford Cathedral School A crew were the winners in front of Molesey Boat Club, followed by the rest of the field. Here is the result of race 52, the club Coxed Fours final. The event was won by Marlow Rowing Club, 6:37.76. Second, Shrewsbury School A Crew, 6:41.85. Third, City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew, 6:45.84. Fourth, UK Armed Forces, 6:46.10. Shrewsbury School B Crew, 6:49.94. And finally, Vesta Rowing Club A Crew, 6:49.56. Race 56 is in progress. This is the final of the Junior School Coxed Fours. And at 500 metres in race 56, the St Paul's School A Crew in lane 3 are in the lead, followed by Westminster School in lane 5, King's School Chester in lane 4, Westminster Pangbourne College in lane 6, King's College School in lane 1, and St George's College in lane 2. And at 1,000 metres, to our commentary position, it appears there's not been any major change to that. So it still looks as if St Paul's School A Crew are in the lead. Right, now the confirmed order at 1,000 metres. First at that point was St Paul's School A Crew, lane 3. Then we have Westminster School, lane 5. And now King's College School in lane 1 have overtaken King's School Chester in lane 4 for the third place at that point. Fourth, King's School Chester in lane 4. Then Pangbourne College in lane 6. And finally, St George's College in lane 2. Race 56 is just about at the 1,500 metre mark. We await the confirmation of positions at that point. It does look to us as if lane 3, that's the St Paul's School A Crew, maintain their lead. St Paul's School striking 31, looking very comfortable in the lead in this race. And in race 56, the final of the Junior School Coxed Fours, St Paul's School A Crew is still in the lead, well in control here to reduce rate of striking compared with the opposition, followed by Pangbourne College in lane 6, Westminster School in lane 5, King's College School in lane 1, Pangbourne College in lane 6, and King's School Chester in lane 4, and finally St George's College in 6th place. You now see St Paul's School A Crew at 28, well in control and leading the field in the final. Race 56, the final of the junior school Coxed fours, followed by Westminster School Lane 5, and then the rest of the field very close together. So St Paul's School A Crew cross the line first, followed by Westminster School, and then the rest of the field with St George's College bringing up the rear. Now we have the result of race 52, the Club Cots Fours final for the Lamb Arcade Cup. The crew event, this is race 52, Club Cots Fours final. The event was won by Marlow Rowing Club 6:37.76, followed by Shrewsbury School A Crew 6:41.85. Third, City of Oxford Rowing Club A Crew 6:45.84. Fourth, UK Armed Forces 6:46.10. Fifth, Shrewsbury School B Crew 6:48.94. And sixth, Leicester Rowing Club A Crew 6:49.56. Right, 57, race 57 is underway. Race 57, final of the Junior Under-16 8s for the Sir Max Malawan Challenge Cup is at the 500-metre mark, or has passed the 500-metre mark. And we're awaiting the confirmation of the lane order at that point. And in fact, it was Radley College in lane 3 were leading, followed by Westminster School in lane 2, Latimer Upper School in lane 4, St Paul's School in lane 5, King's College School A Crew in lane 6, and finally South African School Rowing Union lane 1. Race 57, the final of the Junior Under-16 8s, just past the 1,000-metre mark. Bradley are maintaining their lead. Lane 3, followed by, now, the Latimer Upper School crew has overtaken Westminster School. So Latimer Upper School were third at that point. Then it was, second at that point. Then it was Westminster School. Fourth position, just there was St Paul's School. Fifth, King's College School A Crew. And finally, at that point, the South African School Rowing Union. Race 57, the final of the Junior 16 8s, is getting quite exciting now. The Radley crew, who are still leading, are being challenged by the Latimer Upper School crew. Radley College in lane 3, Latimer Upper School in lane 4, and Westminster in lane 2 are also pressing both Latimer and Radley. But it's Radley maintaining their lead at the moment over Latimer Upper School. And the 1500 metre point is confirmed that is the case. Radley College still in the lead. Then Latin Rubber School, and followed by Westminster School. Fourth place at that point, St Paul's School. Then Southampton Rowing School Rowing Union, and finally King's College School A Crew. It's turning into a very close race. And you can see your screens here as the camera angle opens up. Radley are leading, but they're being challenged strongly by Latimer Upper School, who are next to them there. And the angle is opening up, and we can see Radley are maintaining their lead, but it's close, or closer. So Radley have now got about 3/4 length lead over Latimer Upper School, and Radley take that one, followed by Latimer Upper School, followed by Westminster, then St Paul's School. On the far side in lane 1, Southampton School Rowing Union, closely followed by King's College School A Crew in lane 6. Now we have the result of race 53, which is the final of the Women's Junior School Quadruple Sculls. The winners were Wycliffe Sculling Centre, second Clare's Court School, third Tyrus Colour School, fourth Lee Rowing Club, fifth King's Grammar School A Crew, and sixth Shrewsbury School. Well, now on your screens you can see race 58, Challenge Single Sculls final for the Ushers Challenge Cup. Which at 500 metres, the leading sculler was Chute from Windsor Boys School, followed by Copus of Oxford Brookes University, and then Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club. Fourth place at that point was Young from Cambridge 99. Fifth place, Leonard of London Rowing Club, and sixth place at that point, Dulbinskis of Dartmouth Topless Amateur. Well, now in race 58 at 1,000 metres, it's quite a close contest. This was interesting because sculling races often become processions, but in this case we have a good race. We have a slight change in the order behind the leader. The leader continues to be Chute Windsor Boys School, followed by, now it's Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club, then Copus of Oxford Brookes University, Young of Cambridge 99 in lane 6. 5th place at that point was Leonard of London Rowing Club, and 6th place was Dulbinskis of Dart Totnes Amateur. The scullers in race 58 have moved away now towards the 1500 metre race, 1500 metre mark, and it remains quite close. As I said earlier, it's interesting for a sculling race. So race 58 is more or less at the 1500 metre mark now, and we await the report of the lane order as they pass that point. Conditions still remain. In fact, the conditions have improved again. The wind seems to have dropped, and the rain here has stopped. So it's much more congenial for the scullers in race 58. So from our commentary position, it looks as if the sculler in lane 5, Tutor Windsor Boys School, is maintaining his lead, followed by Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club. In fact, the order at 1500 remains unchanged compared with 1,000 metres. So it's Tutor Windsor Boys School first, Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club next. 3rd place at that point, Copus of Oxford Brookes University. 4th place at that point is Young of Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. 5th was Leonard of London Rowing Club. And finally, at that point, it was Dulbinskis of Dart Totnes Amateur. Yes. And now, with 50 metres to go, it definitely looks as if Dixon Twickenham Rowing Club is challenging, if not taking the lead, from Tutor Windsor Boys School. Yes, and in fact, subject to the results being confirmed, we think that it's Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club who took that. Race 58, final of the challenge single sculls. And now crossing the line are the last 2 boats in race 58. So it's lane 2, Dulbinskis, and lane 1, Leonard of London Rowing Club. We have the results of race 54, which is the final of the Women's Junior School 8s. This is won by Henley Rowing Club A Crew, then Hinksey Sculling School. 3rd were Headington School Boat Club A Crew. 4th, Surbiton High School. 5th, St Edward School. And 6th, Henley Rowing Club B Crew. Race 59, Club Cox's Falls final is underway. And at 500 metres in race 59, the leading crew was Nottingham Boat Club B crew, followed by Time Rowing Club, then Marlow Rowing Club A crew. Sixth position at that point was Hinksey Sculling School, then Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, and sixth at that point, City Bristol Rowing Club A crew. In race 59, at 1,000 metres, the order is unchanged. We still have Nottingham Boat Club B crew in lane 3 in the lead, followed by Time Rowing Club in lane 5, and then in third place at that point, Marlow Rowing Club A crew in lane 4. Then it's the Hinksey Sculling School, lying 4th, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, second, fifth in lane 2, and finally at that point, City Bristol Rowing Club A crew. Now in race 59, the crews are approaching 1,500 metres. We just await the confirmation of the lane order at that point. Again, lovely condition. The wind here has dropped, the rain has stopped. And it's altogether much more comfortable in as far as exerting yourself at full pressure in the middle of a race is so comfortable. But at least the climatic conditions are less unpleasant. It does look as if the crew in lane 3, Nottingham Boat Club B crew, have substantially improved their lead. They're now at least 3 or 4 lengths ahead of the next place crew, which looks to be Marlow Rowing Club A crew in lane 4. And in fact, the confirmed lane order at that point, 1,500 metres, was Nottingham Boat Club B crew leading, Marlow Rowing Club A crew lane 4, Time Rowing Club lane 5, Hinksey Sculling School lane 6, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association lane 2, and finally at that point City Bristol Rowing Club A crew. And approaching the line, it's going to be Nottingham Boat Club B crew lane 3, with a good lead here over the rest of the field. A close race for second place between lanes 4 and 5. I can't call that. Fifth place is lane 6, which is Hinksey Sculling School. Then it's, that's fifth place, fourth place, and then it's Nottingham County Rowing Association, and finally City of Bristol Rowing Club A crew. So we're waiting for umpire's decision on those intermediate positions. We have the results, race 55, junior schools, double sculls final, won by Hereford Cathedral School A crew, followed by Melbourne Boat Club, Newark Rowing Club A crew, fourth place King's School Ely, Fifth place, Warrington Rowing Club, and sixth, Hinckley's Culling School A Crew. Yeah. Race 60 is now underway. The Challenge 8's final for the Theodosius Challenge Cup. Okay, now at 500 metres, we have a slight uncertainty about the final lane or 500 metres. However, it does look as if Leander Beaker in lane 5 were in the lead and still seem to be on the screen here, followed by Leander A Crew in lane 3, then Thames Rowing Club A Crew in lane 2, Thames Rowing Club B Crew lane 4, and King's College Crew in lane 6. At 1,000 metres, the leading crews remain unaltered, and the leader at that point was Leander Club B Crew, followed by Leander Club A Crew, then Thames Rowing Club A Crew. Fourth place at that point, at 1,000 metres, was St Edward's School, then, correction, was Thames Rowing Club B Crew, then Lane 1 St Edward's School, and finally King's School Chester. You can see the congenial conditions now prevailing here on the screen. The crews on the calm water, still some following breeze, which is going to help them to move along quite swiftly. And the coloured marquees in the background, or the tents, of different supporters clubs. Here we have a view from the roof of the finished tower as the crews approach 1,500 metres. And it's Leander B Crew who are maintaining their lead in lane 5. Still followed, we think, by Leander A Crew in lane 3. And then Thames Rowing Club A Crew in lane 2. Fourth place at that point was still Thames Rowing Club B Crew. Then St Edward's School in lane 1, and finally at that point, King's College School in lane 6. Well, with the crews in race 60, the Challenge 8's finals are approaching the finish line. The Leander B Crew has a commanding lead here, several lengths, and they're going to cross the line to take that event. And then some lengths behind, second place is going to be Leander A Crew. There's a close race for third place between Thames Rowing Club A and B crews. And then finally, King's College School in lane 6.
We have the results of race 55, Junior School Doubles Sculls Final for the Gov Curtis Cup. The winners were Hereford Cathedral School A, second Molesey, third Newark A, fourth the King's School Ely, fifth Warrington, and sixth Hinksey Sculling School A.
Grosvenor, lane 3. Spartan University, lane 4. Twickenham, lane 5.
Race 61 is in progress, which is Heat A, the first heat of 3 for the Women's Challenge Single Sculls for the Regatta Sailing Cup, sponsored by Robin Star Crafts. So you've seen the list of crews. Please note that Minerva Bar Throwing Club have withdrawn. In this race, the winning crew will go directly to the final. The next fastest 3 from the heats will join them. All right, okay. So race 61, the Women's Challenge Single Sculls. The first heat is on the course. You can see it now on the screens. And at 500 metres, it was Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club who was in the lead, followed by Jones of Molesey Boat Club, Thompson of Agecroft Rowing Club, and 4th position at that point was Jamieson of Christchurch Rowing Club. 5th was Gallagher of Warbrick Rowing Club, and 6th was Granacher of Twickenham Rowing Club. Well, now, in race 61, which is the first heat of 3 with the women's challenge single sculls, at the 1,000-metre mark, the positions were unchanged from 500 metres. So the leading boat, the sculler from Twickenham Rowing Club in lane 5, followed by Jones of Molesey Boat Club lane 2, Thompson of Agecroft Rowing Club lane 3, Jameson of Christchurch Rowing Club lane 1, Gallagher of Walbrook, Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club lane 4, in 5th place, and 6th position at that point was Grenica of Twickenham Rowing Club. And there you have a splendid view from the roof of the finish tower, the wonderfully flat conditions here. As race 61 approaches the finish line, with about 150 metres to go. And in fact, that's the drone view we're getting. The drone has been put back into action after the rain. And it looks as if the sculler in lane... It looks here as if the sculler in lane 5 is the lead, but the report from 1500 said it was the sculler in lane 2. Anyway, it looks as if it's either 2 or 5. In fact, now we can see the race as the angle unfolds. It is the sculler in lane 2, Jones of Molesey, who is in the lead in this heat of women's challenge sculls. But it's close. I wouldn't like to call who's going to come second in this. So Jones of Molesey crosses the line first, followed by Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club and Thompson of Agecroft Rowing Club. Then we have Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club, Jameson of Christchurch Rowing Club, and finally in lane 6 we have Granacher of Twickenham Rowing Club. We have the result of race 55, the Junior School Double Sculls Final for the Gov Curtis Cup, which was won by Hereford Cathedral School A Crew, followed by Molesey Boat Club, then lane 3 Newark Rowing Club A Crew, 4th place King's School Ely, 5th Warrington Rowing Club, and finally Hinckley Sculling School A Crew. That was the result of race 55. Race 62, the second heat of the Women's Challenge Single Sculls is in progress. You can see the list of the competitors in this event, this race. And at 500 metres, the leading sculler was in race 62. At 500 metres, the leading sculler was McGee Norwich Rowing Club, followed by Norman of Henley Rowing Club, and then Hayerick of Birmingham Rowing Club. At 1,000 metres, the positions had changed slightly, so we had at 1,000 metres Titterington of Nottingham Boat Club, lane 3 leading, followed by Norman of Henley Rowing Club, and then McGee of Norwich Rowing Club, followed by Gowman of Mortlake Anglian Alpha Rowing Club in 4th place, then Hayerick of Birmingham Rowing Club, and finally at that point Hallett of Dart Totnes Amateur. Well, now the scullers in race 62 have passed the 1,500 metre point, and here we have a view from the drone. You can see all six boats there, and it's still the boat in lane 3, Titterington of Nottingham, who's in the lead, followed by. Now after that, I think the order may have changed. It's getting very close behind the lead boat. There's 3 or 4 scullers in close contention for second place. And on the screen you can see the view of the leading 3 or 4 scullers, but from our other picture here, I can see, there it is, from the drone, it looks much tighter. So second place could be any one of Green. No, have we got of lane 6, who is Hallett of Dart Totnes. In fact, it's getting quite difficult to call this. So it does seem that Titterington of Nottingham Boat Club has got a good lead, but it's very difficult to sort out who behind is going to take the second place. So we're waiting now. Yes, it's very close. I'm not going to try to call this. So you've got lanes 1, 4 and 5 crossing very close together. Then lane 2 and finally lane 7. And I say finally, there's one more sculler bringing up the rear here. This is lane 6, who is Hallett of Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. Right, that's the last competitor in race 63 across the line. Lewis, race 62, I'm sorry.
So race 63 is underway, but we'll catch up with that in a moment or two, and we'll just give you some results just to flesh out what's been going on. Race 56 was the final of the junior school Coxed fours, and we can confirm it's a win for St Paul's School A Crew in a time of 6 minutes 38.16 seconds. Second were Westminster, third the King's School Chester, fourth were King's College School, fifth Pangbourne, and sixth St George's College. Race 57 was the final of the junior under 16/8s, and this was a win for Radley College, a time of 6 minutes 15.84. Second were Latimer Upper School, third Westminster, fourth St Paul's, fifth the South African Schools Rowing Union, and in sixth place King's College School A. So let's now pick up race 63, the third of the three heats in the Women's Challenge Single Sculls. 7 scullers were due to start this. Myburgh of Walbrook in 1, Chen of Canterbury in 2, Mackay of Grosvenor in 3, Wild of Bath University in 4, Lindo of Twickenham in 5, Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth in 6, and Manning of Dart Totnes Amateur in lane 7. Looking down the course, all 7 scullers started. As they passed the 500-metre mark, it was Wild of Bath University who leads by about 3 lengths. And indeed, as they come to the 1,000-metre mark, we confirm it's Wild of Bath University leading from Lindo of Twickenham, and running in third place, Mackay of Grosvenor. Just to flesh out the other places at 1,000 metres, so as I say, Wild of Bath University leading by a couple of lengths from Lindo of Twickenham. Third was Mackay of Grosvenor. In fourth place, Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth. Fifth was Manning of Dart Totnes. Sixth, Chen of Canterbury, and seventh, Myburgh of Walbrook. Approaching 1,500 metres, Wild of Bath University continues to lead, rating 30, with Clearwater over the other competitors in this Women's Challenge Single Sculls. As I said earlier, this is the third heat of 3, so the winner of this heat goes straight through to the final, as did the winners of the previous 2 heats, and the next fastest 3 crews from the heats will join them in the final. Wild of Bath University now at 30 strokes per minute. I think she has this race in hand, lead of some 3 or 4 lengths over the crews in lanes 5 and 3. That's Lindo of Twickenham in lane 5 and Mackay of Grosvenor in lane 3. Those 2 scullers, Mackay and Lindo, will be trying to set times that make their way through to the final by being 3 of the next three quickest crews, scullers. And Wild of Bath University continues just to ease off a little bit, now rating 29. Inside the last 100 metres or so, about 10 strokes to go to the line, some 4 lengths up on, looks like Mackay of Grosvenor to me in second place, although not by much over Lindo of Twickenham in third. But coming to the line to take this heat is R. Wild of Bath University, being followed home by S. Mackay of Grosvenor, who has about a length and a half advantage over J. Lindo of Twickenham. The rest of the field's then strung out a little bit, but it's Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth who will be coming to the line next. And there she comes, just coming to the line now. So fifth home will be L. Manning of Dart Totnes Amateur. And then it looks like it's C. Chen of Canterburygian to finish 6th, followed by R. Myberg of Walbrook to finish in 7th. We'll quickly confirm the result of race 58. The final of the challenge single sculls was a win for C. Dixon of Twickenham Rowing Club, 7 minutes 5.49 seconds. Second was M. Shute of the Windsor Boys School. Third, J. Coppice of Oxford Brooks. Fourth was W. Young of Cambridge 99. Fifth was N. Dolbinskis of Dart Totnes Amateur. And in 6th place, R. Leonard of London. We can go straight on to race 64, which is on the course and indeed approaching the half distance. This is the first of 2 heats in the Women's Club Coxed Fours for the Chalmore Challenge Cup. 6 crews in this. Lane 1 Norwich, Lane 2 Twickenham Rowing Club B, in Lane 3 Canterburygian, Lane 4 is Marlow Rowing Club's A crew, Lane 5 Worcester and Lane 6 Maidstone Invicta. Passing the 1,000-metre point, it's Worcester Rowing Club in Lane 5 with the advantage over Canterburygian in 3 and Marlow A in 4. In 4th place at the halfway point were Maidstone Invicta, followed by Twickenham in 5th and Norwich in 6th. So let's quickly confirm the result of race 59, the final of the Club Coxed Fours. It was a win for Nottingham Rowing Club's B crew, 6 minutes 29.53 seconds. Second were Marlow A. Third, in fact, dead heat for second place between Marlow A and Tyne Rowing Club. I couldn't separate them on the photo finish to the 100th of a second. 4th were Hinksey Sculling School, 5th Notts County Rowing Association and 6th the City of Bristol's A crew. Going back to these Women's Club Coxed Fours, this first heat of 2 continues to be Worcester in Lane 5, who are rating 32, with clear water over the rest of the field. From our position in the finish tower, it looks to me like it is Canterburygian in 3, who are running second, as they have throughout this race. So just for the record, as they passed the 1500 metre mark, it was Worcester in lane 5 who were leading from Cantabrigian, then Marlow A, then Maidstone Invicta, then Twickenham B, and then Norwich. Worcester now rating just 27.5, saving themselves for the final later on today, no doubt. The winner of this heat progresses to the final. They don't need to do any more than they're doing at the moment. Although, to be fair, the times will affect the lane draw for the final. So Worcester just paddling in with about 3 strokes to go to the finish line. Being followed home by Cantabrigian. Marlow pushing quite hard to try and close the gap on Cantabrigian, but it's about a length between them. With Cantabrigian crossing the line now, followed by Marlow. Then Maidstone Invicta. And then it looks as if it'll be Twickenham B and Norwich coming home in 5th and 6th, respectively. Just a few more strokes until they come to the line. So Twickenham B finishing now. And just Norwich to come into the finish in about 3 more strokes from here. And for completeness, let's just confirm the result of race 60, the final of the Challenge 8s for the Theodosius Challenge Cup. This was a win for Leander's B crew, time of 5 minutes 40.18 seconds. Second were Leander A, third were Thames A, fourth were Thames B, and fifth were King's College School. St Edward's School were taking part in the race for time only, and their time was in fact slightly quicker than King's College School's. Next race is approaching the 1,000 metre mark. This is race 65, the second of the 2 heats in the women's club Coxed 4s for the Chalmore Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Star Club, lane 2, Twickenham Rowing Club's A crew. In lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club's B crew. Lane 4 is Putney Town Rowing Club, lane 5, Nottingham Rowing Club, and lane 6, Derby Rowing Club. It was Star Crew in lane 1 who got out to a very quick start and were leading at 500 metres, where they were followed across that particular timing line by Nottingham, then Derby, then Putney Town, then Marlow B, and then Twickenham A. At the 1,000 metre mark, the order hadn't changed very much at the front. We still have Star Club leading from Nottingham. And then a little bit of a shuffle of the crews behind them for the minor placings. So this second heat of the women's Club Coxed fours has passed 1,500 metres, and it still looks like Star Club in lane 1 and Nottingham Boat Club in lane 5, who are the two leading crews in this race. The crews so far apart, it's difficult to tell from our position in the finish tower who's leading. Looks to me like it might still be Star Club with the advantage over Nottingham. Star Club at 31, Nottingham at 32.5, coming into the final 250 metres. Once again, just the winner will progress automatically to the final. Crews in second, third and fourth trying to set times that will make them the next quickest qualifiers to join the final. Star Club at 32, leading with, I think, a bit of clear water over Nottingham, who are in lane 5. Those two crews separated by about 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths, and then about the same verdict back to Putney Town. So Star Club crossed the line first, followed home by Twickenham A. Excuse me, followed home by Nottingham. Followed by Putney Town, and then Marlow B. Derby just coming to the line now in 5th place, with one more crew to come with about 10 strokes to go, which is Twickenham A in lane 2. So, race 61 result is confirmed. This is the first of 3 heats of the Women's Challenge Single Sculls. A win for E. Jones of Molesey, time of 8 minutes 18.66 seconds, and she qualifies straight to the final. Second was S. Blackett of Twickenham. Third, R. Thompson of Agecroft. Fourth was N. Gallagher of Walbrook. Fifth was Granica of Twickenham. At the end of the first of these heats, we have Blackett, Thompson and Gallagher were sitting in the next 3 fastest crew slots, but of course that changed with the next result of the next race. And so we now have the result of race 62, which was the second of the 3 heats of Women's Challenge Singles. A win for Titterington of Nottingham in a time of 8 minutes 32.05 seconds, and she progresses to the final. Second was Gowan of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Third, Norman of Henley. Fourth was McGee of Norwich. Fifth was Herrick of Birmingham. Sixth was Green of BTC Southampton, and seventh Hallett of Dart Totnes Amateur. Now, the crews finishing second, third and fourth in that heat were all slower than the ones who'd finished second, third and fourth in the first heat, so they're eliminated. And then the third of these 3 heats in the Women's Challenge Single Sculls from a few minutes ago for the Regatta Sailing Cup, was a win for Wild of Bath University in time of 8 minutes 13.19 seconds. Second was Mackay of Grosvenor. Third, Lindo of Twickenham. Fourth was Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth. Fifth was Manning of Dart Totnes. Sixth was Chen of Canterbury, and seventh Myburg of Walbrook. So the 3 heat winners we now go through to the final, and we can confirm that they're joined by Blackett of Twickenham, Thompson of Agecroft and Mackay of Grosvenor. Blackett and Thompson coming through from the first heat, and Mackay coming through from the third heat. as the next 3 quickest crews. We have a little hold up at the start for race 66, which is the first heat of the junior under 15/8s. They're sat on the state boats. Certainly the crew in lane 1 is struggling to get straight. While we're waiting for them, let's just look at the result of race 64, which was the first of 2 heats of the women's club at Coxed Falls. A win for Worcester Rhine Club, time of 7 minutes 32.67. Worcester progressed to the final. And then we have Cantabrigian in 2nd place, Marlow A in 3rd, Maidstone Invicta in 4th, Twickenham B in 5th, and Norwich in 6th. So at the end of the first heat, Cantabrigian, Marlow, Maidstone Invicta and Twickenham were sitting in the next 4 fastest crews slots. But the next race changed that. Okay. Yep. So the result of race 65, which was the second of the 2 heats of the Women's Club Coxless Fours for the Chalmore Challenge Cup, a win for Star Club from Bedford, time of 7 minutes 38.96 seconds. Second were Nottingham, 3rd were Putney Town, 4th were Marlow B, 5th were Derby, and 6th were Twickenham Rhine Club A. Now, as a result of that, the 2 winning crews from the 2 heats progressed to the final, and we'll have the centre lanes, lanes 3 and 4. But joining them will be Cantabrigian, Marlow A and Maidstone Invicta from Heat 1 and Nottingham from Heat 2. So we can see on screen, for those of you fortunate enough to be watching our YouTube coverage, and you're very welcome to be with us today. There are over 200 of you watching when I last checked half an hour ago. Race 66 is underway. This is the first of 3 heats of the junior under 15/8s. In lane 1, the King's School Chester have scratched. So we have in lane 2, Reading Bluecoat School B. In lane 3, King's College School. In lane 4, Westminster School B. In lane 5, Dulwich College A. And in lane 6, Kew House School A. This race was delayed on the state boats for a few minutes. At least one of these crews was having a little bit of difficulty attaching and getting straight. And we need to bear in mind that these under 15s, this is the youngest age group competing in the regatta. And this is the first time that they will have done sweeped oar racing, at least in a regatta format, off of a state boat. Because, of course, up to and including under 14 level, they are only allowed to scull. As they pass the 500-metre mark, it's the King's College School in lane 3 who lead, from Dulwich College A in lane 5. In 3rd place, Kew House School A. 4th were Westminster School B, and in 5th place, Reading Bluecoat School B. But that was at the 500-metre mark, and lots of time for that to change around. There wasn't a lot between the crews, although as they approach the 1,000-metre point, they are beginning to stretch apart. And I think we can see it's crew 3, the King's College School, who are opening up a bit of clear water as they pull away from Dulwich. As they come to the 1,000-metre mark, It's King's College School rating 33, who lead with about a length and a half, maybe just under that actually, from Dulwich, who have a half-length advantage over Kew House School. There's then Clearwater, back to Reading Bluecoat, with King's College School, Westminster School now 5th. As they move away from the 1,000-metre mark, Kew House School A appear to have been putting in a little bit of a push. They're at 36. And I think they are closing on Dulwich alongside them in lane 5, contesting 2nd and 3rd place. But it's still very definitely King's College School in lane 3 who lead. This is the first of 3 heats of the Junior Under 15 8s for the Cooperative Funeral Care Trophy. And winner of each of these 3 heats will go through to the final, where they will be joined by the next fastest 3 crews. King's College School still at 33. Kew House School pushing still quite hard at 35.5. Dulwich still at 32.5. But it does look like King's College School in lane 3 have this in hand. KCS raise their rate of striking to 34 as they approach the final 250 metres. When they passed 1,500 metres, the running order was as it had been previously, so King's College School leading from Dulwich and then Kew House School, those 2 crews very close together. Reading Bluecoat School in 4th and Westminster School B in 5th. KCS continue to pull away, now leading by certainly 3, maybe even 4 lengths in this final 250 metres of the first heat of the Junior Under 15 8s. So KCS, King's College School, come to the finish line, probably about 3 lengths up on Dulwich, who cross now, followed home by Kew House School's A crew. Those 2 overlapping. Coming in 4th place will be Reading Bluecoat School's B crew, and then Westminster School's B crew in 5th. Let's confirm the result of the previous race, race 65, just while we wait for the result of 66 to come through. 65 was the Women's Club Coxed Fours, the second of 2 heats for the Chalmore Challenge Cup, a win for Star Club, time of 7 minutes 38.96. Second were Nottingham, 3rd Putney Town, 4th Marlow B, 5th Derby, 6th Twickenham A. And we now know that Canterburygian, Marlow A and Maidstone Invicta all qualify from the final from Heat 1, along with Nottingham from Heat 2. So we have the second of the 3 heats of the Junior Under-15 underway. In lane 1, Pangbourne College. In lane 2, Dulwich College B. Lane 3, Radley College. Lane 4, St Edward's School. Lane 5, Reading Bluecoat School A. We understand that Kingston Grammar have scratched. They should have been in 6. As I look down the course, there's no crew in lane 1. Pangbourne College have failed to make the start, so this is a 4-boat race. But once again, just the winner automatically progressing to the final, along with, from the 3 heats, the next fastest 3 crews. As they pass the 500-metre mark, St Edward's School in lane 4 had a very small advantage over Radley in 3, but at the 1,000-metre point, I think they were almost level. Those two, St Edward's and Radley, in the middle of the course. Really tight race between them at the halfway mark. Reading Bluecoat School A crew were 3rd and Dulwich College's B crew were 4th. Both Teddy's and Radley rating 34.5, and they're absolutely side by side coming down the course. Really tight race, this one, at the moment. Those two crews, Radley and St Edward's, pulling away from Reading Bluecoat School, who are in 3rd place, with Dulwich College's B crew some little way further back. Both crews still at 35. Radley in lane 3, St Edward's School in lane 4. And as we pick up our overhead drone footage, even that's showing that they're pretty much level. Maybe Radley now just with their bows in front. And certainly they were as they passed the 1,500-metre mark. It's Radley by beginning to squeeze away, maybe now a 1/3 of a length, perhaps half a length to Radley. But this race isn't over. Whoever's got the more effective sprint in the last 250 metres can still take this. It could be Radley, it could be St Edward's. Those two crews now 3 or 4 lengths clear of Reading Bluecoat School's A crew in 5, who are a long way clear of Dulwich College's B crew in 2. But there's these two crews side by side. It's still Radley by about a half a length from St Edward's. Both crews now really winding it up as they come in towards the finish. St Edward's probably with the higher rating. I'm just taking that now. Still at 35. Almost nothing between these two crews. I think it's back down to a canvas. St Edward's looked to be moving slightly better. Radley looked to be hanging on slightly better. Radley by no more than half a length at the most. I think it's a slightly more than a canvas, but not by a half length. Radley coming towards the line just in front of St Edward's. About a 1/3 of a length, in my view. I'm not a judge, but that's what that looked like to me. Radley beating St Edward's by about a 1/3 of a length in this second heat of the Junior Under-15 8s. Coming to the line now, Reading Bluecoat School's A crew in 3rd place. And then now a little wait for Dulwich College's B crew in lane 2, who will come home in 4th. So to complete this heat, we just have Dulwich coming to the finish line now. And junior under 15 eights. Well, we're just waiting for race 68 to start. The crews are on the stake boats. This is the third of the 3 heats in the junior under 15 eights. We have 6 crews on the stake boats. Dulwich College C crew in lane 1, Westminster School as A crew in 2, Bedford School in 3, Latimer Upper School in 4, Kew House School's B crew in 5, and the Windsor Boys School in 6. And that race now starts, so race 68. So we get the right graphic on screen. So race 68, just to refresh you, the junior under 15 eights, the third of 3 heats, Dulwich, Westminster, Bedford, Latimer Upper, Kew House, and the Windsor Boys School. Once again, starters given due allowance to these relatively inexperienced crews in sweep door rowing. This is their first season in sweep, and getting onto stake boats, getting straight, is a bit of an art in its own right. And so the starter, quite rightly, just giving them a little bit of extra time to get on, attached, to get straight and ready. But we're underway. Passing 500-metre point, it's clear where we're looking at the crew in lane 1. Dulwich has been dropped off the back of the field along with Kew House School in lane 5. So contest here appears to be between lane 3, Bedford School, who led at 500 metres, followed by Latimer Upper, and then the Windsor Boys School, and then Westminster School's A crew. But there's not much between those 4 leading crews. They're overlapping at 500 metres. As they come to the 1,000-metre point, there's still very little between these leading 4 crews, perhaps 1 length covering all of them. And it looks to me like it is now Windsor Boys School in lane 6 who've come through in the second 500 to take the lead, followed by, I think, Bedford, and then Westminster, and then Latimer Upper. But as I say, there's only 1 length between those leading 4 crews at the halfway point. Approaching 1500 metres, it's Windsor Boys School in lane 6, who are now rating just 32, who appear to me to have taken a reasonably commanding lead. The other three crews, very, very little between them, although I suspect Bedford School and Westminster are having a real ding-dong battle for second and third place, just ahead of Latimer Upper School, who are fourth. So I think in the third 500, Westminster School in 2 have moved up in the order and are now running in second place. But it's the Windsor Boys School in lane 6, closest to the finish tower and our cameras, furthest away from those of you on the bank watching this. Windsor Boys School with Clearwater at the head of this field. Windsor Boys finishing at 33 strokes per minute, about a length and a half up on Westminster, and then Bedford, and then Latimer Upper. And I think we can safely say that Dulwich and Kew House School are out of this. Westminster having a really good push in this final 100 metres or so, this sprint into the finish line. The Windsor Boys School, unusually for them in sweep door, of course, they're well known for their sculling, but it's Windsor Boys School coming to the line about a length and a half up on Westminster, who in turn are a length and a half up on Bedford. And funnily enough, they're about a length and a bit up on Latimer Upper in lane 4, finishing fourth. Yeah. A race 68 has just started. No, excuse me. I'm not sure that is race 68. Next race is race 69, the Women's Junior School Double Sculls for the Chairman's Challenge Cup. In this we have in lane 1 Newark, lane 2 Whitcliffe. In lane 3 we should have had Kingston Grammar School, but they've scratched. Lane 4 is Molesey A, lane 5 Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, and lane 6 Reading Bluecoat School. 2 heats to come in this, and it's the Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club B crew who've jumped out into the lead, took the lead by 500 metres and continue to lead as they pass the 1,000. My apologies, there are 3 of these heats to come. This is the first of 3. So at 1,000 metres, halfway point, it's Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club B crew in lane 2, leading from Molesey A, then Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, then Newark, then Reading Bluecoat. Race 70 has also started. Doubles allow us to catch up, we would hope, a little bit on time. We're only a few minutes out, but we'll stick with race 69, which is approaching the 1,500 metre mark as we look down the course. I think we can see that the scullers from Reading Bluecoat School and from Newark have slipped off the back of the field. But it's the Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club B crew in lane 2 who lead. Wycliffe at 33, now leading by a couple of lengths from the sculler from Molesey, or the double, excuse me, from Molesey, who are in lane 4. Wycliffe might indeed have a 3-length lead now over Molesey, who have a little bit of clear water over the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association double. This the first of 3 heats in the women's junior school double sculls. Wycliffe maintain a rating of 33 coming into the final 250 metres. Comfortably leading now from the other doubles in this race, with Molesey in lane 4 in 2nd place at the moment. Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in lane 5 in 3rd place. Newark are 4th and Reading Bluecoat School 5th. So as with many of our events, the winner will progress direct to the final, and in the case of this event, it's the next fastest 3 from the heats who will join them in the final. Wycliffe maybe just easing off in the last 10 strokes, rating down to 31 as they cross the line. And then quite a tight race for the 2nd and 3rd place, but it'll be the crew from Molesey, their A crew, who cross the line 2nd, half a length up on Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, who finished 3rd, or at least crossed the line 3rd. 4th, Newark. And then we have a bit of a gap to the 5th placed crew, which will be Reading Bluecoat School. So race 70 is approaching us. These doubles, I managed to get them away off the start pretty smartly. 4 boats in this. In lane 2, the South African Schools Rowing Union. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School. In lane 4, Hinksey Sculling Schools B crew. And in lane 5, the Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club's A crew. This is the 2nd of the 3 heats in the women's junior school double sculls. Sir William Perkins took the early lead, which they maintained at the 1,000-metre point, ahead of Wycliffe A, followed by Hinksey B, and then the South African Schools Rowing Union. So William Perkins rating now just 29, some 5 lengths or something ahead of the other doubles in this event. So William Perkins should go through to the final later today, assuming no disaster befalls them in the last 200 or so metres of this race. Hinksey Sculling School B and Wycliffe contesting 2nd and 3rd, with Wycliffe leading Hinksey, maybe by the best part of a length. for second and third. Wycliffe pushing very hard at 36 to make sure they secure the second place in this, but it's the Sir William Perkins School crew coming to the line very comfortably up by 5 or 6 lengths to take this heat of the Women's Junior School Double Sculls for the Chairman's Challenge Cup. This is the second of the 3 heats in this event. Wycliffe coming through in second place, having opened up just about a 1 length advantage over Hinksey. And race 71 is approaching its conclusion, approaching the 1500 metre mark. This is the third of the 3 heats of the Women's Junior School Double Sculls for the Chairman's Challenge Cup. There are 4 doubles in this race. In lane 1, Peterborough City. In lane 2, Lee Rowing Club. Lane 3, Molesey have scratched, which explains their absence. In lane 4, Kingston Grammar School B, and in lane 5, Hinksey Sculling School A. At 500 metres, it was Hinksey who led from Kingston Grammar School, then Lee, then Peterborough. And I don't think it's changed too much since, although looking down the course, I don't think there's an awful lot between Kingston Grammar in 4 and Hinksey in 5. And indeed, I don't think Peterborough City in 1 are out of this yet. All to play for with 300 metres still to race. Kingston Grammar at 32. Peterborough at 29. So we'll see who has managed to keep a little bit of form and endurance and strength for this final 150 metres or so. And it's looking to me like Peterborough in lane 1 have come through the field. They were last at 500 metres. I believe they're now leading as they come towards the line. Peterborough leading with a couple of lengths of clear water, I think. They really have sculled well in the second half of this race. So Peterborough City in lane 1 coming to the finish line ahead of Kingston Grammar School's B crew in lane 4. And then very little between Hinksey and Lee. Race 72 is underway, and indeed coming past the 1,000 metre point. This is the Women's Junior School Coxed Fours, the first heat of 2 for the Chamber of Trade Cup. So in race 72, we have in lane 1, Bedford Girls' School, lane 2, Sir William Perkins School, lane 3 is Henley, lane 4, Putney High School, lane 5, Shiplake College, and lane 6, Headington School. At 500 metres, it was Putney High School in lane 4, leading Shiplake in 5. But I think the order reversed between those two by the 1,000-metre mark. It looks to me, looking down the course, that it's Shiplake in 5 who lead. As they come to the 1,500-metre mark in race 72, it definitely looks to me like Shiplake leading at rating 31.5, with Clearwater over Henley. Shiplake across in lane 5 have an advantage with some Clearwater. So about a length and a half, let's say, over Henley in 3, who lead by about a length from Putney High School in 4. Shiplake continuing at 31.5 in this first of 2 heats of the women's junior school Coxed 4s. As they passed the 1,500-metre mark, just for the record, Shiplake, then Henley, then Putney High School, then Sir William Perkins, then Bedford Girls' School, then Headington School. And as we can see them coming towards the line with about 10 strokes to go, it's still Shiplake, maybe just easing off a little bit, length and a half up. They do have a final to come later this afternoon. I wouldn't blame them for saving themselves. They automatically qualify for the final by winning this heat. But maybe it's 2.5 lengths. Actually, I might have misjudged that. From Henley Rowing Club, who will finish second across the line. And then it's Putney High School. And then Sir William Perkins, who have about 3 strokes to go. And then not a lot to choose between Headington School and Bedford Girls' School in 5th and 6th. But it'll be Headington who cross half a length up on Bedford Girls. Race 73 is underway, the second of the 2 heats of the women's junior school Coxed 4s, with, looking down the course, I think I can see 5 crews, which is what we're expecting. In lane 1, Haberdashers Monmouth School for Girls. In lane 2, the King's School Worcester. In lane 3, Emmanuel School. In lane 4, the King's School Chester. And in lane 5, Godolphin and Latimer. Passing 500, it was the King's School Chester in the lead from the King's School Worcester. And then I think Emmanuel, Godolphin and Latimer, and Haberdashers Monmouth. Looks like quite a good race developing here. We're watching the camera footage as the crews approach the 1,000-metre mark. As they come to the 1,000-metre mark, we can see that 3 crews have broken away from the other 2. King's School Worcester Emmanuel and King's School Chester in the middle of the course. And it's King's Worcester who I think have the advantage. Difficult to tell as the camera angle unwinds. King's Worcester and King's Chester. In fact, I'm going to give it to King's Chester as they come to the line. At the 1,000-metre point, King's Chester by about half a length from King's Worcester, who have about a further canvas advantage over Emmanuel. Indeed, the report from the 1,000-metre hut is that it was indeed King's School Chester leading from King's School Worcester, and then Emmanuel, and then Godolphin and Latimer School in 4th place, and Haberdashers Monmouth School for Girls in 5th. So we'll just quickly go back and give you the result of race 67, the second heat of the junior under 15/8, a win for Radley College, time of 6 minutes 41.72. Second was St Edward's, third Reading Bluecoats School A, and fourth were Dulwich. And let's just confirm race 68's result, the third of the 3 heats in the junior under 15/8, a win for Windsor Boys School, time of 6 minutes 40.59. Second were Westminster, third Bedford, fourth Latimer Upper, fifth were Dulwich, and sixth Kew House School. No times taken for those last 2. And it's a progression to the final, the winners of the 3 races, and Kew House School's B crew from heat 3. That can't be right. We'll have to have another look at that. That doesn't look right to me. Let's rejoin race 73, though. This is the second of the 2 women's junior school Coxed 4 heats for the Chamber of Trade Cup. And a good race developing between the front 3 crews here. There's not been a lot between them at any point in this race. We're just waiting for confirmation as they pass the 1,500-metre point. It does look to me as if the King's School Chester and the King's School Worcester are both in contention for this. They've been very close to each other throughout the entire race. I think it's King's School Chester, though, who have an advantage. Maybe it's a length over the King's School Worcester. For those of you watching on YouTube, our drone footage, of course, gives us a very good view of the relative positions of these crews, and indeed, King's School Chester lead by about a length from King's School Worcester, who in turn may be just under a length from Emmanuel School. Those 3 may be beginning to come under a little bit of pressure from Godolphin and Latimer School for minor placings, but I can't see Godolphin catching the leaders, King's Chester, as they come in the final 250 metres of this race. About 2 lengths between the leading 3 crews, with about 10 strokes to go. King's Chester leading King's Worcester from Emmanuel. And at the line, so King's Chester cross first, half a length up on King's Worcester, with Emmanuel also overlapping in 3rd place, then Godolphin and Latimer, and just coming to the line now, Haberdashers Monmouth School for Girls.
Well, we're now with race 74, heat 1 of 2, the women's J16 quadruple sculls. We've got Pangbourne College, lane 1, Kew House School A, lane 2, Sir William Perkins School A crew, lane 3, Headington School B crew, lane 4, George's College, lane 5, Southampton Schools Rowing Union, lane 6. Right, now, passing 500 metres in race 74, the leading crew was lane 6, South African Schools Rowing Union, followed by Sir William Perkins School A in lane 3, then St George's College in lane 5, so Headington School B in lane 4, Kew House School A in lane 2, and then 6th place Pangbourne College. And the positions were unchanged at 1,000 metres, at which point South African Schools Rowing Union was in the lead. And you can see on the screens they are past 1,000 metres. They're on the way towards 1,500 metres. And it looks very much as if the crew in lane 6, the South African Schools Rowing Union, is maintaining their earlier lead as they come away towards 1,500 metres. And at this point in the race, the crew in lane 6, the South African Schools Rowing Union crew, are striking 33, in contrast to Sir William Perkins School A crew in lane 3, who are at 32. Passing 1,500 metres, the order of the lanes unchanged, so it's still South African Schools Rowing Union in the lead. And the crew in lane 6, the South African Schools Rowing Union, looking very strong on our drone footage here. A good finish on that, on their stroke. A good push there at the end of the stroke. There, all good coaches will spot that. And they're maintaining a good lead over in lane 3, Sir William Perkins School A crew, and then lane 5, St George's College, and lane 4, Headington School B, Kew House School lane 2, and Pangbourne College lane 1. And this African Schools crews crossing the line now, followed by Sir William Perkins School A lane 3, George's College lane 5, Headington B in lane 4, who are some way in front of the other two crews. Race 75 is now on the course. The Heat B, second heat of the Women's Junior 16 quadruple sculls. And you see the crews on the screen there. And at 500 metres, it was Lee Rowing Club in lane 6 who were leading, followed by Barn Elms Boat Club in lane 5. And then Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club in lane 1. So William Perkins School B in lane 4. Heading to School A Group lane 3. And Q House School B in lane 2. At 1,000 metres, the Wycliffe Junior crew in lane 1 are in the lead, and they were followed at lane 5 by Barn Elms, Lee Rowing Club lane 6, William Perkins School lane 4, heading to School A crew lane 3, and 6th place at that point, Q House School B crew. Right, now in lane race 75 at 1,500 metres, there's been no change to the lead. In fact, there's been no change. Oh, well, yes. At 1,500 metres, we still have Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club in the lead, followed by Barn Elms Boat Club lane 5, and so William Perkins School have now overtaken Lee Rowing Club and are in 3rd place. So following them, it's Lee Rowing Club at 1,500 metres. Then heading to School A crew and Q House School B, 6th place. Right, now our drone is struggling to cope with the spread of the crews in this race, but you could see here the leading crew in lane 1, who is substantially in front of the rest of the field. So lane 1, followed by lane 4, William Perkins School B, and then in lane 5 it's Barn Elms Boat Club, lane 6 is Lee Rowing Club, and bringing up the rear is Headington School. Race 76 is on the course, at approximately 500 metres or just after. This is the first heat, one of four, the junior school eights, the Mike Disran's Memorial Trophy. You have the list of the crews, and at the moment, the leading crew is Abingdon School in lane 4, followed by Hampton School lane 5, Radley College lane 2, King's School Chester lane 1, and finally Kew House School. So race 76, the first of 4 heats of junior school 8s. So race 76 is passing the 1,000-metre mark. Okay, so race 76 is now approaching the 1,500-metre mark. And from here, it looks as if we still have the race of first place between lanes 4 and 5, Abingdon School and Hampton School. There's a big entry in this event. There are 4 heats, which says a lot for the strength in depth of J15 rowing. A lot of schools crews. In race 76 at 1,500 metres, there's no change in the order. It's still Abingdon School leading Hampton School, who are in turn in front of Radley College C Crew. Then King's School Chester in lane 1 in 4th place, and at that point in the race, 5th place is occupied by Kew House School in lane 6. Well, now race 76 is approaching the finish line, and it's Abingdon School in the lead, a couple of lengths in front of Hampton School, and on the far side of the lake, lane 2, Radley College C Crew. Crossing line 4th place is King's School Chester. And bringing up the rear, a little way behind here is Kew House School in lane 6. Should mention that King's College School A Crew, who was supposed to be lane 3, have withdrawn. We have the result of race 68, which is junior under 15/8 heat 3 of 3. And the winners were Windsor Boys School, 2nd place Westminster School A Crew, 3rd Bedford School, 4th Latimer Upper School, 5th Dulwich College C Crew, and in 6th place Kew House School B Crew.
Back down onto
At the moment, the times indicate that the fastest currently the fastest qualifying crews, apart from the heat winners, are St Edward's School Heat 2, Westminster School A in Heat 3, and Bedford School in Heat 3. We're waiting for confirmation of all that. So meanwhile, in race 77, the crews are approaching 1,000 metres. The race 77 is just passing the 1,000 metre mark now. Because we're waiting for an update from 1,000 metres on race 77. Now, in race 77 at 1,000 metres, Shipley College continue to lead in this race, followed by Dulwich College A crew in lane 4, St Edward's School in lane 2, Clare Court School in lane 1, King's College School B crew in lane 5, and Canterbury Club in lane 6. Race 77 is approaching 1,500 metre mark, which in fact they're just passing at this point. We're waiting for updated information, the lane order of that at that point. It looks as if Shipley College are still in the lead there in lane 3. Yeah, so the camera is showing us that's the case. Followed by lane 4, Dulwich College. And lane 2, St Edward's School. This is race 77. They're now, race 77 is now around about just approaching the 1750 metre mark. And Shipley College continue to lead. Race 77 is approaching the finish line, and still Shipley College in lane 3 in the lead. Length and clear water in front of lane 4, Dulwich College A crew, who are in turn in front of lane 2, St Edward's School. That's Shipley College, Dulwich College A crew, Edward School, lane 1 Clare's Court School. They're well in front of the remaining 2 crews of the race. So it's lane 5 King's College School B crew, and then Canterbury across the line. The crews in race 77. We have the result of race 69, which is heat 1 of 3 of the Women's Junior School Double Sculls. From this race, from these 3 heats, the 3 heat winners progress to the finals, and then it'll be the fastest 3 crews of all the other finishers who progress to the final. And in this race 69, heat 1 of 3, Women's Junior School Double Sculls. Race was won by Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, B crew, and then it was Molesey A crew, Notts County Rowing Association, Newark Rowing Club in 4th place, Reading Bluecoat School in 5th place. Kingston Grammar School have withdrawn from the event. We have the result of race 70. The Women's Junior School Double Sculls. This is heat 2 of 3. And the winners were Sir William Perkins School, followed by Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A crew, Hingsey Sculling School B crew, the South African School Rowing Union, and the crew from Headington School withdrew. Returning to race 78, this is more or less at the 1,000-metre mark now, just past it actually. And we're just waiting for the lane order to come through from the team at the 1,000-metre mark. And at 1,000 metres in race 78, it's St Paul's School A crew continue to lead. In fact, right, and then behind them, second place at 1,000 metres, Reading Bluecoat School. Then Llandaff Rowing Club in lane 6. Dulwich College B crew in lane 2. And then we have a change because Westminster School have overtaken Winchester College and are now in 5th place. And Winchester College are now in 6th place at the rear of the field. So you can now see crews in race 78. St Paul's crew in lane through, St Paul's School A crew. Now we're off to the start. Well, we'll be back at the race 78 in just a moment. Here we are, St Paul's School A crew leading the field there. Obviously rowing very well. Coherently, good blade work at the finish. So St Paul's School A crew leading the field here in this third heat of the Junior School 8s. Ahead of Reading Bluecoat School in lane 4 and Llandaff in lane 6. St Paul's School approaching the line in race 78, followed by Reading Bluecoat School in lane 4. And then behind them are Llandaff Rowing Club in lane 6 and Westminster School B in lane 5. And then we have Dulwich College B in lane 2 and Winchester College in lane 1. Right, well now we have the result of race 71, the third of 3 heats of women's junior school double sculls. And as we mentioned previously, the heat winners progressed to the final, together with the fastest 3 crews amongst the other finishers. So the results of race 71, winners were Peterborough City Rowing Club, then Kingston Grammar School B crew, Hinksey Sculling School A crew, Lee Rowing Club, and the Molesey crew withdrew. Currently, the fastest 3 qualifying crews, other qualifying crews, are Molesey A crew from Heat 1, Notts County Rowing Association from Heat 1, and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A crew, who are in Heat 2. Race 79 is now underway. In fact, has passed 500 metres. This is Heat 4 of 4 for the Mike Ditterens Memorial Trophy, Junior School 8s. And at 500 metres, it was Radley College B crew in lane 3 in the lead, followed by Latimer Up School in lane 2, St Paul's School B crew in lane 4, Westminster School A crew in lane 5, and then Nottingham Union in lane 1. In race 79, passing the 1,000-metre mark, the leading crew was Radley College B crew. They were in front of Latimer Upper School in lane 2, St Paul's School B crew in lane 4, Westminster School A crew in lane 5, and Radley College A crew, who was supposed to be in lane 6, have withdrawn. Well, in race 79, the fourth heat of 4 heats for the junior school 8s. Obviously, a very strong entry for this event, with many school junior crews competing. And at the moment, it's the crew in lane 3, Radley College B crew, who are leading the field. There's an excellent picture from the drone. So it's clearly Radley College lane 3, St Paul's School B in lane 4. Well, actually, no, it's crew in lane 2. Yep. It's Latimer Upper School. But I'm sure, looking at the drone picture, that the St Paul's School B crew has overtaken the Latimer Upper School crew. It's a tight race for second place. So in race 79, race 79, Radley in the lead here are striking 34, and a length and a bit of clear water ahead of lane 4, St Paul's School B Crew. And St Paul's School B Crew just in front of, or neck and neck with how's that? Latter Rough School. That was the last crew in race 79 crossing the line there. Nottingham Union Boat Club in lane 1. Right, well now race 80 is underway and featured currently in the coverage on the screens. This is the heat A of 2 heats, the first of 2 heats for the Challenge Coxed Fours for the Challenge Coronation Challenge Cup. And currently we have Molesey A Crew in the lead, lane 3. Followed by Vesta Club B in lane 5, then Molesey C in lane 4, St George's College lane 2, and Henley Rowing Club in lane 1. That's race 80, just after the 1,000 metres. We have the result of race 72, which is the first of 2 heats. First of 2 heats for Women's Junior School Coxed Fours for the Chamber of Trade Cup. The winning crew was Shiplake College, followed by Henley Rowing Club, third place Putney High School, then Sir William Perkins School, heading to school in position 5, and the 6th Bedford Girls School. So at the moment, apart from the heat winners, the fastest 4 currently qualifying crews are King's School Worcester Heat 2, Emmanuel School Heat 2, Godolphin Latimer School Heat 2, and Henley Rowing Club Heat 1. Race 80 is now approaching the finish line, just clearing the 1750 metre mark. And the leading two crews are Molesey Boat Club A in lane 3 and Vesta B crew in lane 5. And it's fairly close between those two. Perhaps about a length, perhaps Molesey's about a length in, Molesey A crew is about a length in front of Vesta B. Right, so that's Molesey Boat Club Vesta, and now it's the Molesey Boat Club C crew in lane 4. George's College in lane 2, and on the far side, Henley Rowing Club. That's the crews in race 80. Let's go. We have the race result for race 73. Women, the second of two heats of women's junior school Coxed fours. The winning crew was King's School Chester. Then we had King's School Worcester, Emmanuel School Godolphin Latimer, and Haberdashers Monmouth School for girls. And as things are at the moment, apart from the two heat winners, the fastest crews currently also qualifying are King's School Worcester Heat 2, Emmanuel School Heat 2, Godolphin Latimer in Heat 2, and Henley Rowing Club from Heat 1. That has to be confirmed. We now have the results for race 74, which is the first heat of two for the women's junior under 16 quadruple sculls. And that race was run by the South African Schools Rowing Union. And then second place, Sir Williams Perkins School A crew. Then St George's College. Fourth place, Headington School B crew. Kew House School A crew in fifth place. And sixth place, Pangbourne College. So, as it stands at the moment, the fastest four qualifying crews are Sir William Perkins School from Heat 1, St George's College from Heat 1, Sir William Perkins School B crew from Heat 2, and Headington School B from Heat 1. Now, in race 81, which is Heat B, the second of two heats of the Challenge Coxed Fours for the Coronation Challenge Cup, at 1,500 metres, the leading crew was Vesta A crew in lane 3, followed by Molesey Boat Club B crew in lane 4, and Marlow Rowing Club in lane 5. Then Pangbourne College in lane 2, and BTC Southampton lane 1. And the crew's now approaching the line, and it's going to be Vesta in lane 3, Vesta A crew in lane 3, who crossed the line first. Then it's Molesey B crew in lane 4 and Mara Rowing Club in lane 5. We have the results of race 74, which is the first of 2 heats, the women's junior under 16 quadruple sculls. And the race was won by the South African Schools Rowing Union. Second was Sir William Perkins School A crew. Third, St George's College. Fourth, Headington School B crew. Fifth, Kew House School A crew. And sixth, Pangbourne College. So at the moment, the 4 fastest qualifying are Sir William Perkins School A crew from Heat 1, St George's College Heat 1, Sir William Perkins School B crew from Heat 2, and Headington School B from Heat 1. Those have to be confirmed. We now have the results of race 75. This is heat 2 of 2, the women's junior under 16 quadruple sculls, and the race was won by Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, followed by Sir William Perkins School B crew, Barnell's Boat Club in lane 3, Lee Rowing Club lane 4, Headington School A crew in lane 5, and Kew House School B crew in lane 6. In race 82, which you can see on your screen, this is the first of 2 heats of women's junior school Coxed Fours for the Meadows Cup.
Thank you.
And at 500 metres, the leading crew was Henley Rowing Club in lane 3, followed by Putney High School lane 5, the South African Schools Rowing Union lane 1, and Surbiton High School in lane 4.
Kingston Grammar School. Hinckley Scully School. Emmanuel.
Race 82 is in progress. Somewhere down the course, so it's not on your screen at the moment. We see the start of the next race there, which presumably is 83. But 82, this is the first of two heats of the women's junior school Cox's Fours, and now you can see the crews. They've passed 1,000 metres. We're at 500. We got slightly confused information, but we think at 500 it was Henley Rowing Club in the lead, then Putney High School, followed by South African Schools Rowing Union, Surbiton High School in lane 4. So watching the crews in race 82 move away from the 1,000-metre mark. We don't, unfortunately, have a lane order for 1,000 metres. At 1,500, we got there are 3 crews in race 82. Only 3. Well, yes, only 3 have shown up. We've got Henley Rowing Club lane 3 who are in the lead, followed by South African Schools Rowing Union lane 1 and Putney High School in lane 5. So in race 82, there are 3 crews. Leading crew, lane 3, Henley Rowing Club. This is race 82, the first heat of the women's junior school Cox's Fours, 82, and Henley Rowing Club are in the lead from the South African School Rowing Union on the far side of their lane 1, followed some way behind by Putney High School in lane 5. So that's Henley Rowing Club and South African Schools Rowing Union crossing the line in race 82, followed by Putney High School in lane 5.
Race 83, the information from the 1,000-metre mark was that St Paul's Girls' School were in the lead in lane 5, followed by Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3, who had overtaken Emmanuel School in lane 4, and with Kingston Grammar School in lane 2 as they passed the 1,000 metres.
So as they come to the 1500 metre mark in this second heat of 2 in the Women's Junior School Coxed Fours for the Meadows Cup. 1500 metres. It's now Hinksey Sculling School, who've come through St Paul's in that third 500. And it's Hinksey who just lead from St Paul's. With Emmanuel in third and Kingston Grammar in fourth. Hinksey at 36, St Paul's at 33. A really good battle between these two crews. The winner will progress to the final, and the other crews are competing for the next fastest 4 to join the final. Very little here between Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3 and St Paul's Girls' School in 5. I think they're still overlapping as they come into the final 10 or so strokes. Hinksey Sculling School maybe just still with their bows in front. Hinksey having to raise the rate now at 36 and just beginning to squeeze out away as they come to the line with just about a 1 length advantage over St Paul's Girls' School, who crossed the line second. Those two crews had opened up a reasonable gap then of 4 or 5 lengths to Kingston Grammar School, who are just coming to the line now. And then, best part of 3 lengths, I would say, to Emmanuel School finishing now. So that was the first of the 2 heats of the Women's Junior School Coxed Fours. So my apologies, that was the second of the 2 heats. Race 84 is underway, the first of 3 heats in the Junior School Quadruple Sculls for the JHW Skeet Tankard. In lane 1, the King's School Worcester, lane 2, Hinksey Sculling School, lane 3, St George's College, lane 4, the King's School Chester, lane 5 is Newark Rowing Club, and lane 6 is Leander Club. At 500 metres, it's Leander in lane 6 with the early advantage over the King's School Worcester, and then Newark, Hinksey Sculling School, St George's, and the King's School Chester. Coming to the 1,000 metre point, Leander in lane 6, sculling very smoothly at 33. Have opened up a lead of best part of 2 lengths, I would say, maybe even 2.5 lengths over the King's School Worcester in lane 1, with Newark in lane 5 in third place, about another length back. So we can confirm as they pass the 1,000 metre mark, it was Leander then the King's Worcester, then Newark, and then Hinksey Sculling School were 4th. St George's College were 5th, and the King's School Chester were 6th. Leander now at 32, and I think they hold a comfortable lead in this race. The first of 3 heats in this junior school quadruple sculls. Leander still at 32.5. King's School Worcester in lane 1 are at 32.5. As they passed the 1500 metre point, it was those 2 crews in that order. Leander leading comfortably from King's Worcester, with still Newark in 3rd, Hinksey in 4th, St George's in 5th, and the King's Chester in 6th. Leander now down to 31, sculling very neatly. They're under no pressure at all, so of course that helps them to make it look easy, but I just sense they're a very good quad, moving beautifully together, winding it down further as they come into the last 5 or 6 strokes coming up to the line. King's Worcester having a good push in 2nd place, still plugging away, quite a high rating from King's Worcester in 2, but it's Leander over here in lane 6 who come to the line, 2 lengths up on King's Worcester in 2nd place, who have a half-length advantage over Newark in lane 5 in 3rd place. Hinksey Sculling School coming to the line in 4th. St George's with about 5 strokes to go to the line, sculling quite competently, although they're quite a way down. So St George's just finishing now. And then King's School Chester with 5 strokes to go to complete this, the first heat of 3 in the junior school quadruple sculls.
And as we approach the 1,000 metre mark on this race 85, it looks as if Kingston maintain their lead. Yes, confirmed by the 1,000 tower at the halfway mark. Kingston were in the lead quite comfortably from Clare's Court School in lane 5. And in 3rd position, the Windsor Boys School B, followed by Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, and in 5th place, South African Schools Rowing Union. difficult to tell from this camera angle as the crews go towards the 1500 meter mark, but it looks as if Kingston in lane 2 are maintaining their lead over Clare's Court School in lane 5, but by about a length and a half maybe, but it's difficult from this angle to be precise. Well, the 1500 meter tower has confirmed that at that point, Clare's Court School had taken the lead from Kingston, and in third position still Windsor Boys School B, then Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club, followed by South African Schools Rowing Union. So Clare's Court School must have had a sort of devastating third 500, and they're looking very strong and powerful as they come into the last 250 meters. Though their lead over Kingston is now probably about 3/4 of a length, as they have about 15 strokes to go. Kingston fighting hard to come back, but I think Clare's Court School have this one under control with a 1-length lead as they approach the line. Followed by Kingston, then Windsor Boys School B, and some way back in the 4th lane is South African Schools Rowing Union. Race 85 was the second of 3 heats of the junior school quadruple sculls, and the third heat is now on the track, race 86. I'll just put the thing on the screen. With Lee in lane 1, Peterborough City lane 2, Nottingham and Union lane 3, and in lane 4, Windsor Boys School A, and lane 5, Henley. Well, we're getting a slightly jumbled message from the 500 meter hut, so I can't give you an accurate position there, but from the screen it looks as if crews in lanes 5 and 6 seem to be ahead at the moment as they go towards 1,000 meters, but I'll give you an update on that when they pass the 1,000 meter mark. And as the crews approach the 1,000-metre mark, from the camera angle, it looks as if Windsor Boys School A in lane 4 are about a length ahead of Henley in lane 5. Now it's interesting, from the 1,000-metre hut, again I'm getting slightly jumpy line from them, but it appears that Windsor Boys School A is in the lead from Henley in lane 5, followed by Lee in lane 1, then Nottingham and Union, lane 3, and 2 Peterborough City in lane 2. But that was somewhat garbled information. Thank you very much. Looking at the screen, it appears from here anyway that the Windsor Boys School A in lane 4 have a comfortable but not dominating lead, I think, over lane 5, which is Henley, who are next door to them on the left, but the camera angle doesn't go that far to the left. Followed in third place by Lee in lane 1, with Nottingham and Union and so coming past 1,500, indeed it was Windsor Boys School A in lane 4 from Henley lane 5 and Nottingham and Union in lane 3, followed by Lee in lane 1 and Peterborough City in lane 2. With Windsor Boys moving very comfortably at 33. About a length and a half to 2 lengths in the lead in this third of 3 heats of the Junior Schools Quadruple Sculls for the Skeet Tankard. Henley in second position are up to 35, but they've got about a 2.5 length gap to make up on Windsor Boys School A, who are very comfortably striding towards the finish with a couple of strokes to go. So it's Windsor Boys School A, followed by Henley in second place, and in third position Nottingham and Union, about a length up on Lee, and then finally just crossing the line now are Peterborough City.
Race 87 has started, the first of 3 heats in the Club 8s for the Borough Challenge Vase. And this event very kindly sponsored for us by Wallingford Town Council, to whom we say thank you always for your support. In lane 1, None Such Boat Club. Lane 2 is Twickenham Rowing Club. Lane 3, City of Oxford Rowing Club's A crew. Lane 4 is Vesta Boat Club. Lane 5, City of Cambridge Rowing Club B. And in Lane 6, Winchester College. None Such was a new name for me when I looked at the entries earlier in the week. And my understanding is, if I got it right, it's the alumni of Bristol University Boat Club. So whilst these Club 8s are early on in the race, let's just quickly run back through a few results. Race 76, the Junior School 8s. The first heat of 4 was won by Abingdon School. Time 6 minutes 15.56. They progressed to the final. Second were Hampton, third Radley, fourth the King's School Chester, and fifth Kew House School. In race 77, which was the second of the heats in the Junior School 8s, a win for Shiplake College, 6 minutes 15.68. Second were Dulwich, third St Edward's, fourth Clare's Court School, fifth were King's College School, and sixth Canterbridgian. So let's now pick up the Club 8's heat, which is coming down the course, race 87. And at the 500 metre point, it was City of Oxford Rowing Club A crew who were leading. And approaching the 1,000 metre mark, I think it's still City of Oxford who've now opened up, I'm going to say, more than a length's lead over the field as they come to the 1,000 metre mark. City of Oxford past that point now. Very little between then the two crews following them, which were, I think, Vesta and None Such, although I can't tell off the camera who was first and who was second of that pair, and therefore second and third in the race. We'll get that through from the folks in the hut in just a moment. So yes, City of Oxford A leading, and then Vesta, and then None Such, and then in fourth place City of Cambridge, fifth were Twickenham, sixth were Winchester. So we've got 3 heats in this event, the winners of each heat progressing to the final, where they will be joined by the next fastest 3 crews from these heats. City of Oxford at 34 continue to hold a lead of about a length and a half over the rest of the field. As they passed the 1,500 metre point, still City of Oxford leading by a couple of lengths over Vesta, with None Such in third place, City of Cambridge fourth, Twickenham were fifth, and Winchester College sixth. City of Oxford still at 34 as they come into the final couple of hundred metres of this race. It looks like they feel that they've got it comfortably. They don't need, I think, to sprint in from where they currently are. So just paddle in at 34, take that winner's slot into the final. Race is on behind them for second and third place, and the times in particular to see whether crews will then progress to join them in the final. But it's City of Oxford with a couple of strokes to go to the line, length and a half up, and they've just allowed Vesta to close on them in this last 500. Vesta coming second across the line, followed home by Nonsuch in lane 1 and City of Cambridge in lane 5. City of Cambridge finishing 4th in this heat. And then a bit of a gap back to Twickenham, who are finishing now in 5th place. And then we have a very game crew from Winchester College. They look like they might be quite a young crew. They're giving it a good go with about 10 strokes to go to the finish. So Winchester College coming towards the line now in this first heat of 3 of the Club 8s for the Borough Challenge Vase, sponsored by Wallingford Town Council. And that's Winchester just coming home as I speak. So going back to results, race 78, the third heat of 4 of the Junior School 8s, a win for St Paul's School A crew in a time of 6:15.23, with Reading Bluecoat School second, Llandaff third, Westminster School 4th, Dulwich 5th and Winchester College 6th. And race 79 was the 4th of the 4 heats in the Junior School 8s, a win for Radley College's B crew in a time of 6:14.26, with St Paul's School B second, Latimer Upper School third, Westminster School A were 4th and Notson Union 5th. And we can confirm that the 6 crews who go through to the repechage are St Paul's School B and Latimer Upper School from heat 4, Reading Bluecoat School from heat 3, Dulwich College from heat 2, Hampton School from heat 1 and Radley College C from heat 1. And those 6 crews, that's their finishing time order. So St Paul's School B were the quickest of the 6 crews who qualify for the repechage later on, from which 2 will join the finalists. Second heat of Club 8s is underway, race 88. In lane 1, Bedford School. In lane 2, the City of Cambridge Rowing Club A crew. Lane 3 is Lee Rowing Club. Lane 4 is Tyne Rowing Club. Lane 5, St Paul's School. And lane 6, Kingston Rowing Club. Tyne Rowing Club got away to a very good start and led at 500 metres. From City of Cambridge, who were in second place, Lee Rowing Club were third, Bedford were 4th, St Paul's were 5th, and Kingston was 6th. But that's very early on in this race. So we pick up the camera coverage as they come to the 1,000-metre point. And there's not a lot between these crews, the leading 4 crews at least in this race, I have to say. But it does look like Tyne Rowing Club just easing out to about 3/4 of a length advantage over, well, I think Lee and City of Cambridge were virtually level as they passed the halfway mark in second and third, with, I think, Bedford School 4th. St Paul's 5th and Kingston 6th. But as they passed the 1,000-metre point, it was, as I say, Tyne Rowing Club leading from Lee, then City of Cambridge. All to play for in this race, with less than 1 length covering the first 4 crews. So they come past the 1500 metre mark. Tyne Rowing Club at 34 continue to lead. A little bit of pressure coming on them from both Lee and the City of Cambridge in that order. But I think Tyne have a length advantage coming into the final. Well, they're now approaching the 1750 metre mark, so 250 metres to go. Tyne Rowing Club leading in this second heat of 3 in the Club 8s. Tyne still at 33, but a really good battle between City of Cambridge and Lee for second and third place. Wouldn't like to call that one at the moment. Those two crews racing each other, and stroke for stroke, those two crews looking to be setting amongst the 3 fastest times from these heats. But Tyne Rowing Club leading by just on a length as they come to the finish with about 5 more strokes to go. Tyne Rowing Club rowing very competently together with just over a length's lead. Second and third place, Lee looked to be just about to pip for second, so Tyne finish, followed home by Lee, and then City of Cambridge very close behind them. Length and a half then to Bedford School in fourth. And then we have about 3 lengths, maybe even 4 lengths to St Paul's School, who are coming towards the line in 5th place. And about another 3 lengths then to Kingston Rowing Club, who will complete the field in this second heat of Club 8s. Race 89 is on the course, the third of the 3 heats of the Club 8s. In lane 1, City of Oxford's B crew. In lane 2, Minerva Bath. Lane 3 is Maidstone Invicta. Lane 4 is Marlow. And lane 5 is Putney Town. At 500 metres, it's the crew from Maidstone Invicta with the early advantage, which they've maintained at the 1,000 metre point. So it's Maidstone Invicta leading. We then have Minerva Bath, and then Putney Town, City of Oxford, and Marlow. Maidstone Invicta at 35. They're having to push along quite hard. They haven't got this in the bag yet. I think they've got clear water, but only just. They're only a length and a half up, maybe something like that, as they move into the second half of this race. Maidstone Invicta still at 35, having to work fairly hard just to hold on to this lead. Minerva Bath in lane 2 in the yellow kit have been pushing them fairly hard all the way, but I think Maidstone Invicta have just about Clearwater, lead of a length, maybe a little more than that, as they come into the final, as they approach the final 250 metres. At 1500, the order was indeed Maidstone Invicta, Minerva Bath, City of Oxford, Putney Town and Marlow. It's pretty much what it was earlier in the race, although third and fourth places had swapped over. There's not too much between them. But it's Minerva Bath who are trying to chase down Maidstone Invicta, who lead with about a length, maybe just a smidge of Clearwater, as they come towards the finish line. Maidstone Invicta hold on to their lead of about a length and a quarter over Minerva Bath. Maidstone Invicta look as if they will progress to the final. Minerva Bath pushing for one of the fastest 3 times to join them in the final. So there we see Maidstone Invicta cross the line, followed by Minerva Bath about a length and a third down, and then a further length and a half to City of Oxford, and indeed another length and a half then to Putney Town, and a couple of lengths to Marlow to complete this race. So let's go back and confirm the result of race 80. The first heat of the Challenge Coxed Fours, a win for Molesey Boat Club A crew in 6 minutes 41.82 seconds. They progress straight to the final. Then we have Vesta B in second place, Molesey's C crew were third, St George's College were fourth and Henley were fifth. And we can confirm the result of race 81, which was the second of those heats in the Challenge Cox Fours. And this one was a win for Vesta Rowing Club's A crew, 6 minutes 38.43. Second were Molesey B, third were Marlow, fourth were Pangbourne, and fifth were BTC Southampton. So the 2 heat winners progress to the final, where they will be joined by the next 4 fastest crews. And we can confirm that those are Molesey B from heat 2, Vesta B from heat 1, and Molesey C from heat 1, and Marlow from heat 2. And those 4 crews are in their time order, and that will influence the lane draw for the final. So the 2 heat winners will get lanes 3 and 4. And Molesey B, I think the workings give them lane 5, Vesta in 2, Molesey C, and Marlow will have the outside lanes for the final later on. Race 82, just to confirm the result, the first of the heats of the Women's Junior School Coxless Fours, a win for Henley Rowing Club, time of 7 minutes 48.43 seconds. Second were the South African Schools Rowing Union, and third were Putney High School. And race 83, the second of the heats of the Women's Junior School Coxless Fours, a win for Hinksey Sculling School in 7:29.35. Second was St Paul's Girls School. Third were Kingston Grammar, and fourth Emmanuel. So the 2 heat winners go through to the final, where they will be joined by St Paul's Girls School and Kingston Grammar from heat 2, the South African Schools Rowing Union from heat 1, and Emmanuel School from heat 2. So we pick up race 90, which is on the course, the first heat of the women's club Coxed Fours for the Doug Norris Memorial Salver. This event kindly supported by Sims Solar. Reading Rowing Club should have been in lane 1 but have scratched, we understand. So we have in lane 2 Lady Eleanor Holly's School, lane 3 Thames Rowing Club, lane 4 Leicester Rowing Club B, lane 5 Marlow Rowing Club A, and in lane 6 Bedford Girls School. At 500 metres, it's Thames Rowing Club with the lead over Vesta. And at 1,000 metres, the lane order, the running order was exactly the same. So at 1,000 metres, Thames Rowing Club lead from Vesta B. Lady Eleanor Hollies were 3rd, Marlow were 4th, and Bedford Girls School were 5th. Looks like quite a good race between Thames and Vesta in the middle of the course. Those two crews having a battle, but it does look to me like it's Thames Rowing Club who are taking advantage and moving away a little bit. Clear water, I think, now for Thames Rowing Club over Vesta and Lady Eleanor Hollies. Both Marlow and Bedford Girls School trailing a little bit off the back of the pace in this race. Thames Rowing Club at 31. And as our drone joins the race and we pick up the coverage, we can see Thames Rowing Club leading now by probably 2 lengths from Vesta and Lady Eleanor Hollies. Those two crews pretty close together, maybe Vesta just with the advantage. Technically, LEH had the advantage at 1,500. So the order at 1,500 was Thames, LEH, Vesta, Marlow, Bedford Girls. But LEH and Vesta were just about level, hardly anything in it. Thames maintain a rate of striking 31 as they come into the final 250 metres of this race. Winner, as always, qualifying direct to the final. Crews behind them racing for time to try and make one of the fastest 4 slots to join in the final. So Thames Rowing Club finishing at 32 strokes per minute in this first heat of the women's club Coxed Fours. Just coming to the line, Thames Rowing Club about, I'm going to call that 3 lengths up in the end on Lady Eleanor Hollies School, who finished 2nd, followed home by Vesta, and that's Vesta's B crew in this event. And then have quite a gap back to the other crews who are still in this race. Marlow coming towards the line with a couple of strokes to go. And then we wait for Bedford Girls School, who are in 5th place. Catch up. Result of race 84, just to confirm the first heat of 3 in the junior school quadruple sculls. A win for Leander in a time of 6 minutes, 27.40 seconds. 2nd with the King's School Worcester, 3rd with Newark, 4th Hinksey Sculling School, 5th with St George's, and 6th the King's School Chester. Race 91 is on the course, the second heat of the Women's Club Coxed Fours. 4 crews in this race. Lane 2 Twickenham, lane 3 Vesta, lane 4 Marlow, lane 5 Cantabrigian. They're just coming to the 1,000-metre mark with Cantabrigian leading. Cantabrigian by about 2 lengths over Vesta. Those 2 crews clear of the remaining 2 crews in this event. So to confirm, as they pass the 1,000-metre mark, it's Cantabrigian in the lead by a couple of lengths from Vesta A, followed by Marlow B, and then Twickenham. Cantabrigian seem to have this race almost sewn up already. They're rating just 29, leading by a couple of lengths from Vesta. Those 2 crews now have opened up quite a reasonable gap to the crews in 3rd and 4th. Passing 1,500 metres, Cantabrigian continue to row well within themselves, I would say, rowing at just 28 strokes per minute. Comfortably in control of this race. No doubt the Cox is trying to convince them to keep their focus in their own boat, as all good crews will do. Inevitably, I think it's likely Cantabrigian will just be keeping an eye out to their right, just to make sure that Vesta A are not putting in a push, challenging them. Cantabrigian, then Vesta, then Marlow, and then Twickenham. Cantabrigian at 29, Vesta at 33, excuse me, trying to push and close. Cantabrigian, I think, have this in hand. They have this covered. Just to paddle in last 10 strokes, a length up on Twickenham, on Vesta. Just able to hold them off to a 1-length advantage with 3 or 4 strokes to go to the line. Cantabrigian with about a length and a third on the finish line, length and a half perhaps even, as they cross ahead of Vesta A. And then we have about 10 lengths to Marlow B and Twickenham, who are having a good race of their own. Marlow B with the advantage for 3rd place in this heat. Twickenham look as if they will take 4th place. 2 crews, Marlow about 5 strokes to go to the line. Twickenham just about 1 length behind them. So going back to some results, race 85, the second heat of the junior school quadruple sculls, a win for Clare's Court School in a time 6 minutes 22.64 seconds. Second were Kingston, third the Windsor Boys School B, fourth were Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, and fifth the South African Schools Rowing Union. And on screen we have the result for 86, the junior school quadruple sculls, the third heat of 3, Windsor Boys School A taking the win in 6 minutes 24.48. Second were Henley, third Nottingham and Union, fourth were Lee, fifth Peterborough. And we can confirm that joining the 3 heat winners in the final will be Kingston from heat 2, Henley from heat 3, and the Windsor Boys School's B crew from heat 2. Races continue to come thick and fast as they have done all day. This is race 92, which is now on the course. We've now moved on to the Challenge Coxed Fours. And this is the first heat of 3 for the President's Challenge Cup. In lane 1 in this race we have Nottingham B crew, lane 2 is Westminster School A, lane 3 is Moles's B crew, lane 4 Vesta B, lane 5 is Lee, and lane 6 Pangbourne College. At 500 metres it was the crew from Molesey in lane 3 with the early advantage, which they consolidated, and they continue to lead as they pass the 1,000-metre point, with Lee Rowing Club in second, Westminster School third, Nottingham were fourth, Vesta were fifth, and Pangbourne College were sixth at the halfway point. Molesey continue to push along at 34, sitting length, maybe a bit more than that, ahead of Lee Rowing Club, with Westminster School in third, Nottingham in fourth, Vesta B in fifth, and Pangbourne in sixth. So 3 heats in this event. The 3 heat winners will progress to the final, where they will be joined by the next 3 fastest crews. So crews second, third and fourth ought to be pushing each other quite hard for time. Certainly Lee Rowing Club seem to be pushing the rating right up, trying to do the best they can. And I think Lee are not going to challenge Molesey's B crew in lane 3, who are about 2 lengths up on them, 2.5 lengths. But certainly Lee Rowing Club having a really hard push here into the finish line to set the best time they can, in the hope of being one of those 3 quickest qualifiers. But Thames Rowing Club come to the line, about 2 lengths up on Lee Rowing Club. And then we're fairly close with Nottingham for third place, who've overtaken Westminster School in the last 500. Finishing in fifth were Vesta B, and about 5 strokes from the line, Pangbourne College. Shall we? So let's take a quick look at the result of race 87. We're going back 2 or 3 races. Club 8's first heat was won by City of Oxford A in a time of 6 minutes 24.49. Second were Vesta, third were Nonsuch, fourth City of Cambridge, fifth were Twickenham, sixth were Winchester. Result of race 88, which was the second heat of the Club 8's, a win for Tyne, 6 minutes 21.75. Second were Lee, third were City of Cambridge, fourth were Bedford, fifth St Paul's, and sixth were Kingston. And just to complete the Club 8's, the third heat, race 89, was won by Maidstone Invicta, 6:25.47. Second were Minerva Bath, third City of Oxford, fourth Putney Town, fifth Marlow. Three heat winners progress to the final, where they will be joined by Lee and City of Cambridge from heat 2 and Vesta from heat 1. So we've got race 92. Race 92 has passed the halfway point, and this is the first heat. My apologies, I've already talked you through 92. This is race 93 that we're watching next. Second of the three heats of the Challenge Coxed Fours. In lane 1, Nottingham Rowing Club A. Lane 2 is Westminster School B. Lane 3 is Oxford Brookes University. Lane 4 is Molesey Rowing Club A. Lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club. And lane 6, Putney Town Rowing Club. Molesey A in lane 4, who took the lead right from the start, which they held as they passed both the 500 and the 1,000 metre mark. So it's Molesey A in lane 4, being chased very hard by Oxford Brookes, and then Westminster, Marlow, Nottingham and Putney Town. Molesey at 32, now hold a lead with Clearwater, so probably nudging 2 lengths over Oxford Brookes in second place in this second heat of 3 in the Challenge Coxed Fours. Oxford Brookes at 36, tried to chase down Molesey, who are still at 33. And as we pick up our drone footage, we can see there's about a length and a half advantage for Molesey in lane 4 over Oxford Brookes in 3. And those two crews are now quite a long way clear of the rest of the field. They're being followed by Marlow in 3rd place. And then there's not a lot to choose between 4th, 5th and 6th, who are Nottingham, Westminster and Putney, in whichever order you would like them to be in. Thames still at 33, they haven't had to raise the rate of striking, they haven't had to sprint in to hold off the challenge from Brookes. So it's Thames Rowing Club at the line by 2 lengths over Oxford Brookes. Brookes finishing at a higher rating. They definitely were putting in a bit of a push there. They're trying to set as good a time as they can in the hope of being one of the next fastest crews to qualify for the final, along with Thames. Coming to the line now are Marlow, and then really quite tight between Nottingham and Westminster, and I think they were in that order as they crossed the line. And then bringing up the rear, Putney Town, just finishing now.
Race 95, Heat A, Women's Challenge, Quadruple Sculls.
Result of race 90 is to hand the Women's Club Coxed Fours, the first of the 2 heats, a win for Thames Rowing Club, time of 7 minutes 48.81. Second were Lady Eleanor Holly's School, third were Vesta B Crew, fourth were Marlow's A Crew, and fifth Bedford Girls School. Thames qualify for the final, where in a moment we'll see who joins them. And then race 91 to complete the women's club Coxed fours, the pair of heats there. A win for Cantabrigian, 7 minutes 53.65. Second were Vesta A, third were Marlow B, fourth were Twickenham. So joining the two heat winners in the final will be Lady Eleanor Hollies from heat 1, Vesta A from heat 2, Vesta B from heat 1 and Marlow A from heat 1. Race 94 is underway. This is the third of the three heats in the Challenge Coxless Fours for the President's Challenge Cup. 6 crews in this heat. In lane 1, Quintin Boat Club. Lane 2 is City of Cambridge. Lane 3 is Vesta A crew. Lane 4, Thames Rowing Club. Lane 5, Henley Rowing Club. And lane 6, Kingston Rowing Club. At 500 metres, Thames Rowing Club had the early advantage over City of Cambridge, then Henley, then Vesta A, then Kingston, and then Quintin. Not an awful lot between these crews as they come to the 1,000-metre point. And I would say there's half a length between the leading 3 crews, who look to me to be Thames, City of Cambridge and Henley. We wait confirmation of that from our folks, our volunteers in the hut. And indeed, Thames Rowing Club crossed the line first at the 1,000 metres. City of Cambridge was second, Henley third, Vesta fourth, Kingston fifth and Quintin sixth. Thames Rowing Club out in lane 4 in the middle of the course. I think are rowing very, very much within themselves. They're rating just 27, sitting about 3 lengths up on anybody else. That's always a very comfortable position to be in, isn't it? And you can see the other crews, you can see if anybody's making a move. You know you've got 1 or maybe even 2 gear changes available if you need it. You hope you don't, and that you can progress to the final doing no more than is necessary to get through. A reminder that lane order in the final is determined by the times in the heats, even for the heat winners. So there is maybe merit in pushing as hard as you can. At 1,500 metres, just to confirm, it was Thames Rowing Club leading, but now Henley have come up into second place, overtaking City of Cambridge, who are now third. Vesta are still fourth, with Kingston fifth and Quintin sixth. So 4th, 5th and 6th haven't changed around at all. But certainly in that third 500, Henley has put in a good row in that middle, in that third quarter of the race and come through City of Cambridge. Thames now just at 24 with about 6 or 7 strokes to go to the line. The race is on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. It looks to me like City of Cambridge over in lane 2 have had a really good final 500. and are fairly much level with Henley Rowing Club in lane 5. Very little between lanes 2 and 5 as Thames take the win. City of Cambridge cross second, Henley third, Vesta cross in fourth. Really good race there for second, third and fourth place in that. All three crews pushing as hard as they could to get the best time they can. Coming to the finish line now, Kingston Rowing Club, who finish 5th in this heat. And we then just wait for Quintin in lane 1, who have about 3 more strokes to bring them up to the finish line. Crossing now. Before we pick up the next race, let's just confirm a couple more results. Race 92, the Challenge Coxed Fours. First heat, a win for Molesey Rowing Club's B crew, 6 minutes 26.05. Second were Lee, third were Nottingham B, fourth Westminster School A, fifth were Vesta B, and sixth Angbourne College. Result of race 93, which was the second of the heats in the Challenge Cox's Fours, a win for Molesey A, 6 minutes 18.93. That's quite quick. Followed by second place Oxford Brookes, third were Marlow, fourth were Nottingham A, fifth Westminster School B, and in sixth place Putney Town.
Race 95, the first heat of the Women's Challenge Quadruple Sculls is underway. And at 500 metres, crew lane 3, Henley Rowing Club crew was in the lead from Molesey Boat Club in lane 1 and Canterbridgian crew in lane 5. And behind Canterbridgian were Kingston Rowing Club in lane 2 and Broxbourne in lane 6. At the 500 metre mark, at the 1,000 metre mark, it looks very much from the screen as if Henley Rowing Club maintain their lead, a length or two in front of the crew in lane 1, Molesey Boat Club, and the rest of the field behind them. A few lengths behind Molesey Boat Club. And in fact, at the 1,000 metres, there's no change in all of the first 3 crews. So it was still Henley Rowing Club, lane 3 in the lead, followed by Molesey Boat Club, lane 1, and then Canterbridge in lane 5. However, Broxbourne, lane 6, had overtaken Kingston Rowing Club for 4th place, and so Kingston were then relegated to 5th place at the 1,000 metre mark. So in race 95, at 1,000 metres, as it's still after 1,000 metres, it's still Henley Rowing Club in lane 3 leading, with Bolsey Boat Club in lane 1 and Canterbridge in lane 5 behind them. Now just about at 1,500 metres. And from the screen here, it doesn't look as there's any change in the order from position to 1,000 metres. At 1,500 metres, there's no change in race 95, 1,500 metres, no change in the position since 1,000 metres. Henley Rowing Club continue to dominate this race. They're 2, maybe 3 lengths in front of their immediate opposition in lane 1, Molesey Boat Club, followed in turn by Canterbridge in lane 5, and then Broxbourne in lane 6, and Kingston Rowing Club in lane 2. So Henley Rowing Club clearly lead, not pressed particularly hard at all by the other crews. So Henley Rowing Club crossing the line, followed by Molesey Boat Club, lane 1. And then it's a little bit closer here between Canterbridge in lane 5 and Broxbourne in lane 6. And then finally Kingston Rowing Club in lane 2. So that was the cruise in race 95. And now we have race 96, which is the second heat of the 2 Women's Challenge Quadruple Sculls. This event is for the Yeatman Challenge Cup, sponsored by Strictly Wine. So in race 94, at the second heat of the Women's Challenge Quadruple Sculls, and at the 500 metre mark, it was Leander B crew in the lead, followed by Warrington Rowing Club and then City of Cambridge, and then Newark Rowing Club, and finally St George's College. And at 1,000 metres, the first three crews were unchanged. The crews in the first three places were unchanged. So they were respectively Leander B crew, the Warrington crew, and then Newark. But the St George's College crew had overtaken Newark, and they are now occupying the fourth place in the race, followed by Newark Rowing Club. Crews now just about passing the 1,500 metre mark, and there's little change in the order here. Leander B crew continue to lead the field at a rate of strike about 26. And in fact, at 1,500 metres, it's the Leander B crew in lane 3 in the lead, followed by Warrington Rowing Club, followed by City of Cambridge in lane 4, then St George's College, and bring up the rear Newark Rowing Club. You can now see on your screens the Leander crew sculling very neatly. The Leander B crew don't seem to be having any trouble with this first round of this event. Cruising quietly ahead there, leading Warrington in leading Newark. Correctly, Warrington in lane 1 and Newark in lane 4. Sorry, City of Cambridge in lane 4. The Leander crew crossed the line at a striking rate of 25. Then Warrington Rowing Club. And now, close together, we've got St George's College and, oh dear me, City of Cambridge, couldn't call that one. And finally, Newark Rowing Club in lane 2. So those are the crews in race 96.
Here is an important public service announcement to anybody who is leaving the regatta site shortly heading into London. We understand there's been an accident on the M4 which is blocked eastbound between Heathrow and the M25. So if you are leaving here heading east back into London, you probably do well to avoid the M25. Thank you.
And we now have race 97 on the course. This is the Junior School Age Repechage. Now, of these 6 crews, the first 2 to cross the line will progress to the final. Our team in the 500 mark reports that the race is very close at that point, but no further details are available. The crew's now approaching the 1,000-metre mark. And we'll try to update you, but you can see from the screens here So you're logged on. The situation's that's quite a tight race actually. Looks as if the crew in lane 2 may be leading, which would be Dulwich Cottage A, if that's correct. So it looks like it's Dulwich Cottage A. At 1,000 metres, in race 97 is still very close, but the order of the crews at that point was St Paul's School B in lane 3 in front of Reading Blue Coat School, who in turn were in front of Hampton School. Then we had Bradley College C, followed by Latimer Upper School, and then St Paul's School B. This has all the makings of being a close race right through to the finish, but 6 crews, of whom 2 can hope to qualify for the final. So there's some amount of do or die about this. It does look as if lane 2 are maintaining a lead, but it is close, and I really wouldn't like to try and distinguish between the other crews and their positions. I can see that the Hampton crew in lane 1 are making a big effort. The same is true of the other crews, but I think Hampton seem to be challenging Dulwich in lane 2. In fact, our report from the 1500 metre bar says it's lane 2 Dulwich College A, followed by Reading Blue Coat School, followed by St Paul's School B, then Hampton School in lane 1, and Radley College C in lane 6, and Latimer Upper School in lane 4. You should now be able to see from on the screen the situation. We're looking to see who are the first 2 crews to cross the line. The lane 2 are leading, but after that it's very close. It looks like it's going to be, I'm not going to call that, either Hampton in 1 or Reading Blue Coat School name 5, but we have to wait now for the umpires and the judges to announce their decision. Well, whilst we wait for the result of race 97, here is the result for race 94, which was the third of three heats, the Challenge Cox's fours. The race was run by Thames Rowing Club, 6:33.63, followed by City of Cambridge, then Henley Rowing Club, then Vesta Rowing Club A Crew, Kingston Rowing Club, and finally Quintin Boat Club. That was race 94. And right, in the Challenge Cox's fours, the current qualifiers for the final, apart from the winners, are Oxford Brookes University in Heat 2, Lee Rowing Club Heat 1, and Nottingham Boat Club B Crew in Heat 1. The results, race 95, the first heat of women's challenge quadruple sculls. The race was won by Henley Rowing Club in 7:05.36. They certainly qualified for the final. And then the second crew, Melzi Boat Club. Third was Canterbridgian. Fourth was Brocksport Rowing Club. Fifth was Kingston Rowing Club. The Leander A crew had withdrawn. The race on the course at the moment is race 98, which is the final of the Junior 18 single sculls for the Wallingford Invitation Skiff Regatta Cup. Okay, so in race 98, at 500 metres, it was sculler Richards in lane from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in lane 3, who was in the lead, followed by Morgan Jones from Hereford Cathedral School in lane 2, and then Marketos from South Africa School of Rowing, correction. Then it was Fuller from Exeter Rowing Club in lane 6. Then in fourth place, it was Marketos of South African Rowing Schools Rowing Union in lane 7. Then Charles of Leander Club in lane 1, and finally Newman of the South African School Rowing in lane 5. And in race 98, we've just been informed that the sculler Jackson from Hereford Cathedral School, who was supposed to be in lane 4, has withdrawn. So at 1,000 metres in race 98, the order was Richards of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association first, followed by Morgan Jones Hereford Cathedral School in lane 2, then Fuller of Exeter Rowing Club in lane 6, followed by Marketos of South African School Rowers Union lane 7, and then Charles of Leander Club in lane 1, and finally Newman of the South African School Rowing Association in lane 5. At 1,500 metres in lane 98, the order was largely unchanged. And approaching the finish line at about 1,900 metres, it's the Richards Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, striking quite high for a sculler. Although, in fact, he's being matched in terms of rate by his opposition in lane 2, I think that is. So those two lanes, those two scullers, 42 and 41, their rates are striking. And then approaching the line is Fuller from Exeter Rowing Club in lane 6. Correction, that's Newman at Southampton Schools Rowing on lane 5. So that was race 98. Okay. Yes, so the result of race 96, which was the second heat of the Women's Challenge Quadruple Sculls, the winning crew, winning sculler was from Leander Club B crew, B entry, followed by Wallingford Rowing Club, then City of Cambridge Rowing Club, St George's College Boat Club, Newark Rowing Club, and the Clare's Court School crew had withdrawn. Race 99 is on the course, which is the final of the Challenge Coxed pairs for the Winterbrook Challenge Cup. And at 500 metres, it was a crew from Thames Rowing Club in lane 3 who were in the lead, followed by Hinckley Sculling School in lane 6, Emmanuel School in lane 1, Putney Town Rowing Club in lane 4, and King's School Chester in lane 5. And that order was unchanged at 1,000 metres, so it was still lane 3 Thames Rowing Club in the lead at that point. So now on the screen you can see race 99, and it looks really as if Thames Rowing Club have got quite a commanding lead here, although we can't see all of the crews, but we can't see lane 6 actually, who were one of the leading crews earlier on. And at 1,500 metres, there is no change in the order. Still Thames Rowing Club in the lead, followed by Hinckley Sculling School, then Emmanuel School, Putney Town Rowing Club, and King's School Chester. And now we can see with the drone coverage that it's quite close between lanes 5 and 3 and 6. In fact, I would hesitate to suggest lane 6 has gone ahead, looking at it. So it's a quite close race in pairs. The Challenge Cox's pair of the Winterbrook Challenge Cup, and it is very close indeed. So lane 6, Hinckley Sculling School at 38, steering a little bit out of their lane. And, oh, I'm not going to call that. Well, that was very close between Thames Rowing Club and Hinckley Scully School. I don't think we could call that one. We have to wait for the judges to make their decision. Right, so we then have Lane 1, Emmanuel School, and Lane 4, Putney Town Rowing Club. And then finally, in race 99, we have Crew 5, we have King's School Chester in Lane 5.
The women's junior under 16 eights final. Latimer Upper School.
We now have the results for race 97, which was the junior school aids repechage. A very close finish it was. The crew across the line first was Dulwich College A in 6:19.26, followed by Hampton School 6:21.12, and they were followed by Reading Bluecoat School 6:21.78. So there's only 0.58 of a second separating those two crews. Then it was Radley College C, St Paul's School B, and then Latimer Upper School. So Dulwich College A and Hampton School qualified for the final.
Race 101, Challenge Double Sculls final.
Right, race 100 is now underway. This is the women's J16-8 final. And it's literally just left the stake boats. I was pausing for a moment. I thought maybe the race had stopped, but no, it's continuing. Race 100 is underway. Junior under 16-8s, women's junior under 16-8s final. And they are approaching the 500-metre mark. So for the benefit of those spectators on the far side of the course who don't have access to online to see the video coverage, in race 100, which is now coming out of the course, women's junior under 16-8s final. Lane 1 is Latimer Upper School, Lane 2, St Paul's Girls' School B crew, Lane 3, St Paul's Girls' School A crew, Lane 4, Surbiton High School A crew, Lane 5, Putney High School, and Lane 6, Surbiton High School B crew. Okay, so now in race 100 at the 500-metre mark, it was Latimer Upper School in the lead, followed by Putney High School in lane 5, Surbiton High School A crew in lane 4, St Paul's Girls' School A crew in lane 3, then St Paul's Girls' School B crew in lane 2, and finally Surbiton High School B crew in lane 6. And now on the screen you can see them passing the 1,000-metre mark. It really is quite close, to say the least. So there's a leading pack of 4 or 5 crews in front there, and Surbiton High School B crew in lane 6 seem to be slightly behind the pack. Well, having said that, there is one crew here. Oh no, right, okay, now that we can see all of the crews, that would have been Putney High School in lane 5, and in 6th place now is Surbiton High School B crew. So to go over that again at 1,000 metres in race 100, it was St Paul's Girls' School A crew in lane 3, followed by Surbiton High School A crew in lane 4, then Latimer Upper School in lane 1, Putney High School in lane 5, St Paul's Girls' Crew B crew in lane 2, and in lane 6, in 6th place, Surbiton High School B crew. Both St Paul's School, Girls' School A crew and Surbiton High School A crew both striking 34 at present as they move away towards the 1,500 metre mark. Putney High School at 32, and we still have these lovely flat conditions with a noticeable following breeze, which will make the times quite quick, though it means they have to be quite quick picking up the beginning of the stroke. Quick blade work to make the catch, make the connection, I should say. A more modern way of expressing the point. And St Paul's Girls' School A crew and Surbiton A crew in lanes 3 and 4 respectively, still maintaining their 34 strokes per minute. No, this is really a close race, so not much to choose between lanes 3 and 4, and it seems to me from the commentary position that looks to me as if lane 5 has come up, or is closer anyway to lane 4 than earlier on. In fact, yes, I can see that they are a little bit closer, but they're still behind lanes 3 and 4. And there's a duel between lanes 3 and 4 between St Paul's Girls' School A crew and Surbiton High School A crew. So I'm not quite sure what the outcome of that's going to be, but it looks to me to be very close. And those two leading crews are both at 35 to the minute. This is looking very close indeed, so no predictions here. As the line straightens, the angle straightens out, it looks to be even closer. Well, subject to confirmation by the judges, it looked like it was St Paul's Girls' School A crew in the lead on the line, followed by Surbiton High School A crew in lane 4. Well, that has to be confirmed. I'm bringing up the rear here now, race 100. And lane 1. Lane 2, St Paul's Girls' School B crew, and in lane 6, Surbiton High School B crew. The race 101 is underway. This is the final of the Challenge Double Sculls for the Evening Post Challenge Cup. And again, with the benefit of spectators here at the Dorney Lake Centre, the crews are Lane 1, Tideway Sculler School, Lane 2, Sudbury Rowing Club, Lane 3, Twickenham Rowing Club, Lane 4, Leander Club, Lane 5, Warrington Rowing Club, Lane 6, Kingston Rowing Club, and Lane 7, Globe Rowing Club. And at 500 metres, the order was Lane 3, Twickenham Rowing Club, in front of Globe Rowing Club in Lane 7, then Leander Club in Lane 4, Tideway Sculler School in Lane 1, Warrington Rowing Club in Lane 5, Kingston Rowing Club in Lane 6, and Sudbury Rowing Club in Lane 2. And you can see on the screens now, crews are passing the 1,000-metre mark. So they're quite well spread out. The leaders are well out in front of that Lane 3 Twickenham Rowing Club. But there has been a change now. The Leander crew in Lane 4 has now overtaken. Has overtaken Globe in Lane 7. In fact, we now have at 1,000 metres Twickenham Rowing Club, followed by Leander Club, followed by Tideway Sculler School, then Globe Rowing Club, and Warrington Rowing Club, and Kingston Rowing Club, and finally Sudbury Rowing Club. Now the conditions in race 101 are the wind the breeze is freshening up a little bit, the following breeze. So there'll be a bit more of a premium on the speed of connection on the beginning and the quickness of the acceleration through the stroke. From the screens, it does look as if the crew in Lane 3, Twickenham Rowing Club, have got, I won't say comfortable, they certainly have a good lead here, although they're being pressed by the crew in Lane 4, which is the Leander Club crew. And they in turn are being pursued by Tideway Sculler School and then Globe Rowing Club.
Didn't get that order at all. You could repeat it if you like.
Now the crews have passed 1,500 metres and are already close to having passed 1,750 metres, and we can see from our commentary position that the leading crew is still Twickenham Rowing Club, followed by Leander Club, followed by Tideway Sculler School, and then Warrington Rowing Club, Sudbury Rowing Club, and finally Kingston Rowing Club. And Twickenham Rowing Club is approaching the line, followed by Leander crew. And then behind them is Lane 1, Tideway Sculler School, and Lane 7, Kingston Rowing Club. Bringing up the rear, we have Lane 5, Warrington Rowing Club, Lane 2, Sudbury Rowing Club, and then Globe Rowing Club in Lane 7. We now have the result of race 98, which is the junior under 18 single sculls final. And the winning crew, the winning sculler, was Richards from now Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, followed by Morgan Jones of Hereford Cathedral School. I should say Richards' time is 7:28.37. Hereford Cathedral School, Morgan Jones, 7:29.99. Then after Morgan Jones, we had Fuller of Exeter Rowing Club, Marketos of South African Schools Rowing Union, Charles of Leander, and then Newman of the South African Schools Rowing Union. And I think the last listed sculler, not listed with a lane number, Jackson of Hereford Cathedral School, had in fact withdrawn. Okay, race 102 is now on the course, and they are approaching the 1,000-metre mark. Race 102 is the final of the Junior Under-16 Coxed Fours for the Stachanovite Cup. Rather interesting name, which is associated with the now sadly defunct Wallingford School Boat Club. Their first boat was called Stachanovite, for reasons we can't go into here. And at 500 metres in 102, the leading crew was the South African School Rowing Union, followed by King's College School.
Thank you.
And then Hingsey Sculling School, St George's College fourth at 500 metres, then Emmanuel School, and finally Dulwich College. And at 1,000 metres, it was still the South African Schools Rowing Union crew in lane 1, who were in the lead, followed by Hingsey Sculling School in lane 6, then King's College School in lane 3, St George's College in lane 2, Emmanuel School lane 4, and finally Dulwich College in lane 5. And our colleagues in the timing boxes say that in many ways this race is quite close. Now, race 102 is approaching, if not already at the 1,500-metre mark. I think the leading crews haven't changed. I think it's still lane 1, but I can see from here that lane 3 and 6 are in contention. Well, we need to get some more information and wait for the angle to straighten out. So in race 102, lead seems to have changed a little. We've got Hingsey Sculling School now moved into the lead at 1,500 metres in race 102, followed by the South African School Rowing Union, then King's College School and St George's College, Emmanuel School, and in 6th place at that point was Dulwich College. From our commentary position, it looks as if lane 6 continued to lead, and they're striking 35. And on the other side of the lake, in lane 1, the South African School Rowing Union remain in 2nd place. The South African group also striking 35. And then we have lane 3 there, which is King's College School, followed by St George's College, Right, that's Hinksey Sculling School crossing the line first, followed by South African School Rowing Union. And now we have lane 3, King's College School, and lane 2, St George's College, lane 4, Emmanuel School, and then lane 5, and lane 5, Dulwich College, just bringing up the rear of the field here, a little way back. So this is Dulwich College crossing the line in race 102. Okay, we now have the result of race 99, which is the Challenge Coxed Pairs final. And that was a very close race, if you remember, between Hinksey Sculling School and Thames Rowing Club. And the result is that Hinksey Sculling School were first in a time of 6:56.07, and Thames Rowing Club were second in a time of 6:56.32. So that's only 0.25 of a second between the two crews. Third place, Putney Town Rowing Club, 7:17.40. Fourth, Emmanuel School, 7:18.24. And fifth, King's School Chester in 7:32.44. St George's College and Knowlesy B had scratched. The next race on the course is race 103, the final of the Women's Challenge 8s for the President's Memorial Cup, and sponsored by E-Bike Barn. Right, in race 103, we don't have any intermediate results, 500 metres, but 1,000 metres. The Leander crew in lane 4 were in the lead, followed by Thames Rowing Club A crew in lane 2, then Thames Rowing Club B crew in lane 3, followed by Headington School in lane 5, Lee Rowing Club lane 6, and then finally Lady Eleanor Hollis School in lane 1. Right, well now race 103, and my colleague is prompting me to remind you it's the Women's Challenge 8s. The trophy is the President's Memorial Cup, and the sponsor is E-Bike Barn. So there we are, we've done that twice now, we're all happy. And the race 103, the crews are approaching the 1,500 metre mark. There you are, you can see them on the screen. It's quite close now between 4, Leander Club, and Thames Rowing Club A in lane 2. I would hazard a guess that the Leander crew is in the lead, but not much in it. The Leander crew 35. Well, passing the 1750 metre mark, we can see from here that the Leander crew is still in the lead. About a length maybe from the Thames Rowing Club A crew in lane 2. And then behind them are the Thames Rowing Club B crew in lane 3, Headington School in lane 5, Lee Rowing Club lane 6, and Lady Eleanor Hollis School in lane 1. So in race 103, finally the Women's Challenge 8, it's the Leander crew about to cross the line, followed by Thames Rowing Club A, now we have crew in lane 3, which is Thames Rowing Club B, and then Headington School Boat Club. Headington School Boat Club crossing the line now. And then it's Lee Rowing Club in lane 6. And Lady Eleanor Hollis School on the far side of the lake on lane 1. Okay, well, we now have the results of race 100. The final of the junior under 16, women's junior under 16 eights. The winning crew is St Paul's Girls' School A crew in a time of 7:04.83. Then Surbiton High School A crew 7:05.90. Then third, Latimer Upper School, fourth, Putney High School, fifth, St Paul's Girls' School B crew, and then finally, Surbiton High School B crew. Right, we have race 104, the final of the Women's Challenge Single Sculls for the Regatta Sailing Cup, sponsored by Robin Star Crafts. We have H-Croft Rowing Club, we have the Thompson of H-Croft Rowing Club in lane 1, Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club lane 2, Wild of Bath University in lane 3, Jones of Melzi Boat Club in lane 4, Titterington Nottingham Boat Club in lane 5, and Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club in lane 6. We don't have a report for 500 metres, but at 1,000 metres, it was the Wild from Bath University was in the lead, followed by Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club, and then Jones of Melzi Boat Club. In fourth place, it was Thompson of Agecroft Rowing Club, and then Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club, and then finally in the sixth place, Titterington of Nottingham Boat Club. That's 104, and that was the position at 1,000 metres. Well, now the crews, the scullers in race 104 are past the 1,000 metre mark, moving towards the 1,500 metre mark. And it looks as if Wild of Bath University is still leading. Right, well, now the scullers in race 104 are past the 1500 metre mark. It still looks as if it's the Wallingford Bath University in lane 3 who is leading. But we need a report now. And here we can see from the drone footage, Wild's got clearly a lead, substantial lead. And it's the sculler in lane 2 and the sculler in lane 6 who are close together, it seems, at the moment from these pictures. And very close together also are the sculler in lane 1, that's Thompson from Agecroft Rowing Club, and in lane 4, Jones of Molesey Boat Club. So Wild of Bath University maintains a comfortable lead here. I say comfortable, a good lead. And then it looks like lane 2, Blackhead of Twickenham Rowing Club maintains a position in second place. And now we've got a good race here for third place between lane 6, who is Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club, and is that lane 1? Thompson of Agecroft Rowing Club. And now, crossing the line, fifth place is Jones of Molesey Boat Club, and finally Titterington of Nottingham Boat Club. But on the course now is race 105, the final of the Women's Club Coxed Fours for the Chalmore Challenge Cup. And at 500 metres in this race, it was lane 3, Worcester Rowing Club, who were in the lead, followed by lane 5, Canterbury Rowing Club, then Marlow Rowing Club A in lane 2, and Star Boat Club in lane 4 in fourth place, Nottingham Boat Club in lane 1, and finally in sixth place, Maidstone Invicta. And that order was almost the same at 1,000 metres. That's to say, Worcester Rowing Club first, then Canterbury Rowing Club, and then Marlow Rowing Club A crew. But the sculler and the crew in lane 1, Nottingham Boat Club, had overtaken the Star Boat Club crew in lane 4, so that fourth was Star Boat Club, fourth was Nottingham Boat Club, then Star Boat Club, and finally in fifth place, Maidstone Invicta. So the scullers in the crews in race 105 are now approaching the 1500 metre mark. We're waiting to know the situation at the 1500 metre mark. And meanwhile, I can see in the distance there's a hot air balloon that's risen over the horizon there, contrasts against the grey skies. Anyway, back to race 105. And at 1,500 metres, the order is lane 3, Worcester Rowing Club, followed by lane 5, Canterbury Rowing Club, then Nottingham Boat Club in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club A Crew lane 2, Star Boat Club in lane 4, and Maidstone Victor in lane 6. So that was the position at 1,500 metres in race 105. Yeah, so in race 105, it's the Crew Worcester Rowing Club at lane 3 who have really quite a good lead, a commanding lead indeed, over the rest of the field. And they're followed, I think, by lane 5. But it's going to be lane 3, Worcester Rowing Club are going to take this event, barring disasters. And then it's Worcester Rowing Club in lane, Canterbury in lane 5, Nottingham Boat Club in lane 1. So the rest of the pack approaching the finish line here. Here we have Canterbury Boat Club in lane 5, Nottingham Boat Club in lane 1. Then the rest of the crews bunched up quite tightly together. And finally, in 6th position here, in lane 6, is Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. Maidstone Invicta crossing the line now.
So by my calculations, we have 12 races left in today's programme. Race 106 has started. This is the final of the Junior Under-15 8s for the Cooperative Funeral Care Trophy. In lane 1, we have Westminster School. So there we are. Just bring up the graphics on screen for those watching on YouTube. Lane 1 is Westminster School A Crew. Lane 2, St Edward's School. Lane 3, the Windsor Boys School. Lane 4 is Radley College. Lane 5 is King's College School. And Lane 6, Bedford School. At 500 metres, this race was very close, very little between the crews, but it's Radley with their bows just in front of St Edward's, with Windsor Boys in 3rd, Westminster in 4th, King's in 5th, and Bedford School in 6th. But as I say, almost nothing between the 6 crews as they pass the 500 metre mark. Just a note, when I last looked a few minutes ago, we'd just gone over 10,000 views on YouTube today, and there were still over 250 people logged on and watching. So thank you for being with us today. We hope that you've found it entertaining. We hope that your crews you've supported have done well and done you proud. We also have still quite a reasonable crowd here on the lakeside. I don't see anybody waving at me. Maybe one or two will. Try and persuade them. No. There we go. Very, very close as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. And I think we have 4 crews within half a length of each other. Crews in lanes 5 and 6, King's College School and Bedford, maybe just over a length down, but there's nothing really at all between the first 4 crews in this race. At 1,000 metres, it's the Windsor Boys' School leading by 2 feet from Radley College. 3rd was St Edward's, 4th were Westminster, 5th King's College School, 6th Bedford. But as I say, there's only about half a length covering the first 4 crews in this race, and then a little bit of clear water to the crews in 5th and 6th. This is the final of the junior under 15 eights. Still very close in this race as they come past the 1,500 metre point. This final of the junior under 15 eights for the Cooperative Funeral Care Trophy. Everything to play for in this race. It does look to me like the crew in lane 3, the Windsor Boys' School, probably just with the advantage. Over Radley College, who are in 2nd. So it's the Windsor Boys' School, followed by Radley, followed by St Edward's, and then Westminster, King's College School, and then Bedford. They come into the final 500 metres. And indeed, they're rapidly approaching the 750 metre mark. Windsor Boys at 34. With a lead of maybe only half a length from Radley. Ted is in 2, pushing quite hard as well. But Windsor Boys, I'm not going to say they're comfortable. They're having to work hard for this, but they are under control. They have it nicely poised. A little bit of relaxation on the recovery. They're not panicking, but Sir Teddies are coming back at them. It's now down to a canvas. Teddy's pushing very hard to try and take this on the line. Windsor Boys' School lead St Edward's by, well, it's not more than half a length at the finish. Windsor Boys' School, then St Edward's, then Radley, then Westminster. And there's only just a length covering those first 4 crews. 5th home are the King's College School and 6th Bedford School. But boy, what a race that was. Half a length. The verdict, 1 length covering the first 4 crews. So let's just confirm the result and go back a couple of races. Race 101, the Challenge Double Sculls final, a win for Twickenham Rowing Club in a time of 6 minutes, 36.05 seconds. And they beat Leander, who was 2nd, Tideway Scudder School, who were 3rd, Globe Rowing Club 4th, Warrington Rowing Club 5th, Sudbury Boat Club 6th, and Kingston Rowing Club 7th. And the result of race 102, the junior under 16 Coxed 4 final win for Hinksey Sculling School, 6 minutes 53.36. 2nd was South African Schools Rowing Union, 3rd King's College School, 4th St George's College, 5th Emmanuel, 6th Dulwich. So we're now looking at race 107 coming up the course, the final of the Women's Junior School Double Sculls for the Chairman's Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Lane 2 is Molesey A. Lane 3, Wycliffe's Junior Rowing Club's B crew. In lane 4, Sir William Perkins School. In lane 5, Peterborough City. And in lane 6, the Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A crew. When they passed 500 metres, it was Perkins with the lead over Wycliffe B, followed by Peterborough, Molesey, Wycliffe A, and Notts County Rowing Association. Leading two crews maintained the order that they're in at 1,000 metres. So at 1,000 metres, Sir William Perkins lead Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club's B crew. A little bit of a shuffle in the crews behind them, because in third at 1,000 metres, Molesey, followed by Peterborough, followed by Wycliffe's A crew, and then Notts County Rowing Association. Sir William Perkins rating 33. I think continue to lead as they approach the 1,500 metre point. Crossing lane 4 towards the middle of the course. With a lead of probably now just over a length ahead of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club's B crew in lane 3. Still in contention, Molesey in lane 2 and Peterborough in 5. Peterborough perhaps beginning to drop back a little bit into following pack. The leading pair of crews beginning to pull away. In the middle of the course, Sir William Perkins School in 4 and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club B in 3. Both the leading crews at 34 and a half strokes per minute. Sir William Perkins led through the 1,500 metre point from Wycliffe B crew in second place, followed by Molesey, then Notts County Rowing Association, then Peterborough, and then Wycliffe's A crew. Coming towards the 1,750 metre mark, very little, I think, between the first two crews in this. Sir William Perkins School in 4 and Wycliffe B crew in 3. This, a reminder, is the final of the women's junior school double sculls. This is one of those events like singles where the boats can change speed quite dramatically. The order is by no means certain. And I think we can definitely see that Wycliffe in 3 are pushing quite hard. Not quite level maybe with Perkins in 4, but are pushing them very hard. I think this could well be going to photo finish. At the moment, Wycliffe, I think, looked to be moving the slightly better of the two crews. Maybe Perkins just tiring a touch, but there's nothing between these two crews as they come to the line. It's going to go on the nod of the bows. Who is it on the line? Oh, my word, that was close. That was close for first and second. Definitely going to need to go to the photo. Finishing third, Notts County Rowing Association, just ahead of Molesey in 4th. Then Peterborough in 5th, and Wycliffe A crew now finishing in 6th. My goodness, that I think is going to go down to the last stroke, and who managed to get that stroke in just perfectly timed to surge the boat speed as they cross the line. Definitely going back to the photo finish replay. We're using a camera that records 1,000 frames a second, so we've got really quite good coverage and quite good resolution, I use the right word, in terms of who just took the win in that final of the women's junior school doubles. So just while we allow the judges to cogitate over who beat whom by a foot in that last race, or maybe it's less than a foot, race 108 is on the course coming towards us. Women's Junior School Coxed Fours for the Chamber of Trade Cup. Lane 1, Godolphin and Latimer School. Lane 2, Emmanuel School. Lane 3, the King's School Chester. Lane 4, Shiplake College. Lane 5, the King's School Worcester. And in Lane 6, Henley Rowing Club. These crews are approaching the 1,000-metre mark. It was King's Chester who had the lead at 500 in lane 3, and I think they maintain that, but only just as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. They're about to canvas up on Shiplake in 4, and then nothing to choose between Emmanuel and King's Worcester in 2 and 5 respectively. Those first 4 crews about a length covering the 4 of them. And then on their tails, Godolphin and Latimer School and Henley. So just to confirm, as they pass the 1,000-metre point, King's Chester leading by a canvas from Shiplake, and then Emmanuel and King's Worcester, with Henley in 5th and Godolphin and Latimer School in 6th. As I say, it's less than a length between the first 4 crews, so a really, really tight race developing here again in this, the final of the Women's Junior School Coxed Fours for the Chamber of Trade Cup. This Women's Junior School Coxed Fours final, Shiplake at 32, King's School Chester at 35. King's Chester having a bit of a push as they approach the 1,500-metre point. But there's still very, very little between the first, well, I think 3 crews. It does look to me, as I look down the course, that it's Shiplake just with the advantage as they come past 1,500. We'll get that confirmed by the colleagues, the volunteers in the timing hut in a few moments. Shiplake still at 32. And I think they're just beginning to ease out a little lead now over King's Chester, who led for the first half of the race, of course. So in this third 500, it's Shiplake who've just moved ahead of King's Chester. Third at 1,500 metres were Emmanuel. 4th were King's Worcester. 5th were Henley. 6th, Godolphin and Latimer Upper School. Shiplake at 34, King's Chester at 35. Shiplake leading by, well, if it's a length, it's only just a length. Shiplake in 4, King's Chester in 3. Fairly close then for 3rd and 4th place. King's Worcester in 5 look to be pushing quite hard as well, trying to take 2nd place, but Shiplake holding a 1-length advantage with 5 strokes to go to the line. Shiplake might just finish with Clearwater. Coming to the line in this final of the Women's Junior School Coxed Fours, it's Shiplake coming to the line first. About a length and a half up in the end from King's Chester, with King's Worcester just pipping for 3rd place over Emmanuel School in lane 2, who were 4th. Henley finished 5th, and Godolphin and Latimer School finished 6th. just go back a couple of races and confirm the result of race 103, the Women's Challenge 8's final for the President's Memorial Cup. And this is a win for Leander Club in 6 minutes, 24.41 seconds. Second were Thames Rowing Club A, third were Thames Rowing Club B, fourth were Headington School, fifth Lee Rowing Club, and sixth Lady Eleanor Hollis School. Race 109 is on the course and indeed approaching the 1,000-metre mark, coming thick and fast. Women's Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls final for the F.E. Hedges Cup. In lane 1, we have Sir William Perkins School's B Crew. Lane 2 is St George's College. Lane 3, the South African Schools Rowing Union. Lane 4, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sir William Perkins School A Crew. And in lane 6, Headington School's B Crew. As they're in lane 3, I think we can assume the South Africans set the fastest time in the heats earlier in the day in this. And at 500 metres, it was the South Africans who were leading, which they've maintained at the 1,000-metre point, where they had a handsome lead. So South African Schools Rowing Union first at 1,000 metres. Second was Sir William Perkins School, followed by St George's, then Wycliffe, then Headington School, and then Sir William Perkins B Crew. Right. South African Schools Rowing Union at 32. I think they're now coming under pressure from Sir William Perkins School's A Crew in lane 5. Perkins A Crew in lane 5 are at 34. And it's these two crews who have opened up a gap. They both have clear water over the rest of the field. I think it is still the South Africans, though, with the bows in front as they came past the 1,500-metre point. And we get the report it is indeed the South African Schools Rowing Union leading from Sir William Perkins School A. Then Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club have come up into 3rd place. St George's in 4th, Headington School B in 5th, and Sir William Perkins School's B Crew in 6th. Somebody's getting great support, very vocal support from the crowd on the bank here. I'd like to think they're cheering on the South Africans, who are now leading comfortably, I'm going to say, by about 3 lengths in this Women's Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls final for the F.E. Hedges Cup. They've come a long way to collect this silverware and take home. Still sculling very strongly. Don't look a desperately big crew, but boy, are they effective. 2.5 to 3 lengths up. South African Schools Rowing Union has 5 strokes to the finish. Looks to me like it will be Sir William Perkins A Crew in 5 who will claim 2nd spot, but it's the South Africans who cross the line first. 2-length advantage over Perkins A Crew, followed home by Wycliffe and then St George's. 2 more crews to finish, with Headington School in lane 6 just coming to the line, and will be followed about a length and a half later by Sir William Perkins School's B crew. So let's confirm the result of race 104, the final of the women's challenge single sculls, and this was a win for R. Wild of Bath University, 7 minutes 53.50 seconds. Second was Blackett of Twickenham, third was Thompson of Agecroft, fourth Mackay of Grosvenor, fifth was Jones of Molesey, and in sixth place Titterington of Nottingham. And just very quickly, so we're now looking at race 110. Challenge Coxed Fours final for the Coronation Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Molesey Rowing Club C. In lane 2, Vesta Boat Club B. Lane 3, Vesta's A crew. Lane 4, Molesey Boat Club A. Lane 5, Molesey Boat Club B. And in lane 6, Marlow. So a bit of a Molesey fest here with all three of their crews making it to the final. And Vesta with 2 as well, and Marlow. Vesta and Marlow, of course, in very similar coloured kits. And the 3 Molesey crews, of course, will all be in all black. So I have to hope they've stayed in lane. They are Coxed Fours, so you'd like to think that they should do. But nobody has switched around. At the 500-metre point, it was Molesey's A crew who were leading ahead of Vesta A and then Vesta B, with Molesey B in 4th, Marlow in 5th and Molesey C in 6th. But at the 1,000-metre point, that was still the order. So leading crew here is Molesey Rowing Club's A crew in lane 4 in this, the final of the Challenge Coxed Fours. Both Molesey A and Vesta A at 34. As they move into this second half of the race, indeed they're approaching 1,500-metre point. Thames Rowing Club in 4, Vesta A crew in 3. Thames are having to, Molesey are having to work quite hard for this. They're at 36. They're already pushing for the finish. Vesta at 35, trying to stay with them. There's very little between these two crews as we pick up our overhead drone footage. I think it's only Thames by perhaps a canvas at the most. It does look to me like Vesta A are moving quite smoothly, underrating Thames just by 1 pip or so. The two crews almost level. As they come inside the last 250 metres, I wouldn't like to say who's going to take this. Nothing at all between Molesey A in 4 and Vesta A in 3. These two crews well clear of the rest of the field. Does look to me, as I said a moment ago, like Vesta A maybe are just moving a little more smoothly. I'm just sensing Molesey are just a little bit tired, a little bit leggy. And I think it's Vesta who are coming through. Vesta just looking a little bit more lively in this Coxed 4. This is Challenge Coxed 4's the upper tier event. And it does look to me like it's Vesta who've come through in the last 250 metres. Vesta by probably now 2/3 of a length. Vesta and then Molesey A. So it's Vesta A, then Molesey A, followed home by Molesey B in 3rd place and Vesta B in 4th. Marlow in 5th. And therefore Molesey C just crossing the line now in 6th place. What a great race that was, and congratulations to Vesta A. Superb final 250. They really managed to pick the boat speed up very effectively and just rode through Molesey A and went from maybe half a length down to 2/3 of a length up in that final 500. Super result for them and a super row for us to watch. So go back a few races. Race 105, the Women's Club Coxed Fours final was a win for